Thank you for listening to this free audiobook providing by Supreme Audiobooks. This work is in the public domain. We passionately create and share audiobooks for free. Don't forget to give it a thumbs up and hit that subscribe button to join our community. Share your thoughts, questions, and feedback in the comments section below. Thank you and enjoy this work.
August Heat by William Fryer Harvey. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Gilbertson, June 2025. August Heat by William Fryer Harvey. Finistine Road, Clapham, August 20th, 190-. I have had what I believe to be the most remarkable day in my life, and while the events are still fresh in my mind, I wish to put them down on paper as clearly as possible. Let me say at the outset that my name is James Clarence Withencroft. I am 40 years old, in perfect health, never having known a day's illness. By profession, I am an artist, not a very successful one, but I earn enough money on my black and white work to satisfy my necessary wants. My only near relative, a sister, died 5 years ago, so that I am an independent. I breakfasted this morning at 9, and after glancing through the morning paper, I lighted my pipe and proceeded to let my mind wander in the hope that I might chance upon some subject for my pencil. The room, though door and windows were open, was oppressively hot, and I had just made up my mind that the coolest and most comfortable place in the neighborhood would be the deep end of the public swimming bath, when the idea came. I began to draw. So intent was I on my work that I left my lunch untouched, only stopping work when the clock of St. Jude's struck 4. The final result for a hurried sketch was, I felt sure, the best thing I had done. It showed a criminal in the dock immediately after the judge had pronounced sentence. The man was fat, enormously fat. The flesh hung in rolls about his chin. It creased his huge, stumpy neck. He was clean-shaven, perhaps I should say a few days before he must have been clean-shaven, and almost bald. He stood in the dock, his short, clumsy fingers clasping the rail, looking straight in front of him. The feeling that his expression conveyed was not so much one of horror as of utter, absolute collapse. There seemed nothing in the man strong enough to sustain that mountain of flesh. I rolled up the sketch and, without quite knowing why, placed it in my pocket. Then, with the rare sense of happiness which the knowledge of a good thing well done gives, I left the house. I believe that I set out with the idea of calling upon Trenton, for I remember walking along Linton Street and turning to the right along Gilchrist Road at the bottom of the hill where the men were at work on the new tram lines. From there onwards, I have only the vaguest recollection of where I went. The one thing of which I was fully conscious was the awful heat that came up from the dusty asphalt pavement as an almost palpable wave. I longed for the thunder promised by the great banks of copper-colored cloud that hung low over the western sky. I must have walked 5 or 6 miles when a small boy roused me from my reverie by asking the time. It was 20 minutes to 7. When he left me, I began to take stock of my bearings. I found myself standing before a gate that led into a yard bordered by a strip of thirsty earth where there were flowers, purple stock and scarlet geranium. Above the entrance was a board with the inscription, C.H.S. Atkinson, Monumental Mason, worker in English and Italian marbles. From the yard itself came a cheery whistle, the noise of hammer blows and the cold sound of steel meeting stone. A sudden impulse made me enter. A man was sitting with his back towards me, busy at work on a slab of curiously veined marble. He turned round as he heard my steps, and I stopped short. It was the man I had been drawing, whose portrait lay in my pocket. He sat there, huge and elephantine, the sweat pouring from his scalp, which he wiped with a red silk handkerchief. But though the face was the same, the expression was absolutely different. He greeted me, smiling, as if we were old friends, and shook my hand. I apologized for the intrusion. "Everything is hot and glary outside," I said. "This seems an oasis in the wilderness." "I don't know about the oasis," he replied, "but it certainly is hot as hell. Take a seat, sir." He pointed to the end of the gravestone in which he was at work, and I sat down. "That's a beautiful piece of stone you've got a hold of," I said. He shook his head. "In a way it is," he answered. "The surface here is as fine as anything you could wish, but there's a big flaw in the back, though. I don't expect you'd ever notice it. I could never make a really good job of a bit of marble like that. It would be all right in the summer like this. It wouldn't mind the blasted heat. But wait till the winter comes. There's nothing quite like frost to find out the weak points in stone." "Then what is it for?" I asked. The man burst out laughing. "You'd hardly believe me if I was to tell you. It's for an exhibition. But it's the truth. Artists have exhibitions. So do grocers and butchers. We have them too. All the latest little things in headstones, you know." He went on to talk of marbles, which sort best withstood wind and rain, and which were easiest to work. Then of his garden, and a new sort of carnation he had bought. At the end of every other minute he would drop his tools, wipe his shining head, and curse the heat. I said little, for I felt uneasy. There was something unnatural, uncanny in meeting this man. I tried at first to persuade myself that I had seen him before, that his face, unknown to me, had found a place in some out-of-the-way corner of my memory. But I knew that I was practicing little more than a plausible piece of self-deception. Mr. Atkinson finished his work, spat on the ground, and got up with a sigh of relief. "There, what do you think of that?" he said, with an air of evident pride. The inscription which I read for the first time was this: "Sacred to the memory of James Clarence Withencroft, born January 18th, 1860, he passed away very suddenly on August 20th, 190 In the midst of life, we are in death." For some time I sat in silence. Then a cold shudder ran down my spine. I asked him where he had seen the name. "Oh, I didn't see it anywhere," replied Mr. Atkinson. "I wanted some name, and I put down the first that came into my head. What do you want to know?" "It's a strange coincidence, but it happens to be mine." He gave a long, low whistle. "And the dates?" "I can only answer for one of them, and that's correct." "It's a rum go," he said. But he knew less than I did. I told him of my morning's work. I took the sketch from my pocket and showed it to him. As he looked, the expression of his face altered until it became more and more like that of the man I had drawn. "And it was only the day before yesterday," he said, "that I told Maria there were no such things as ghosts." Neither of us had seen a ghost, but I knew what he meant. "You probably heard my name," I said. "And you must have seen me somewhere and have forgotten it. Were you at Clacton-on-Sea last July?" I have never been to Clacton in my life. We were silent for some time. We were both looking at the same thing, the two dates on the gravestone, and one was right. "Come inside and have some supper," said Mr. Atkinson. His wife was a cheerful little woman, and the flaky red cheeks of the country bred. Her husband introduced me as a friend of his who was an artist. The result was unfortunate, for after the sardines and watercress had been removed, she brought out a Dore Bible, and I had to sit and express my admiration for nearly half an hour. I went outside and found Atkinson sitting on the gravestone smoking. We resumed the conversation at the point we had let off. "You must excuse my asking," I said, "but do you know anything you've done for which you could be put on trial?" He shook his head. "I'm not a bankrupt, The business is prosperous enough. 3 years ago I gave turkeys to some of the guardians at Christmas, but that's all I can think of. And they were small ones, too," he added as an afterthought. He got up, fetched a can from the porch, and began to water the flowers. "Twice a day, regular in the hot weather," he said. "And then the heat sometimes gets the better of the delicate ones. And ferns, good Lord! They could never stand it. Where do you live?" I told him my address. It would take an hour's quick walk to get back home. "It's like this," he said. "We'll look at the matter straight. If you go back home tonight, you take your chance of accidents. A cart may run you over, and there's always banana skins and orange peel, to say nothing of fallen ladders." He spoke of the improbable with an intense seriousness that would have been laughable 6 hours before, but I did not laugh. "The best thing we can do," he continued, "is for you to stay here till 12 o'clock. We'll go upstairs and smoke. It may be cooler inside." To my surprise, I agreed. We are sitting now in a long, low room beneath the eaves. Atkinson has sent his wife to bed. He himself is busy sharpening some tools at a little oil stone, smoking one of my cigars the while. The air seems charged with thunder. I am writing this at a shaky table before the open window. The leg is cracked, and Atkinson, who seems a handy man with his tools, is going to mend it as soon as he has finished putting an edge on his chisel. It is after 11 now. I shall be gone in less than an hour, but the heat is stifling. It is enough to send a man mad. End of August Heat by William Fryer Harvey.
The Bed of Shadows by Fred R. Farrow, Jr. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. What strange horror lurked above it? The Bed of Shadows by Fred R. Farrow, Jr. March 6th. At last, after 2 months of sleeping on a cot, I am back in my own room again. It has been completely redecorated and refurnished. First of all, it now boasts a real fireplace, not one of those make-believe electric affairs, but one with hand irons and a screen. How cozy it will be to read by its flickering light on long winter nights. The walls are paneled in driftwood oak up to within 2 feet of the ceiling, which is papered in some odd design. The furniture, selected by my sister Myra, is of the early colonial period. The bed, especially, is a prize. A huge grim four-poster with dingy dark maroon drapes on the sides and open at the top. As I have a passion for reading in bed, Myra has provided a wrought iron bridge lamp, which can be swung so as to illuminate my book. The room is so delightfully gloomy that I can hardly wait until evening to lie there in bed and begin to read Ghost House, which I picked up at the store today. March 7th. As I had intended, I retired about 11 last night to read. I had my bridge lamp on, and the curtains on the side of the beds were drawn back. The interior looked so dark, except where the light shone through the parted drapes, that it seemed almost like entering a tomb. There was a log fire, which cast queer, quavering shadows on the ceiling. The ceiling. I had not noticed before what sort of paper Myra had picked out for the ceiling. It was a most intriguing design of scroll work on dark background. I lay in my gloomy bed and idly traced out the intricate curves in the wavering firelight. My book was only fair. I read about 2 chapters and then put it down. My eyes wandered to the ceiling. I shall read some more tonight. There is a faint, musty smell in the air. Perhaps the curtains need airing. I shall speak to Myra about it tomorrow. March 8th. It is wonderful to have a fireplace in one's room. It seems so completely comfortable when the fire is just barely flickering to watch the little flames leap up from the charred logs. I read some more of Ghost House. The book gets better as I progress. From time to time, I cast my gaze up at the ceiling. I don't know why, but somehow I enjoy looking at the odd designs of the scroll and spirals. A queer pastime, but fascinating. If Myra knew, she would wonder at it. I wonder myself. March 9th. As soon as I retired last night, my gaze rested on the ceiling. For the first time, I seemed to feel attracted in some vague, uncomfortable way by the queer spirals on the paper. What was it that I read long, long ago about certain Kabbalistic signs and their powers to hypnotize one who looked at them too long? I seem to remember only the one called the swastika. Surely there was none of that on my paper. Again, I noticed the peculiar odor. Myra declares that she airs the room every morning. Just a word about my dreams. For the past 2 nights I have dreamed about my room. In the dream room there is something indefinably terrible. I cannot place what it is as yet. I wake up with an uneasy feeling that all is not as it should be in my room. Perhaps I shall have the same dream again. Strange that I have had it now for 2 consecutive nights. March 10th, Sunday. Again I have had the same dream. In some odd fashion, in my dream, I seemed to be in my gloomy old 4-poster, the curtains tightly closed, looking up at the ceiling, which is fitfully illuminated by the dying fire. I know definitely that the disturbing influence, whatever it is in the ceiling. This morning, when I awoke, I was exhausted. Perhaps I do not sleep at all, but lie there all night, tracing out those maddening curves and spirals by the light of the fire. Terrible thought, that of not knowing whether one is actually dreaming or lying there in the dim, shadowy void between true slumber and wakefulness. I must go to bed early tonight. If my book becomes more exciting, I may be able to keep my eyes from those mocking spirals on the ceiling. I hope so. March 11th. A peculiar thing happened last night. As it was Sunday, I retired early to read. After an unsuccessful attempt to rivet my mind on my book, I put it down in disgust. Eagerly. Why do I use that word? My eyes turned to the ceiling. For the first time, instead of tracing out the little scrolls and whorls, I saw the thing as a whole. It is strange and a little uncanny, for the vague, blurry outline bears a resemblance to some monster. If I look directly, I cannot see it. If, however, I look out of the corner of one eye, then it takes shape. I got out of bed to throw a log on the fire. Immediately, the whole fantastic design seemed to fade away and become simply a papered ceiling. Seen from the bed again, the faint, irregular outline reappears after a few moments. Perhaps I should get rid of the 4-poster. It is so huge, and even sinister with its old red drapes, that it may be affecting me as I lie there, night after night, trying to read my book. Certainly, there is a smell as of old cloth. Myra came in last night. "Can't you sleep, Paul?" she asked. "No, dear, I have been reading and have read myself wide awake." Dear girl, she would never understand. She has no imagination. Show her a fragment of cloth from an airplane wing brought down in battle. She would see simply a piece of cloth, so many inches wide, by so long, possibly a bit soiled. She would have no thrill at the thought, nor would she even think of the piece of cloth miles above the earth, helping to sustain the plane, dodging and dipping around, and finally coming down with a terrible speed after a well-directed shot. Ah, well, maybe she is better off without an imagination. Perhaps most truly happy people are so because they lack one. March 12th. This thing is becoming fascinating. As I undressed last night, I looked up at the ceiling. Ordinary, commonplace paper with a design. As soon as I got in bed, though, I looked up and saw the outline of the, shall I say, thing? It has only a vague shape, and I cannot say just what it resembles. I tried the experiment of leaning out one side of the bed. Immediately the form disappeared. Can it be because of poor lighting and the fact that I, in my bed, lie in comparative darkness? Or is it something evil and sinister that is taking place? I had no more dreams. March 13th. Tonight I gave up all pretense of reading. The form in the ceiling fascinates me. Its shape has become more and more clearly defined. I am anxious, and yet I dread to see what it will resemble if it continues to grow in clearness. Myra suspects something. She questioned me several times as to why I look so worn and haggard after what she thinks is a good night's sleep. If she only knew, she would not wonder. But she must never know, or she will think I am mad. Perhaps I am. I wonder. March 14th. My work at the office suffers because of the strange fascination of the ceiling. I cannot keep my mind off for a single moment. At night, as soon as I leave Myra on a pretext of reading in bed, as though anyone can read inside those old dark drapes, I slip into my dressing gown and lie there gazing at the ceiling. It is now more than just interest that draws my attention. It is like an awful attraction which compels us against our very will to look at some terrible accident or catastrophe when we would like to shut our eyes. The form is growing clearer. It resembles a gigantic bat. March 15th. I must get rid of my four-poster. It is exerting some evil influence over me, I am sure. Still, I have a morbid desire to see this thing through to the finish. Last night, the details of the shape in the ceiling became more and more pronounced. I imagined I saw its eyes. In addition, some of the scrolls and spirals seemed actually to writhe. I could not have been asleep. The bridge lamp was on. I have a feeling that soon the purpose back of all of this will be terrifyingly revealed to me. Somehow I can detach my mind for a time and regard myself in this grim little drama from a distance. I see myself inside my darkened bed behind the red drapes, a look of terrible fascination in my eyes, looking, watching, waiting. For what? March 16th. I am writing this in bed and will make notes of all that happens. As soon as I closed the drapes, I looked up at the ceiling. It was already there, a huge, irregular, murky blot on the paper with the writhing scrolls and spirals. The thing is gaining in clarity and definition. Now, as I lie here and look up, its form is quite distinct. I am watching it. I can see its ribbed wings and its little red eyes. Can I be sane? Evilly glowing. The odor of things long since consigned to the grave pervades the air. The smell of a charnel house. The fire has almost gone out. As the wood ashes smolder and fall to the hearth, the thing in the ceiling seems suddenly to move, its great bony wings flapping slowly and clumsily. It is crawling, crawling along the ceiling, until it gets directly over my head. It is only a few feet away. Closer and closer. Oh, God, it's going to jump down. The young man was found dead in bed the following morning, an unforgettable look of horror in his wide, staring eyes. Death, the coroner reported, due to heart failure, evidently induced by some violent shock. But engraven in tiny characters in the ugly carved headboard of the grim old four-poster was found the curious legend: "Let him that sleepeth in this bed take heed ere reason leave his head." The end of The Bed of Shadows by Fred R. Farlow, Jr.
Brown John's Body by Winston Marks. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Caitlin Vanatestein. Brown John's Body by Winston Marks. Erd Neff dropped a thin bundle of currency into the $100 bill drawer of the flat-top desk and kicked the drawer shut with a dusty boot. He flicked the drip from his hooked nose, which was chronically irritated by the wheat dust of the warehouse. Then he wiped his fingers down the leg of his soiled denims. Across the 12-by-12 windowless room, John stirred awake from the noise and began nosing in the debris of his filthy cage. "Time for supper, John?" Neff tugged at the twine at his belt and examined his $3 watch. He pinched a dozen grains of wheat from a 2-pound coffee can and let them sift through the wires of the cage. John pounced on the grain hungrily. "Wait a minute. What do you say, damn it?" Neff's hand reached for the marshmallow toasting fork that hung from a hook on the wall. He touched the points, filed needle sharp. "What do you say?" he repeated, twanging the tines like a tuning fork. John skittered to the far corner, tearing new holes in the old newspaper with frantic claws. Cowering against the wires, he spat half-chewed flecks of wheat, trying to say the magic words that would spare him from the fork. "Tinku, tinku," he squeaked, straining to make the 2 syllables distinct. Neff hung up the fork, and John turned to lick at the old scabs clotted from earlier jabs, taking sullen inventory to be sure there were no new crimson leaks in his louse-infested hide. Until 2 months ago he had been just one more gregarious specimen of Mammalia rodentia simplicidentata mymorphia muridae decumanus. Now he had another name. Like each of his predecessors in the cage, he was a large brown rat called John, after Erd Neff's despised and deceased father. Neff named all his rats John. "Well, don't get fat." John finished the grain, pawed the air, and squeaked, "Murr." "More, eh? You talk fine when you're hungry." "Peef, murr, murr," John begged. He did well with his vowels, but I and S sounds were beyond him. He said F for S, L's he ignored entirely. Neff gave him one more wheat head. "Okay, get fat." He turned to the door, lifted the inside mechanical latch, shoved with his foot, and snatched his revolver from his hip holster. The vault door opened ponderously, revealing an empty warehouse. Neff peeked through the crack between the hinges to clear the area concealed by the door itself. One hoodlum hopeful had been hidden there. Spotting him through the crack, Neff had simply beefed into the foot-thick slab of fireproof steel. Inertial plus surprise has disposed of that one. Neff hadn't even had to shoot. Tonight there was no one. Funny, the wheat country was getting tame, or else the tin horns had learned their lesson. It was no secret that Erd Neff never visited the local bank, yet it had been more than 6 months since anyone tried to hold him up. The local bank hated him plenty. He was costing them. His 5 loan offices in the rich wheat country skimmed the cream of the mortgage loan business. Of course, nowadays most people paid off their loans, and the low interest rate he had charged to lure the business barely paid expenses. Yet he still picked up an occasional foreclosure. Farmers still got drunk, divorced, gambled, broke legs, or committed suicide once in a while, and Neff's loan documents were ruthless about extensions of time. These foreclosed acreages he traded for grain elevators and warehouses when crops were small and operators were desperate. Then came the bumper years during and after World War II. Wheat on the ground and no place to store it but at Erd Neff's sheds. It wasn't cheap to store with Neff, and he had a virtual monopoly in Ulma County. Neff swung the great door back into place with its whoosh thunk that sealed an air sound and nearly $100,000 in currency. He levered the bolts into place and spun the expensive combination lock. The vault, tucked away in the front left-hand corner of the old frame warehouse, expressed Neff's distrust and contempt for mankind. Concrete and steel, bed, shower, toilet, and desk. In this walk-in cash box he was fireproof, bomb-proof, theft-proof, and most important of all, people-proof. There he consorted, unmolested, with the one mammal on earth he found interesting, John the brown rat. He sliced the broad warehouse door closed behind him with a cacophony of dry screeches and padlocked it. The dusty street was deserted except for a black sedan which two-wheeled the corner a block away and sped toward him. Neff dropped his pistol back in its holster. Now, what the hell? He waited on the splintery platform, a huge man, ugly of face, short-legged and long-bodied, with a belly swollen from regular overeating. His shaved head swiveled slowly as the police car leaned into a skid stop. Officer Colin Burns got out and stared up at the motionless statue in sweat-dust-stained denims. Burns was half Neff's 56 years, tall and thin. He wore gray, a silver star, and a big black hat. He said, "I'll take your gun, Erd." "Now what?" "I got a permit." "Not anymore. It's revoked." "For why?" "There were witnesses this afternoon." "Witnesses? What in the hell are you—" "Oh no, not that damned dog." "The puppy belonged to a little girl. You can't claim self-defense this time." "He was coming down here chasing the cats away every day." "So you shot him, like you did Greeley's collie?" "Cats count for more. You know well as I do you can't control the rats around a warehouse without cats." "You've shot 5 men too, Erd. 3 of them are dead." "I was cleared, you know damn well. Self-defense." "You're too handy with that pistol. Anyway, I didn't file this complaint. It was the child's mother, and she made it stick with the chief. Give me the gun, Erd." "You got a warrant for my arrest?" "No, but I will have in an hour if you insist." "I got a perfect right to protect my property." "Not with a gun. Not anymore." "I just got these punks convinced, and now you want to turn loose on me again. Who put you up to this, Colin?" "You did, when you shot that pup. I'm not here to debate it. You're breaking the law from this minute on if you don't hand over the gun." "Damn it, Colin, you know how much money I got in there. You know how much I pack around on me sometimes." "That's your business. You can use the bank and bonded messengers. They get along with dogs." "Telling me how to run my business?" "I'm telling you to give me that gun. You'll get the same police protection as any other citizen." Neff sneered openly. "I'd have been dead 30 years ago dependent on cops." "I don't doubt that a minute. You're easy to hate, Erd. Are you going to give me that gun?" "No." "You like things the hard way, don't you?" Burns got back in the squad car and drove off. Neff spat a crater in the wheat-littered dust and got into his own car. 2 minutes later he turned up Main Street and stopped before City Hall. Inside the tiny police station he dropped his pistol on the counter. Bud Ackenbush looked up from his desk. "You could have saved Colin some trouble." Neff stalked out without a word and crossed the street to the Palace Cafe. He ordered a double thick steak, fried potatoes, and pie. He liked the way the waitresses scrambled for the chance to wait on him. Women didn't like him. He was ugly and smelled of sweat, and on the street women looked the other way when they met him. All but the waitresses at the palace. When he came in they showed their teeth and tongues and wiggled their hips. He was a 50-cent tipper. The important thing was it got him his steak, really double thick and double quick. People could be real efficient. Like Brown John. Prod 'em where they live and they'll do anything, even talk to you. "You look kinda naked tonight, Erd," Gloria kidded. Neff wiped steak juice from his chin and stared at her breast. It used to excite him, but now it was just habit. It was better than looking at red-smeared lips that smiled and eyes that didn't, eyes that said, "Don't forget the tip, you filthy bastard." Funny. Hang a gun on any other citizen in town and people would stare. Take the gun off Neff and people made cracks. He did feel naked. "I didn't order this damned succotash." "It's free with the steak dinner, "Go ahead, pinch my leg like the harvesting crews do. I'm free with the dinner too, like the ketchup, like the mustard and the salt and the pepper, and the steak sauce and the sugar, and the extra butter if you ask for it. Just don't forget the tip." Clarence Hogan, the fry cook, came around the counter and leaned on the booth table beside Gloria. "You don't like succotash? How about some nice peas, Clarence was Gloria's husband, pimp. "Put some ice cream on my pie," Neff said. He looked up at Clarence. "No, I don't want any goddamned peas." They brought his pie and left him alone. He finished it and felt in his pocket for the tip. He changed his mind. To hell with Gloria and her fat leg. The steak was tough. He paid the check and went out. The sky was pink yet. Later in the week the sunsets would be blood red as the great combines increased in number and cruised the rippling ocean of wheat, leaving bristly wakes and a sky-clogging spray of dust. Neff's busiest season. Damn that dog. Damn Colin Burns. His hand brushed his leg where the leather holster should be. Damned laws that men made. Laws that acquitted him of homicide and then snatched away his only weapon of self-defense because he shot a yapping dog. As he got in his car, Colin Burns came out of the station. He tossed Neff's gun through the open window onto the seat. "Here's your property. The marshal came in and he changed everybody's mind. It's going to cost you $100 and a new pup for the little girl, probably. Here's the subpoena, Tuesday at 10. "I don't get it." "The marshal said to let you fight your own battles." Neff started the car and let the clutch out. The marshal knew his way around. The transient harvesting crews were a wild bunch. If word got out that Neff was unarmed, packing thousands of dollars the length of the county, the enforcement people would have a lot of extra work on their hands. He parked behind the warehouse next to the railroad tracks. He came around front, unlocked the big door, pulled it shut behind him, and bolted it. The warehouse was jet black now, but he knew every inch of the place. He could fire his pistol almost as accurately at a sound as at a visible target. He practiced on rats. Holding a pocket flash, he worked the combination. As the final tumbler fell silently, a faint raspy screech came to his ears, like a board tearing its rusty nails loose under the persuasion of a wrecking bar. He listened a minute, then he levered the bolts back, stepped into the vault room, closed the door, and shot the mechanical bolts. Sure, someone was out there, but they'd get damned tired before morning. He flicked on the light and touched the other wall switch beside it. The powerful blower and sucker fans cleared out the musty air and rat stink. John rustled in the cage, blinking at the sudden light. "Hi, Neff. Meat. Smart little devil. Neff sometimes brought him a scrap from his dinner, but he hadn't thought to tonight. He sucked at his teeth and pulled out a tiny string of steak. "Here, bite my finger and I'll poke both your eyes out." John picked a thread of gristle from Neff's finger with his forepaws and devoured it, trembling with pleasure. Neff lifted the cage. "Okay, now let's have a few tricks." At once John made for the can of wheat. "Get out of there." Neff scooped him up and dropped him on the desk, snapping his tail with a forefinger. John whirled, laid his ears back, and opened his mouth. At bay, the brown rat, Neff knew, is the most ferocious rodent of the 2000 species, but Neff held his hand out, daring John to bite. Neff knew all about rats, more than anybody in the world knew about rats. When you live among them for 3 decades, you find out about their cunning wariness, fecundity, secretiveness, boldness, omnivorous and voracious appetites. Fools reviled them as predators and scavengers. Neff appreciated them for what they really are, the most adaptable mammal on earth. John was smart, but no smarter than the rest. Neff had proved this by teaching every rat he captured alive to talk. Impossible, they had told him. Even parrots and parakeets only imitate sounds in their squawking, yes, and pet crows. Animals don't have thinking brains, they said. They react, trial and error, stimulus and response, but they don't think. Neff didn't know about the others, but he knew about rats. Keep them hungry and lonely for a mate. Hurt them, torture them. To hell with this reward business. Rats are like men, mentally lazy. They'll go for bait, sure, but they'll go faster to escape pain, 1,000 times faster. And rats have lived with man from the first. They have a feeling for language like the human brat. Between partitions, inches from a man's head while he lies in bed talking to his wife, under a man's feet while he's eating, over his head in the warehouse rafters while he's working. Always just inches or feet away from man, running through sewers, hiding in woodpiles, freight cars, ships, barns, slaughterhouse, skulking down back alleys, listening, hiding, stealing, always listening. Yes, rats know about man, but rats had never known a man like Erdnef, a man who hated all mankind, a man who chose a rat for a companion in preference to one of his own kind. Rats named John learned about Neff. They learned that his tones and inflections had specific meaning. They learned very fast under the stabbing prod of the marshmallow fork. With just enough food to keep them alive, their blind ferocity changed into painful attention. They learned to squeak and squawk and form the sounds into a pattern with their motile tongues. In weeks and months they learned what the human brat learned in years. "Stand up like a goddamn man." John stood up, his tail the third point of the support. "Say the alphabet." A, B, F, D, F, F, G, H. Neff lit a cigar and watched the smoke float away from the ceiling blower and vanish into the overhead vent in the far corner. He bobbed one foot in time to the squeaky rhythm of the recitation. He took no exceptions to John's failure with I, S, and Z. The other Johns had been unable to handle them too. "Hungry, Neff, hungry." The big man picked out 3 grains of wheat. He noticed the can was almost empty. One by one he handed the kernels to his pet, waiting for John's tinku in between. "Mur, mur." "Lazy tongue, it's a more, not mur." John dropped to all fours and retreated. Usually Neff slapped him in the belly when he used that tone, but Neff was bemused tonight. He kept listening for sounds that he knew could never penetrate the thick walls. They were out there, he was sure. Another damned fool or two flashing a light around trying to figure out something. Neff remembered one pair who had even tried nitroglycerin. He saw the burns on the outside of the door the next morning. Amateurs. Nobody knew for sure just how much money Neff kept in the old desk, and big-time pros wouldn't tackle a job like this without a pretty fair notion of the loot. For all they knew, maybe he mailed it to an out-of-town bank. "Okay, fetch the pencil." John jumped from the desk and moved toward the open door of the shower stall where Neff had thrown the pencil stub. He paused by the wheat can, then scurried on to get the pencil. He climbed Neff's leg and dropped the pencil into the open palm. "Smart punks up at State College, so you can't teach a rat anything but mazes and how to go nuts from electric shocks, eh? Wouldn't they be surprised to meet you, John?" "Hungry." "You're always hungry." "Meat, meat." "Yeah, you can sound your E's real good when you say meat. Some day I'll cut off your tail and feed it to you." He laughed, grabbed John by the coarse hair of his back, and slipped him back under the cage. Then he undressed down to his underwear, turned out the light, and lay on the narrow iron bed. John rustled in his cage for a minute, then there was only the faint hum of the blower and sucker motors in the ventilating system. The incoming and outgoing air was baffled and trapped to kill sounds, and spring-loaded sliding doors poised to jam shut and seal off the room if anyone tampered with the exterior grills in the roof. The fans hummed softly, and Erdnef slept. Slick thud, slick thud. He was awake, pawing the wall for the light switch, but even as his hand found it and his eyes discovered the closed ventilator doors, a reddish vapor sank over his body. A single gasp, and Neff was clawing his throat, sharp, brown-tasting, acid-burning, eye-searing, nose-stinging. He fell to his knees and clawed to the far corner, fighting for air, but the acrid stink stained his throat and nose. His eyes kept burning. The whole room must be full. The door lever. No, that's what they wanted. Blind. Gun's no good now. God, for a breath of air, damn tears. Can't open my eyes. Air. Got to have it. His throat refused to open. The stink, a little like iodine, a lot like a hospital smell, but a million times stronger, raked at the tender tissues of his throat. Ice picks stabbed from his soft palate, up into his brain, his temples. He swayed against the door, caught the lever, and heaved convulsively. The door fell away slowly. He stumbled forward, gashing his knee against the sharp jamb. A light struck redly through his clenched, tear-soaked eyelids. That did it. Get the gun. The voice was high, almost girlish. A young boy? A slightly heavier voice said, Got it. Keep an eye on him while I find out why the fan stopped working. He's going no place. You were right. That bromine stuff really did the business. Look at his face. Sure it won't kill him? Don't care if it does now. We got the door open. What is this bromine anyhow? Boy, it sure stinks. It's a chemical element like chlorine, only it's a liquid. It fumes if you don't keep it covered with water, and the fumes really get you. They used it in the gas bombs in the war. That was chlorine. They used bromine too. I read it. Air, Neff rasped. Help yourself if you call this sinking stuff in your warehouse air. From the vault the deadened voice came. This must be the switch. The other switch is for the lights. Look out. When you turn it on, don't get dosed yourself. I only dumped a few drops in. There. It'll blow it in a few. Phew, let me out of here. That stuff does. God, it's worse than the dose I got in the chem lab. The voice grew, coughing and cursing. Better wait a minute or two. How's our big brave dog killer doing? On his hands and knees, Neff was on the verge of passing out, but doggedly he tried to place the voices. High school kids? Bromine? Sounded like a chemical they might filch from the high school laboratory. A kick in their ribs reminded him he was still helpless. All right, get back in there. They amped him through the vault door and kept kicking at him until he went. They hauled him up into his chair. He tried to strike out blindly, but his chest was full of licking flames that spread pain out to his shoulders. Now roped, whipped against his feet, hands, chest, and neck, jerking his body hard against the cast-stirred desk chair and cramping his head back. Tie him good. No way to lock him in with this door. Neff opened his eyes. The boys were wet blurs rummaging through his desk. Look, just look at that. We can't carry all that. Get one of those burlap sacks out there, by the door. Footsteps went and returned. Now, just the small bills, up to 20. No, Jerry, leave the big stuff alone. Who'd take one from a kid? Okay, let's make tracks. Wait, Neff said desperately. My legs and hands. You've cut off the circulation. Something hard, like the barrel of a gun, rapped down on the top of his head. I had to blow your dirty brains out, killing my little sister's dog, damn you. Damn you, I think I will kill you. Damn you, damn you. The voice crested. Wait a minute, Jerry, the other voice cut in. I got a better idea. Here, look at this. Short silence. Yeah, that's just dandy. Look how thin he is. That's just what the doctor had ordered. Okay, the top's loose. Stand by the door and don't let him get by you. Wait, got your flash? Good. In the dark. That's real good. Which switch is it? Throw them both. Okay, flash it over here. Look out, here I come. Hurry up, look at that hungry, black-eyed little devil. That ought to fix up the son of a... Thunk! The compression rammed heavily into Neff's ears. The bolts shot solidly into place from the outside, and the combination knob rang faintly as it was spun. Silence. They'd go out the same way they come in, and tack the board back in place. How long before anybody would miss him? 24 hours? Hell, no. Nobody would bust a gut worrying that soon. 2 days? Some weeks he was gone several days making the rounds of his loan offices. A week? Maybe. Girls at the palace would get suspicious. Tell Colin Burns. But a week? They'd cut off the blower when they threw both switches. No ventilation, no air. Neff strained at the ropes. His legs were pulled under the seat so tightly that his feet were turning numb. Hands were tingling too. Dirty little sadist, turning John loose, thinking. He had to get loose. Less than 1 day's air then. John. Thank God John wasn't an ordinary rat. John, come over to me. These ropes. Chew them, John. Come on, John. Come on, boy. No sound at first. Then a faint motion in the old newspapers. John, say the alphabet. A, B. That's right, go on. F, J. The squeaking stopped. Come over to me, John. Come to me, boy. He held his breath. The beating of his heart was so loud he couldn't be sure that John was moving. The silence was long. Even the rat was blind in this darkness. He must be patient. Sweat began oozing and trickling down his face, his armpits, his back, even his left leg. No, wait, that wasn't sweat. The throbbing in his legs was greatest at his left knee. The trickle was blood from the gash. It ran freely now, the ropes backing up arterial pressure. Never mind that. John! The coffee can tipped over, and the racket made Neff start against his bonds. The rope sawed his Adam's apple. Crunch! Leave that damn weed alone, John. Come over to me, boy. I'll give you a whole bag full when you chew off these ropes. Hear that, John? And a chicken foot. I'll bring you a whole chicken, a live one. I'll tie her down so she won't peck you. That's what I'll do, John. He was breathing heavily now. Do you get me, John? Would you like a live chicken? Yef. The crunching resumed for a minute, then stopped. Neff remembered there had been only a dozen or so grains of wheat left. John would still be hungry. The thought of a chicken should do it. If not, he could threaten him. Neff waited. Relax. There was all night to work this out. Finally, he felt something at his ankles. That's the boy, John. Up here and down my arms. They're behind me. Get the rope off my hands first. Come on, boy. It was John, all right. Neff could feel the little claws coming up his left leg. Come on, hurry up, John. Tell you what, I'll bring you a nice fat female just like yourself, a live one. You can live in the cage together. John, don't stop there. The claws had paused near his knee and were clinging to the blood-soaked cloth. No, no, John, don't. I'll stick you with the fork. I'll stick you. I'll kill you. John, we got to get out of here or we'll both die. Die, do you hear? We'll suffocate. Don't do that. Stop. Stop or I'll... Neff's threats beat hard into the rat's brain, and now, as the slanting incisors tore at the cloth and chewed the luscious, blood-smothered hot meat, Neff's scream sent tremors through the skinny, voracious body, and the tail tucked down. The words made John nervous, but it was dark, and there was food, such wonderful food, so much food. They were harsh words, terrible, screaming words. But words are words, and food is food, and after all, John was only a rat. End of Brown John's Body by Winston Marks. The Eater of Souls by Henry Kuttner. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Caitlin Vanatestein. The Eater of Souls by Henry Kuttner. They tell it in Ballyarnock, in a language not of earth, that a malignant and terrible being once dwelt in that incredible abyss named the Grey Gulf of Yarnock. Not on earth, nor on any planet that spins about any star in the skies we know, is Ballyarnock, but beyond Betelgeuse, beyond the giant stars, on a green and joyous world, still in its lusty youth, are the towers and silver minarets of this city. Nor are the dwellers in Ballyarnock anthropoid, nor in any way manlike. Yet there are fires during the long warm nights in curious hearths, and wherever in this universe there are fires, there will be tales told about them, and breathless listeners to bring contentment to the heart of the teller of tales. The Sindara rules benignantly over Ballyarnock, yet in the old days fear and doom lay like a shroud over the land, and in the grey gulf of Yarnock a brooding horror dwelt loathsomely, and a strange enchantment chilled the skies and hid the troubled moons behind a darkened pall. For a being had come to glut its evil hunger in the land, and those who dwelt in Ballyarnock called it the Eater of Souls. In no wise could this being be described, for none had seen it save under circumstances which precluded the possibility of return. Yet in the gulf it brooded, and when its hunger stirred it would send forth a soundless summons, so that in tavern and temple, by fireside and in the blackness of the night, some would rise slowly with a passionless look of death upon their features, and would depart from Ballyarnock toward the grey gulf. Nor would they ever return. It was said that the thing in the gulf was half a demon and half a god, and that the souls of them whom it slew served it eternally, fulfilling strange missions in the icy waste between the stars. This being had come from the dark sun, the hydromancers said, where it had been conceived by an unholy alliance between those timeless ancients who filter strangely between the universes, and a black shining one of unknown origin. The necromancers said other things, but they hated the hydromancers, who were powerful then, and their rune casting was generally discredited. Yet the Sindara listened to both schools of mages, and pondered upon his throne of Chalcedony, and presently determined to set forth voluntarily to the great gulf of Yarnock, which was reputed to be bottomless. The necromancers gave the Sindara curious implements made of the bones of the dead, and the hydromancers gave him intricately twisted transparent tubes of crystal, which would be useful in battling the Eater of Souls. Thereafter the necromancers and the hydromancers squatted on their haunches in the city gate, and howled dismally as the Sindara rode westward on his Gorlak, that fleet but repugnantly shaped reptile. After a time the Sindara discarded both the weapons of the hydromancers and the necromancers, for he was a worshipper of Varvatos, as had been each Sindara in his time. None might worship Varvatos save the Sindara of Ballyarnock, for such is the god's command. And presently the Sindara dismounted from his Gorlak and prayed fervently to Varvatos. For a time there was no response. Then the sands were troubled, and a whirling and dancing of mist motes blinded the Sundara. Out of the maelstrom the god spoke thinly, and his voice was like the tinkling of countless tiny crystal goblets. "Thou goest to doom," Varvatos said ominously, "but thy son sleeps in Belyarnok, and I shall have a worshipper when thou art vanished. Go therefore fearlessly, since God cannot conquer God, but only man who created him." Speaking thus cryptically, Varvatos withdrew, and the Sundara, after pondering, continued his journey. In time he came to that incredible abyss from which men say the nearer moon was born, and at its edge he fell prone and lay sick and shuddering, peering down into mist-shrouded emptiness, for a cold wind blew up from the gulf, and it seemed to have no bottom. Looming far in the distance he could just discern the further brink. Clambering up the rough stones came he whom the Sundara had set out to find. He came swiftly, making use of his multiple appendages to lift himself. He was white and hairy and appallingly hideous, but his misshapen head only came to the Sundara's waist, although in girth his spidery limbs rendered a shocking illusion of hugeness. In his wake came the souls he had taken for his own. They were a plaintive whispering and stirring in the air, swooping and moaning and sighing for lost nirvana. The Sundara drew his blade and struck at his enemy. Of that battle sagas are still sung, for it raged along the brink for a timeless interval of eternity. In the end the Sundara was hacked and bleeding and spent, and his opponent was untouched and chuckling loathsomely. Then the demon prepared for his meal. Into the Sundara's mind came a whisper, the thin calling of Varvatos. He said, "There are many kinds of flesh in the universes, and other compounds which are not flesh. Thus doth the Eater of Souls feed." And he told the Sundara of the incredible manner of that feeding, of the fusing of two beings, of the absorption of the lesser, and of the emergence therefrom of an augmented half-god, while the uncaged soul flew moaning in the train of those who served the being. Into the Sundara's mind came knowledge, and with it a grim resolve. He flung wide his arms and welcomed the ghastly embrace, for Varvatos had also spoken of the manner in which the doom might be lifted. The thing sprang to meet him, and an intolerable agony ground frightfully within the Sundara's bone and flesh. The citadel of his being rocked, and his soul cowered shrieking in its chamber. There on the edge of the grey gulf of Yarnock a monstrous fusion took place, a metamorphosis and a commingling that was blasphemous and horrible beyond all imaginings. As a thing disappears in quicksand, so the being and the Sundara melted into each other's body. Yet even in that blinding agony, a sharper pain came to the Sundara as he saw across the plain the beauty of this land over which he had ruled. He thought he had never seen anything so beautiful as this green and joyous land of his, and a pain was in his heart, a sense of empty loss and an aching void which could not ever be filled. And he looked away to the black evil eyes of the Eater of Souls that were but inches away from his own, and he looked beyond the being to where cold emptiness lay grey and horrible. There were tears in his eyes and a gnawing ache in his heart for the silver minarets and towers of Belyarnok that had lain naked and beautiful beneath the glowing light of the triple moons, for he should never see that place any more. He turned his head again, and for the last time, blinded with his tears and with his doom upon him, as he leaped forward, he heard a frightful despairing shriek, and then half-god and man were spinning dizzily downward, seeing the precipice rushing up past them, for Varvatos had said that thus and only thus could the spell be lifted, and the cliff wall curved inward as it swept down, so presently receded into the dim grey haze, and the Sundara fell in empty mist and into final unstirring darkness. End of The Eater of Souls.
The Echoing Point by Kirk Meadowcroft. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Dale Grothman. A bizarre little story is this: The Echoing Point by Kirk Meadowcroft. It was near the close of my last year at college, and this night I had worked later than usual in the chemical laboratory to put my notes in shape for the professor to examine the following day. Only the one light over my desk was burning, and the janitor waiting to close the hall for the night, stood at the door. Finally, he shuffled over beside me, and I expected that he was about to ask me to leave. But he only said, "You would search out the secrets of the universe, would you? Like all the rest of them. If you were but wiser, you'd live days and dream nights in terror, lest you find out what the universe holds." I put aside my notebook to listen to this grizzled old man, who leaned on his broom and talked with the accent of the English countryside, so different from the speech of the Englishman one commonly meets. 2 generations of professors had studied, lectured, and died since he had been the guardian of the hall, and he had seen much with the quiet, unhurried watchfulness of an unlettered man. Discarding the rules of the building, I lighted a cigarette. "Ye not be one to tell if I smoke by pipe, then," he said. "And as for knowing too much, have you read the ancients? Stupids among them same as we, but others. Every line of their books was fair quivering with what they knew and dared not tell. They knew as well and more as the country lads that spent the night on the green hill." There rose perversely in my mind a picture of pudgy old Professor Winterbottom, who was the author of some 30 volumes, large and small, on chemical theory, and who looked like a successful stockbroker, interviewing the unknown and unbelievable. "Nay," said the janitor, reading my thoughts, "he knows not but his work. He would see not. Did his own house stand on its head instead of its toes, he would step in by the window and never heed." Then, as the thought of one will often call to mind its opposite, my thoughts turned to the story of Professor Hazlitt's, as I had heard it from my father, who had been a student at this same college at the same time when the brilliant young teacher had so suddenly and so strangely broken down in the midst of his success and disappeared into a private asylum, hopelessly mad. "Do you know about Hazlitt?" I asked. "Hazlitt? Who told ye of Hazlitt?" "My father," I answered, "who studied here before me." "Aye, it would be more than 20 years since Hazlitt. He saw the universe, and he went out by the little door, and no one saw him after." He puffed his pipe vigorously for a moment. "Happens I know what he saw, for I was with him. 'Twere no matter of use to tell them then. It was in the year he made full professor of physics, and the boys were coming to his courses in flocks, for he always had a keen way of lecturing that the boys liked. He began to work late, nights, in his office here. This very room was his study, you may not know. He was writing a paper on the physical properties of polydimensional space. I mind the name of it well, for I have the paper at home. When the president, old McDonald it was then, came here to look over the poor man's paper, he saw the one on the desk. 'Poof,' he said, puffing his cheeks. ''Tis the work of a poor mad brain. You'll burn this rubbish, janitor.' But I kept it instead, for I was younger then, and there were times I thought the president an old fool. Along in December came from England a man that Hazlitt had known before. He came every day to the study, and they talked late together. I would hear 'em as I swept out the room, for Hazlitt was a thinking man, and would not willingly delay me in my work. The man from England had been in some society for finding ghosts and spirits, but they had put him out, as I understood it. I remember him saying they wanted only gentle spirits that they could ask to rap on tables in the parlor and read numbers in a hat. I showed him what I could, and after the last meeting, the chairman came, trembling all over he was, and said in his squeaky voice, You had best resign, Mr. Thomas. We had a fancy table tipping, but it is devils in the sight of hell that you have brought. and he looked over his shoulder as though he feared what stood behind him. And devils in the sight of hell it likely was, for I could only show him what I had found, said the man from England. The janitor fumbled for a match and relit his pipe. And all the time Hazlitt only sat there in his chair and drummed with his fingers, wonderful thin fingers he had, and said, "That is so," or "I have never seen that." One night I asked him what it all meant, though it was seldom that I troubled him with questioning, and he told me. "It is to find a place where we can't go to," he said. "Is it a place in this world?" I asked. "No," he said, "it's not." He said it was like the other side of the mirror, here, and yet not here. And he said that in that world a man could go nowhere, but that he must wait for a place to come to him. "Can you believe that?" he said. "Believe not, learn not," said I, and I saw little then of what he meant. Still, I asked him if the place would come. "Thomas says it will," he answered me, and then he went out. A few nights after, they were talking, and I heard Thomas give a great gasp, like a man choking. "It's here," he said, "it's here." They both listened, and I left off my sweeping to listen too. It was like the voices of people going by in a car. But there was no car, and their voices were in the room, and they were crying. One little voice began to sing, and Hazlitt leaned forward in his chair, and his eyes were awful. "It's Annie, Annie, Annie," he kept saying. The song went off into a scream, and he fell over on the desk, with his hands pawing the papers, and his heels kicking the chair, like a man in a fit. The noises grew further and further off, and it was Thomas and I that got him into a cab and took him home. I asked Thomas what it was that had come into the room. He asked me if I had ever been in a whispering galley, where you stand in a certain place and hear the voice of someone that you can't see. He may be close by, just around the corner, or far off, you can't tell. But he said this was like a whispering gallery, as big as the whole world, and the sun, and the stars. You could see not, only hear. The janitor knocked out his pipe on the floor and started to refill it, when we heard the steps in the hall outside. He stuffed the pipe into his pocket. "It's the new night watchman, and sweeping not done yet." Quickly, he began to brush over the floor, while I gathered up my papers from the desk, and stood ready to leave as the door opened. The man who entered was not the night watchman, but a tall, lean man with deep lines in his smooth-shaven face, who said, "Good evening, Tim," to the janitor in a voice that made the old man look up with a start. "Good evening, Professor," he answered, and his hand shook till the broom handle rattled against the desk. The professor looked at me with some surprise, then called me by my father's name. A moment afterward, he became abstracted, repeating to himself in a low voice, "There is another way." He kept moving his hands, and I noticed the slim fingers, gray and pale like all the rest of him. Some design seemed to be in his mind. Then he noticed us again and said, "You can neither help nor hinder. Only come over near me and stand without moving." We had no power to disobey that voice. We watched him without even wondering as he took handfuls of earth from his pocket and sprinkled them carefully in a figure that enclosed us all. By that, the old janitor knew what he was about to do. He told me in a whisper, "It be black magic to draw the other world to this same place again. There has been those who could do it in times past." But he grew uneasy. Once he spoke aloud. "You will lose your soul, sir." "What needs have I for a soul?" said Hazlitt. The janitor made no answer. "Not to draw the figure, but to project it. Not to draw, but to project," whispered the gaunt man to himself, as over and over he crossed and interlaced the lines. When it was finished, he stood waiting, but his knees shook, and, gently as we could, we helped him kneel. Outside, the sound of the wind sweeping over the roof rose louder and louder. And it may have been more than the wind, for as it came rushing on, Hazlitt started up. But his foot slipped, and he fell half over the border of the twisting lines. He lay without moving, and the wind passed on. The old janitor knelt at his side for a moment, and then, going back to his broom, began very carefully to sweep up all traces of the sprinkled earth. Once he paused to look at me and said, "'Twere his heart. There's no need to say aught else." It was thus that we reported it. The end of The Echoing Point by Kirk Meadowcroft.
Flowering Evil by Margaret St. Clair. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Caitlin Benatestein. Flowering Evil by Margaret St. Clair. Captain Bjornson shook a grizzled head. "I never saw a plant I liked the look of less," he said. "I don't know how he got it through the planetary plant quarantine. You take my advice, Amy, and watch out for it." He took another of the little Gila nut cookies from the quaint old lucite platter and bit into it appreciatively. Mrs. Dinsmore sniffed. "I don't know what you're driving at," she said coldly, "or why you're so prejudiced against my poor little rambler. You know perfectly well that Robert would never send me anything the least bit dangerous." Captain Bjornson paused with another cookie halfway to his lips and looked at her. "Wouldn't send you anything dangerous?" he exclaimed. "Why, Amy, have you forgotten how your face was swelled up for 2 weeks from that tree cutting he sent you? The doctor said it was a contact poison worse than sumac, and he tried to get you to go to the hospital. What about the time that cactus from the Blue Desert went to seed and I spent 36 hours picking spines out of you? What about—" Mrs. Dinsmore gave a warning sniff. "Well, all right," Bjornson said. "I know how fond you are of Bob, and I know you don't like me to mention his mistakes. I'll grant you he means well. So what? He's flighty, scatterbrained, and brash. To use an expression that was current when I was a boy, Bob is a twerp." Mrs. Dinsmore pulled the lucite platter so far over to her own side of the table that Bjornson couldn't get another cookie from it without getting up and stretching out along the tablecloth. "I don't agree with you," she said distantly. "Robert is a splendid fellow, so thoughtful and considerate. He takes a real interest in my soap carvings, and how many young men with an important position like his, third mate on a space freighter with a regularly scheduled run, would remember to send back plants from every port of call to an aunt on Earth? I shouldn't be surprised if I won a blue ribbon at the flower show again this year. My golden rain plant is about to bloom. Robert tells me it's a lovely thing." The captain cast a wistful look at the cookie plate. "Well, don't say I didn't warn you," he replied. "When's Bob due in port?" Mrs. Dinsmore's face relaxed. "Around the 25th, she said. He sent me a gram. Here, have another cookie. I must think up some little thing to cook for him as a surprise." The captain snaffled a handful of cookies from the plate and stood up to go. "Your ordinary cooking's good enough for me," he declared. "But if you mean something like those little shrimps fried in batter you had the last time he was here, go ahead, and watch for that plant." He stalked off across the lawn. "He's getting old," thought Amy Dinsmore, watching the gruff old codger limp around a flower bed. Bjornson had had prosthetic surgery after he lost his foot, and though it had been successful, grafts were never as flexible as natural members. Positively old. He ought to see a geriatrician right away. She'd tell him so the next time he came to see her, talking about Robert that way. She set the dial on the robot gardener on the front lawn to weeding dandelions, and started along the path that led to the little hothouse where most of the plants Robert had sent her were growing. Even in the deep tropics, Terra was, with few exceptions, too cold and dry for them. The Martian subjects, on the other hand, were in a cycroplex lean-to with hygroscopes and a battery of infrared lamps to keep the temperature up during the day. The heavy, moist air of the hothouse made Amy Dinsmore pant a little as she entered it. But how interesting it was! Even the leaves of her Venusian plant were fascinating, thick and leather-like, thin and dry and hard like parchment, hanging in heavy serpentine coils or bristling, pointed and sharp as so many spears. And their coloring ranged from cerise through a silky taupe and indigo around to an angry, bright, metallic blue. As for their flowers, oh my! Amy Dinsmore had never seen anything like them. All you could do was stand in front of them with your mouth open and stare. When she wasn't looking at her Martian succulents, they were her favorite of anything she grew. She halted in front of the plant Robert had sent her last. Yes, Hjalmar Bjornsson was getting definitely senile. How could anybody think that this poor little dried-up thing could be harmful? It was a mere bundle of desiccated stems with only a tiny new leaf or two to indicate that it was alive. It looked a little better than it had yesterday, though. The colchicine solution must have been good for it. Amy brushed a few dead flies from the ledge behind it into her hand and threw them into the composter. She liked to have things neat. Now, what should she cook as a surprise for Robert? He was fond of sweet things, of course, but it always seemed to her that he praised her meat dishes and entrees most. He liked her cooking so much because her roast turkeys and grilled steaks had a crust on them. Electronically cooked food was quick to prepare, and it might be as good for you as they said it was, but the outside looked like the inside, and it all tasted flavorless and gray. What was the use of saving time in cooking if you ended up with food that wasn't any fun to eat? "You aren't looking well, Amy," Captain Bjornsson said 3 or 4 weeks later. He looked at her with the critical attention of an old friend. "You've got a lot of Cosmolac, but you still look peaked. What's the matter? Worried about Bob? Ships don't get hurt in meteor swarms anymore." He looked down at his grafted foot reminiscently. "Not like when I was a third mate." Amy Dinsmore shook her head. She picked up one of the brightly colored hexagons. They had been playing a desultory game of marula in the airy coolness of the side stoa, and fiddled with it. "I haven't been sleeping well," she confessed at last. "I've had such unpleasant dreams, horrid things." "What about?" Bjornsson asked. "That blasted plant?" "Honestly, Amy, it looks like some kind of spider to me." "No, I don't know why you can't leave my Venusian rambler alone. Robert told me it was a very valuable plant, rare even in its own habitat. It's doing so nicely, too. A spider. I wish you'd stop trying to spoil it for me." "I'm sorry," Bjornsson apologized. "Forget it. Go on, tell me about your dreams." "Well, on Tuesday, or was it Wednesday? No, it must have been Tuesday, because that was the day after I flew over to Hartford. I was down by the hothouse, and I found the most unpleasant thing beside the path." She shuddered. "I've been dreaming about it ever since." "What was it?" Bjornsson urged. "Oh, I guess it must have been a rabbit once, one of the wild ones. Only it was nothing except some fur and bones. Not decayed, Hjalmar, you understand. Just gone. I can't imagine what had happened to it." "Better see a mental hygienist," the captain advised after a pause. "Nightmares can be very serious." "I suppose so. I really dread going to sleep." The next morning, very early, Amy turned on the floor with unsteady fingers. What a horrid dream it had been! She could hardly believe that it hadn't been real, and that she was safe and sound in her own bedroom after all. Outside, the noise that had wakened her, the jagged, unearthly caterwauling of a couple of tomcats promenading in the moonlight, came again. Ordinarily, it was a noise Amy disliked very much. The poor things always sounded as if they were in deadly agony, but now she was glad to hear it. Heavens, if it hadn't been for those cats crying and waking her up, she might still be asleep and dreaming about blood. She turned the ceiling selector to summer sky, lay back on her pillow, and tried to relax. It was her favorite of all the ceilings her bedroom had, so lovely and calm and blue, and right now she needed something lovely and calm. One thing was sure, she wasn't going to stand this much longer. She didn't believe in pampering herself, but if she had that dream once more, she was going to take Bjornsson's advice and see a mental hygienist. She'd think about something pleasant. Amy tried to fix her mind on gardening, on how well her plants were doing, but it wasn't a success. When she tried to keep her thoughts on her Venusian rambler, why did they call it a rambler? It was turning into a large, stocky, compact bush, more like an outsized camellia than anything else Amy Dinsmore could think of. They kept veering back to her dream and all that. Well, then she'd think about Robert. She was a lucky woman to have a nephew like him. She'd worked out several menus, all the things he liked best, but she wished she could think of something a little different. There were so few kinds of meat when everything was said and done. Lamb and beef and muck sauce and bolo and pork, and she always thought bolo was stringy and tough. Gradually Amy's nerves began to quiet. The cats had grown quiet too, except for an occasional outburst that sounded like lightning made audible. Her thoughts drifted lazily from Robert to her soap carving. After a while she went to sleep. The morning was sunny and bright, and she felt almost ashamed of herself for having let a dream affect her so seriously. She had finished her matutinal inspection of the hothouse and the succulent growing shed, and had started back to the house when she came on a bundle lying by the hothouse wall. At first she didn't recognize it for what it was, and stooped over it, poking at it with a stick. After an instant she straightened, nauseated, remembering where she had last seen that ginger-colored fur. The bundle was not very bulky remains, bones, and some patches of hide of a cat. Hadn't there been some pieces of white fur, too? Of 2 cats. She'd better call Hjalmar. It might be dangerous. There must be some wild animals living near her hothouse, a lynx or ferret or wildcat or stoat. Mrs. Dinsmore wasn't strong on zoology, but she knew exactly what sort of an animal she had in mind. Something lithe and dark and bloodthirsty. Goodness, it was quite frightening. On the other hand, Robert would be in port in a couple of days. If she asked Hjalmar to help her, he'd either make an enormous masculine fuss over it. She still remembered the time she'd asked him to put up a towel rack for her, and he'd arrived with a set of socket wrenches, a hand electric drill, 4 pairs of pliers, and a portable arc welding outfit. Or he'd pooh-pooh and pish-tush her into silence. Either way, it wouldn't be satisfactory. She'd wait for Robert. Robert was so comforting. If only she didn't have more of those dreams. Despite her apprehensions, her next night's slumber was profound and sweet. She hadn't felt so rested and refreshed in weeks. She put the Somni spray, maybe if she'd thought to use it before, she wouldn't have had those horrid nightmares, back in the closet and decided that she'd do some soap carving after breakfast. She felt in the mood for it, and Robert would be disappointed if she didn't have something new to show him that she'd carved since he had last been in port. Besides, she might be able to think of the special dish she wanted to make for him while she was working. She'd found from experience that some of her best culinary ideas came to her while she was making a statuette or plaque out of soap. The meal concluded, she got out her set of modeling knives and a couple of cakes of soap. Soap was rather hard to get, since most people use synthetic detergents nowadays, but she knew a little store in Perth Amboy that carried it. This last batch had a lovely texture. Amy rotated the living room on its axis until the light was exactly right, and then sat down in front of her carving desk. What should she make? A statuette? A plaque in low relief? A plaque of a flower? Somehow she didn't want to think about animals right now. She had sketched in the conventionalized Hermodactylus, and was beginning to pick it out carefully from the background when it occurred to her that she hadn't been down to the hothouse this morning to see her plants. Why, that would never do. She mustn't neglect them. It was terribly important. Her head hurt, how dizzy she felt. She'd better go at once. She'd better go. Cake of soap in one hand, knife in the other, panting a little, Amy set out toward her plants in a stumbling run. She was halfway to the hothouse before it occurred to her to question the impulse which had taken her incontinently from her carving and set her in blind motion toward the hothouse, and by then it was too late. She was no longer a free agent in any sense of the term. The mental grip which had taken the rabbit and the cats to their death had tightened on her inescapably. Remote from her body, in a glassy paralysis of fear and impotence, Amy watched her feet move briskly down the path. Oh, if she could only cry out, call Hjalmar. She felt the muscles of her throat straining, but no sound came, and now she was standing before the hothouse, and her hand had opened the door. The rambler was waiting for her. Very slowly, like a man flexing his arm, it reached out one of the stocky branches towards her. Amy saw that at the end of the branch, well hidden under the dark green, glossy leaves, was a slender, translucent, hollow thorn. It was about the size of the hypodermic needle the doctor had used when, in her last year's physical examination, he'd taken a sample of blood. Amy knew exactly what was going to happen. First the hollow thorn until her veins were dry, and then the slowly opening maw, gaping above the big, swollen, meter-wide base the thick leaves of the rambler had served to conceal. It would take a long time, but Hjalmar would never miss her before it was too late. The rambler's branch moved delicately over the surface of Amy's right wrist, the one with the modeling knife. The other branches were drooping limply away from the purple-pink of its swollen base, waiting while it hunted the exact spot. It hesitated for an instant, and then Amy's mouth drew into a soundless O of pain, struck home. A dark fluid began to stain the hollow thorn. For just a fraction of a second the Rambler's mental grip on Amy Dinsmore relaxed. She could feel its blind concentration on its own black enjoyment. And in that fraction of a second, Amy threw the cake of soap in her left hand straight into the Rambler's fleshy maw. The Rambler gripped at her mind again, but it was a disturbed and feeble grip. Its branches began to move around the fleshy bowl they had shielded slowly, and then in a furious heaving. The thorn which had entered her wrist was jaggedly withdrawn. Amy, her wrist streaming blood, stared at the Rambler for a moment, and then lunged at it with the menacing knife. Sitting outside on the ground beside the hothouse afterward, her forehead on her hands, feeling sick and faint, Amy had an idea. At first she pushed it from her. It was far-fetched, silly, even a little repulsive. But was it so silly after all? And as to being unpleasant, well, bolo meat commanded enormous prices in the market, and, from everything she'd ever heard, the bolo was the very reverse of a fastidious feeder. Even pigs certainly weren't dainty in their eating habits. If she parboiled it in several waters and braised it slowly with a hint of ginger in the sauce, well, after all, why not? Amy, the modeling knife in her hand, went into the hothouse again. "Gee, Aunt Amy, this meat's good," Robert said. He was talking with his mouth full. "I've eaten indigenous chow on 3 planets. 4 if you call the stuff they serve you on Uranus food, and it's my opinion that there isn't a better cook anywhere in the system than you. Fact. How do you do it anyhow?" Amy Dinsmore lowered her eyes. She could feel herself blushing through her cosmolac. "Oh, thank you, Robert." "She sure is, Bob," Hjalmar Bjornsson said expansively. "That gravy. She's the best cook on Terra all the time, but when you're in port, she gets sort of inspired." "What kind of meat is this, though, Amy? And could I have some more?" "Of course," Amy said. She refilled Hjalmar's plate. "It's something new I found in the big auto market in the city," she said vaguely. "By the way, Aunt Amy," Bob said, laying down his fork, "after I sent you that plan, I heard it was supposed to be carnivorous. I forgot to mention it in my last gram. You didn't get into any trouble with it, did you?" "No, it died," Amy said smoothly. "I had to throw it out. Too bad." She brightened. "Pass your plate, Robert dear," she said. End of Flowering Evil by Margaret St. Clair.
The Ghost of the Swamp by A.G. Canfield. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Ghost of the Swamp by A.G. Canfield. Someone has said that these swamps of the South are its ghosts. They are, at any rate, fit dwelling places for ghosts if dismalness and unwholesomeness can make them so. It is a mixed question among people intimate with ghosts and versed in their manners and customs, why a ghost that was a sensible person in life should, after death, choose such uncomfortable places of residence as damp, mouldy churchyards, windy ruins, and the like. It is well known, however, to the above-mentioned ghost fanciers that they do particularly affect such haunts, and it must be allowed that nothing could be found to suit them better than a southern swamp. A great swamp is one of the dreariest scenes the eye of man ever rested on. Desolation covers it as with a pall. Even at noontide, semi-darkness and deathly silence reign there. Darkness and silence so weird and unnatural that an owl's hoot or vulture's hoarse croak break as startlingly on the ear as the crack of a pistol shot. Every tree is draped thick with funereal wreaths of Spanish moss. Every log and stump lies rotting in the pestilential damp. Every breath of air, every drop of water teems with malaria. It is the paradise of the serpent and the saurian, of all noxious and deadly things. Humanity has no business there. In just such a swamp I had the evil hap to lose myself towards the close of a winter's day in the 50s. I was a stranger, visiting an old college mate, and had been invited to join the gentlemen of the vicinity in a deer hunt. Being a novice, I was placed at a stand, and told to remain there until the game was driven past me. I had not been stationed long before a fat buck dashed by. He came and was gone like a flash. Nevertheless, I banged away with a glorious disregard, alike of the improbability of hitting the deer and of the insecurity of my own seat on horseback. I was reminded of the latter by finding myself promptly deposited on the oozy soil, while my horse, with a contemptuous fling of his heels within an inch of my right ear, galloped away. Here was a pleasant predicament, alone and on foot in the middle of this hideous swamp. I had no horn to blow, and could not have blown one if I had it, but as a substitute shouted until I was hoarse. Distant calls or the echoes of my own voice came back from every direction, but in vain I waited and waited. Nobody came. Losing patience, I was foolish enough to leave the spot where I had been placed and set about trying to find my own way out of the swamp. I looked round. There was no lack of paths to follow, but the difficulty was that there were too many of them, as tracks of strayed cattle and wild hogs crossed and recrossed each other in bewildering plenty. I chose one haphazard, but it only wound round and at last landed me again at the starting point. I followed another, and it vanished in a hollow tree. A third ended in a mud-hole. In short, although I was as ignorant of woodcraft as a town-bred baby, it did not take long to convince me that I was hopelessly lost. On I floundered, wading through departed generations of rotting leaves, sinking mid-length in slush, or stumbling over cypress knees and breaking my own. It was now quite dark, and I was about giving up in despair, and looking round for the driest spot to be found on which to deposit my weary body until morning, when I caught a glimmer of light through the trees. "Humph," said I, "this is pleasant, wandering about this beastly swamp in company with a jack-o'-lantern." But the flame burned too steadily for a marsh light. Could I reach it, I wondered, without breaking my neck over logs and stumps, or pitching head foremost into some slimy bayou where I should infallibly furnish a supper for a dozen or so of hungry alligators? Advancing cautiously, I drew nearer the light, which grew larger and brighter, and shone red through the trees, as though seemingly from a large fire. Who could have kindled it? Surely no human being could be living in the heart of this pestilential jungle. I crept forward to the edge of a small clearing, popped my head round an intervening tree, and gazed upon blank darkness. A dilapidated log cabin stood in the center of the clearing, but where had the light vanished? I rubbed my eyes and stared again. Not a twinkle was visible. Only a minute since it stretched in a red line to my very feet. Now darkness reigned supreme. Taking at last my courage in both hands, I entered the cabin. It was in the last stages of dilapidation. The chinking had fallen from between the logs, the roof was partly gone, and the absence of anything like furniture showed that it had been unoccupied for a long time. Then who could have kindled that fire? Lighting a match, I examined the fireplace. Heaps of ashes caked with mold lay on the hearth, but not even a charred stick nor a sign of recent fire was visible. I gave up trying to solve the riddle and set about making myself as comfortable as circumstances would permit. With the boards that had fallen from the roof and some dry branches picked up outside, I kindled a fire, but there was small store of fuel wherewith to fight the cold and darkness of a long winter's night. However, grumbling would not mend matters, so I speedily resolved to make the best of it. I reloaded my rifle, and then sat down on the ground close beside the hearth, and leaning my back against the logs, prepared to doze and watch alternately till daylight. It was not long before I lost myself in thoughts of my late companions, wondered if they were looking for me, wondered if they would find me in the morning, or if I was doomed to pass the remainder of my life in this dismal swamp, dozed, woke up, dozed again, and finally went fast asleep. When I awoke, it was with the feeling that I was shut up in an iceberg. Deadly cold palsied my limbs, froze my blood, and clogged the very beating of my heart. Yet the fire was not out, though it had burned down to a bed of hot live coals, and I sat close beside it. With an effort like that with which we cast off the oppression of a nightmare, I seized what remained of the fuel and heaped it on the fire. I had no thought then of sparing it, for I felt that unless this fearful cold was overcome, I must quickly perish. The dry wood blazed up brightly, and as I cowered shivering over it, I thought I felt a touch on my shoulder. Startled, I looked around, but saw nothing. It must have been fancy, yet surely it felt very much like a heavy hand laid on me. As nothing further occurred, I sat down in front of the fire. Good God! What was that? Distinctly, I felt the clutch of a hand on my shoulder. It felt exactly as if somebody in a violent passion had seized me for the purpose of shaking the life out of me. With an exclamation, I sprang to my feet, prepared to grapple with my assailant. There was nothing to be seen. I stirred the fire to a brighter blaze and scanned every corner of the room, plainly visible in the strong light, but there was absolutely nothing. With a determined effort at composure, I set my teeth and clenched my hands, and strove with all my might to control the childish terror that possessed me. I even stamped my foot to convince myself that I was awake. Then I strode up and down the floor, and as I walked, another step kept pace with mine, and a touch from a clammy hand, now here, now there, showed that my invisible companion was close beside me. I felt as if I should soon go mad with the unspeakable horror of hearing and feeling that some sentient thing was near me, yet in that bright light, and in spite of all my efforts to see nothing. It would not be half as bad in the dark, I thought, for then I could believe this haunting thing was something real, tangible, anything. No matter how dangerous and deadly, so it were real. I was soon to prove the fallacy of this notion. The fire had been gradually dying down, and now with one last expiring flash went out. As the light diminished, I cowered closer to the flame, and, crouched on the ground at one end of the hearth, tried to screw up my courage to meet whatever should happen next. Minutes passed. They seemed to me hours. The room was now densely dark, and I could not hear the slightest sound, yet all at once it struck me that someone was rekindling the fire. A faint glow came from the dead ashes into which my last piece of wood had resolved itself, and as I watched the spot breathlessly, the tiny flame broadened and brightened until the same strong red light I had seen from the outside diffused itself over the mouldering walls and ceiling of the cabin. And now too sensible a light displaced the chill, clinging damp, and I saw that the fireplace was piled high with substantial logs. If at this time the flame had burned blue and emitted a strong odor of sulphur, I should not have been surprised. That would have been in keeping with the circumstances. But here was a good, honest fire that any chilled wayfarer might have been glad to warm his limbs at, with nothing ghostly about it. Who had kindled it? But now as I gazed, with eyes wide open, at the opposite side of the hearth, I saw an old man sitting in a big splint-bottomed chair. He leaned forward, his clasped hands resting on the top of a thick stick, gazing intently at the fire, and seemingly unconscious of my presence. I had, therefore, an opportunity to observe him closely. His vast frame showed that he must once have possessed a giant's strength. A thick mat of snow-white wool showed in startling contrast to a face as black as ebony and seamed with countless wrinkles, across which a long white scar cut from the left temple across the nose to the lobe of the right ear. He was dressed in a patched and ragged suit of homespun, the trouser legs hanging in fringes round his bare feet, and in a belt of undressed deerskin hung a long knife, its naked blade shining keen and cruel in the firelight. A runaway negro, I thought, hiding in the swamp and housing in this shanty at night because it is 1 degree better than the swamp outside. He looks rather an uncanny customer, but I have my gun, and, after all, why should he wish to harm me? If he has been long in this horrible place, he ought to be glad to see even a white man's face. Here it struck me that the appearance of the cabin had unaccountably changed. I could see no open cracks in the walls. The roof was apparently whole. In one corner a bed of dried moss was piled. In another stood a rude bench on which were arranged a tin cup and plate, a skillet, and an iron pot. How and when in the name of goodness had these things got here? For not a sound had broken the deathly stillness for an hour. Now, somehow or other, I was mightily cheered and encouraged by the genial warmth and light of the fire and the homely look of the room, unaccountable as the transformation was, and still more by the presence of a human being in this ghastly solitude. All my ghostly terror vanished, and seeing that the old man was still gazing at the fire and taking no notice of me, I thought I would rouse him from his meditations and satisfy my curiosity as to these strange happenings. "Hallo, old man!" I exclaimed loudly and cheerily. "Who the deuce are you, and where did you and your fire and furniture spring from all at once?" The apparition in the big chair slowly straightened itself, and still leaning one hand on this stick, turned his eyes full on my face. Never until my dying day shall I forget that look. It was not alone the deadly malignity, the fiery hate, the almost maniacal ferocity flaming in those sunken eyes that froze my blood and made me shiver from head to foot. I had faced calmly many a greater danger than could threaten me from a weak old man. I could have met the spring of a tiger without that utter sinking of the spirit, that palsy of the nerves which now overcame me. There was a devilish spell in that gaze that struck the strength from my arm and the manhood from my heart. I was afraid, yes, I was most horribly afraid of that poor old negro. Never once did I think of my gun. In fact, I never once thought of defending myself, but simply cowered before him like a terror-stricken child. Slowly he rose, leaning on his stick. Slowly his great height towered up till it seemed to me his head touched the rafters. Slowly he crossed the room, drawing nearer and nearer to me, while I sat motionless, spellbound by the baleful fascination of those glaring eyes. He bent over me, an icy breath stirred my hair, cold, clammy fingers clasped my throat, pressing, until my tongue lolled from my mouth. My eyes seemed starting from my head, and blood burst from my ears and nostrils. Then sensation left me. I was as one dead. When consciousness returned to me, daylight was creeping into the old cabin, now empty and dilapidated as when I had first seen it. Not a sign remained of last night's vision, not even of the terrible throttling I had received. It all seemed like a dreadful dream. I was in sufficiently bad plight, however. My eyes and skin burned with incipient fever, every bone in me ached, and my head worst of all. I was so weakened by fasting, the oppressiveness of the air, and the fearful night I had passed, that I felt utterly incapable of exertion, and could only wait in pain and stupor until someone came to my relief. It was not until afternoon, however, that I was found. All efforts to follow my devious wanderings had failed, and my friends were forced to send to a distant plantation for bloodhounds to track me. But late as my deliverance came, I hailed it with a thankful heart, for I fully believed that I should not survive another night in that cabin, and, as it was, I had a pretty sharp attack of fever. When I was convalescent, my host said to me one day, "Pardon my curiosity, but you said some such queer things in your delirium that I want to ask you what really happened to you in old Goliath's cabin." "Goliath? Is that his name? Well, it suits him." "Suits whom?" asked my friend with an odd look at me. "The man I saw in the cabin that night, to be sure." And therewith I related my adventures. When I had finished, my host said thoughtfully, "Strange things do happen sometimes, even in this prosaic age, things inexplicable by any rule of common sense or reason. You cannot have dreamed this, and it is simply impossible that you can ever have seen or heard of the man you describe. Yet there can be no doubt as to his identity. The scar across his face would alone settle that, but your description is in every point singularly exact. Do you know that you have seen a ghost?" "Ghost? Nonsense! Maniac, if you will. That he is, I believe, but his fingers were quite too substantial for a ghost. I can feel them now, choking the life out of me." "Yet the fingers left no mark on your throat." "No, that is the strangest part of it. But ghosts, I have always heard, are impalpable. How could a ghost's hands throttle a man?" "Well, whatever it may have been, dream or vision, visitant from another world, or psychic mystery of this one, the fact remains that the man you saw has been dead for 20 years. He was a noted desperado and runaway, set every plantation law at defiance, and always evaded punishment by running off to the swamp. He spent most of his life there, and some years before his death he became insane, no doubt from the ghastly solitude in which he lived. Fancy the brute strength of a gorilla joined to a maniac's violence, and you can form some idea of what a terror he became. It was a simple matter of necessity to destroy him, for such were his cunning and ferocity that to take him alive was impossible. But it was not until he had killed or desperately wounded several of his assailants that he fell riddled with buckshot on the door-sill of his cabin. He was buried close by, and the negroes have ever since declared that his ghost haunts it. Freedom and $5,000 to boot would not tempt one of them to go near the place in broad daylight, and if compelled to pass a night there, the unwilling sojourner would be as crazy as Goliath himself before morning. But I think, on the whole, it was lucky for you that you encountered him in the spirit instead of the flesh, for so great was his hatred of a white man that he would no doubt have torn you to pieces." I pondered long and seriously over my friend's story, and finally accepted his theory, partly, perhaps, because it soothed my wounded vanity and sore sense of shame at the want of courage I had shown throughout that terrible night. At any rate, I was, and am now, convinced that my antagonist was no mere mortal like myself, but a veritable ghost, The Ghost of the Swamp. End of The Ghost of the Swamp. Recording by Brian Fullen, Plano, Texas, March 2025.
The Ghost in the Red Shirt by B.M. Bauer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Caitlin Vanatestein. The Ghost in the Red Shirt by B.M. Bauer. The proper way to begin this story would be to assure the reader, first of all, that I have never believed in ghosts. That is the way ghost stories usually begin, I think. Also, I should say that what I am about to relate is perfectly true, but I won't begin it like that. As a matter of fact, I don't care much whether you believe me or not, and I always did believe in ghosts. At least, I always hoped they were truer than Santa Claus, and that someday I should see one. Aunt Jane. But I don't want to begin with Aunt Jane either. She always did begin everything in my life, ever since I can remember, and she shan't begin this story. I don't mean her even to know I wrote it. She'd only say I'm crazy, and I'm not. This is the way it all happened, and, mind, I don't care whether you believe it or not. It happened, and your belief or disbelief won't alter that one important fact. And he was the dearest old ghost. But wait till I start at the beginning, as I should have done before. We had gone across the lake that evening in the little sailboat. The new woman, Jack named it. You might know, he said she was full of whims, and it took a man to hold her nose in the wind. Jack's awfully sarcastic. There were just 6 of us, Aunt Jane and Mabel, Cousin Jack, Professor Goldburn, and Clifford Wilton. Clifford and I weren't on very friendly terms. We had been engaged, though Aunt Jane didn't suspect it, but it was all over, and my sweet little ruby ring was lying somewhere off Weir Point where Clifford threw it one day. But this is a ghost story. Nothing happened during the sail except that my hat blew away, and Mabel hinted that it wasn't an accident, that I liked to show off my hair. I said I didn't show off any hair, but what I might justly call my own, and of course, that made Mabel mad angry. I mean, Aunt Jane scolded me as usual. It's easy to tell which niece has the money. We landed to visit a cave in the cliff, and Mabel and Clifford flirted outrageously. It wasn't a bit interesting. I mean the cave. The flirting didn't worry me. I was particularly nice to Professor Goldburn, so nice that Aunt Jane called me her dear child twice, and the professor came near offering me his heart and hand. Jack saved me. He called us all to the boat, just as the professor got fairly warm to his subject. Of course, I ran as soon as Jack called, leaving the professor to come nipping along behind. I hate fat men anyways. A storm was muttering up from the horizon, and the oily, ugly clouds were almost over our heads before we pushed off, on account of Mabel and Clifford loitering along the cliff path and acting that silly. The lake was smooth as glass and ink black, and the look of it made me shiver, with 4 miles of it between us and home. Jack raised the sail, but it hung limp, so there was nothing for it but to row. Jack and Clifford went to work, while I steered the boat. Clifford spoke once to me. We ignored each other as a rule. Better keep her close in. We'll try to round this point and run into the cove before she strikes. If we don't, remarked Jack cheerfully, she'll flop us, and oh, mister, she won't do a thing to us. I rather thought she would do several things to us, but I didn't stop to argue the point. There wasn't time. I don't know just how it came about, but Jack was right. She flopped us. We weren't far from shore, so the upset wasn't very serious. The water was so shallow we could easily wade ashore, though Mabel called for help, and of course it was Clifford who rescued her, from water no deeper than our bathtub. It is incredible, the foolishness of that girl. I was first to climb the bank, and when I had watched the others land, I just sat down in the wind and the rain and laughed. Mabel says I will probably laugh at my own funeral. I'm positive I could have laughed at hers just then. The idea of a great overgrown girl like her. She weighs 150 pounds if she weighs an ounce, sobbing on a young man's shoulder, and the curl all out of her hair, and the complexion washed off her face in streaks. It's a wonder she didn't turn Clifford sick. But then, men show dreadfully poor taste at times. I don't suppose I was very entrancing myself just then, but thank goodness my complexion will bear washing. The new woman reached the shore, upside down, almost as soon as we did, and my old golf cape that Aunt Jane insists I shall carry with me always in the boat dangled on a wave-washed willow. Jack waded in and rescued it, and Aunt Jane's little gray shawl, her green umbrella's gone forever, for which I'm thankful, Mabel's sailor hat washed ashore while we stood there, and Clifford got that. Then Jack remembered that there was an old cabin near there, and we found what had once been a well-trodden path leading back from the shore into the woods. We followed it dismally with the lightning to guide us. Jack led the way, reciting, "It was night. The vivid lightnings flashed athwart the vaulted sky and shook their fiery darts upon the shuddering earth. The elements were in wild commotion," or something like that. I think he got it out of Penny Dreadful. Just as Jack said commotion with a fine roll upon the word, the professor caught his toe upon a root, and down he went. And I laughed. Aunt Jane didn't call me her dear child that time. She said, "Zella." But I don't care. Jack laughed too, though he did pretend he was just coughing. We found the cabin half hidden by the tall burdocks and wild rose bushes. The doorstep was sunken and covered deep with the leaves of many summers. Jack threw open the door and cried "Spooks!" in a sepulchral tone which gave me a chill, but when Mabel gave a squawk and caught Clifford's arm, I just pushed Mr. Jack headlong over the threshold and went on in. The lightning glared in at the open door and showed us a great old fireplace with a huge pile of dry wood stacked in one corner, and there were some chairs and a table, and that was all. Jack swooped down upon the fireplace with a shout, and we had a roaring fire in no time, for Jack's matches were dry, for a wonder. Goodness knows he paid enough for his matchbox. Aunt Jane said it was a scandalous price, but it was worth every cent of it to have dry matches that night. We huddled around the fire, half frozen from our ducking. I spread out my old golf cape to dry so that I might have some good of the old thing. I had lugged it around all summer and hadn't used it once. Aunt Jane and I took down our hair and wrung out the water. Mabel wouldn't. She said hers wasn't very wet, and that settled the switch question in my mind, and from the way Jack grinned, I knew what he thought about it. And Aunt Jane trying to make a match between those two. Professor Goldburn backed up to the fire and rubbed his pudgy hands together behind him, and ogled till I felt downright sick, but I wouldn't show it. He had lost his eyeglass, and the curl was out of his mustache, and his collar all crumpled, and that oily smile didn't seem to match the rest of him a bit. I don't care if he is worth $1 million or more. I just think he's horrid. I smiled back at him just to see Clifford scowl, but Clifford wasn't looking my way. He was whispering something to Mabel and had his back turned to me, both of which I consider rude in anybody, no matter who does it. Then Jack got to wondering what was in the next room, for there appeared to be two, and he and I went to explore. The room had been a bedroom, I think. It was bare of everything but dust and cobwebs, and was so small it didn't take us long. Jack only burned 1 match and 2 fingers. After that we sat around the fire and listened to the storm, and tried to think we weren't famished, which was hard to do, seeing how we had had nothing since luncheon. Aunt Jane worried over Uncle John and how anxious he'd be, but I was rather glad for him. He'd lectured me awfully that morning because I wasn't nice and dignified like Mabel. I hoped he'd remember it with remorse. Jack sang coon songs and even did a cakewalk. I got up and helped him in that, just to shock Mabel. She thinks cakewalking is very unladylike and always looks scandalized when I begin anything of the kind. Aunt Jane, to punish us, I think, started the professor going on his pet microbes, and once he was started, no one else had any show whatsoever. He droned on about bacilli and other horrors, and gravely assured us that old cabin was undoubtedly swarming with awful-sounding germs. Fancy being married to such a man. Ugh! Aunt Jane presently fell asleep, and as Clifford took to staring moodily into the fire, and not seeming to remember anything but his thoughts, Mabel soon followed Aunt Jane's example. I was hungry and cross, and even the professor couldn't talk me to sleep. I wrapped my golf cape around me and cuddled in an old armchair in front of the fireplace with Jack and the professor upon either side of me and Clifford on a little bench against the wall. Aunt Jane and Mabel were on the side opposite Clifford, though they, being asleep, do not count. I was beginning to hold my eyes open with some effort when something roused me, and I sat up straight and listened. The storm was still beating furiously against the cabin walls, but another sound was distinctly audible. There could be no mistake. Someone was walking back and forth in the other room. We looked at one another, and I admit a creepy feeling went up my spine just at first. Clifford caught up a brand from the fire and started for the closed door, and we all followed him. When we crowded into the doorway, we saw nothing but the dust and the cobwebs and the dancing glare of Clifford's torch upon the rough board walls. It was such a bare little room that I think we all felt a bit ashamed of our nerves. The footsteps had ceased, and only the wind and rain, beating upon the low roof, could be heard. "It's the wind," said Clifford, pointing his torch downward to freshen the blaze. "It was the water drifting from some branch upon the roof," said the professor, and that was the most sensible remark he had made that night. "More likely it's rats," put in Jack. "Can't be a ghost. They're noted chiefly for the noise they don't make." I pinched Jack soundly for mentioning ghosts and spoke as firmly as I could with my teeth chattering so. "It's your microbes, Professor." Jack snickered, and the professor rolled his eyes reproachfully at me. Then we all went back to the fire, and Jack threw on more wood. The professor went on talking, only this time it was about telepathy or something of that sort. And soon we heard that heavy, measured tread, as before. I must say I didn't much like the sound of it, coming like that with no feet to make the thing seem reasonable, and with no ghost to make it creepily interesting. But the men appeared to ignore the tramping, so I tried not to care. Jack fell to smoking cigarettes, seeing Aunt Jane was asleep, and Clifford poked the ashes into fanciful little heaps and got creases in his forehead. He did look glum, and no mistake, but I couldn't see that he was afraid or anything like that. After a while my eyes went shut just for a minute. I could still hear the professor's voice droning like a big bumblebee, when suddenly he stopped short in the middle of a sentence. That was odd, for he does love to round out his sentences nicely, even when he is interrupted. I opened my eyes and looked at him. He was gazing, with mouth half open and with eyes full of fear, at something behind me. Well, you know how it is when someone begins to stare behind you. If you were to be hanged for it the next minute, you turn and look. You couldn't help it. I turned in my chair, and brrr, I went cold all over, with little prickles in my scalp. I suppose that was my hair standing on end, though Jack says it always does. Coming slowly across the room, straight towards me, was a man, ghost, oh, I don't know what. I gave one horrified glance, then I jumped from the armchair, and with one bound I was on the little bench, snuggled up to Clifford's side. I didn't realize it till I felt his arm, well, under the golf cape. That blessed old cape shall never go to the ragman, I assure you. I was none too soon, for as I sprang from the chair it slid into it. There he sat, a short, stocky figure with grizzled hair and rough, toil-hardened hands. His eyes were dull and gazed straight into the fire. I must confess I was the tiniest bit disappointed after that first glance. I had all my life longed to see a really truly ghost, but this one was neither picturesque nor orthodox. Where was the white winding sheet? He wore faded blue overalls and a red flannel shirt. As to the chill, I have felt that before. For instance, when Clifford threw my ring away out, and I watched the widening circle while it fell, while he said bitterly, "There goes my faith in women," I felt the very same creepy cold trickling down my back. I believe I even felt worse that time. We all sat as if paralyzed. After a minute I gathered courage to glance up at Clifford's face, and do you know, he actually seemed to enjoy the situation. He looked down at me, and his eyes smiled, and I'm not sure but his lips did as well. I know he didn't seem a bit scared. Jack certainly was white, though he scouted the idea afterwards, and the professor's face was like a great lump of beef sweat. After what seemed hours and was probably only seconds, the apparition rose, glided back to the door, and disappeared. Jack drew a long breath and finished making a cigarette, though I know his hands shook and made it hard work. The professor gathered himself together, said, "Lord bless my soul." It was as bad as swearing the way he said it, and raised a forefinger. "Ladies and gentlemen," he began in a shaky half-whisper, "it would seem that we have just beheld something unusual and startling." "Well, I should tell a man," said Jack, glancing furtively over his shoulder as he drew a match along the edge of his chair. "Now," continued the professor hurriedly, somewhat steadied by Jack's composure, though I'm certain that was only assumed, "I would suggest, in the interest of scientific research, that before anything is said upon the subject, we each in turn write a brief description of the phenomenon. In this way there will be less danger of our impression being colored by that of another mind, and ladies first." With this lame finish he handed me a little red notebook and a pencil. "Write briefly what you saw. I take it you did see something. Then turn the page and pass the book to Mr. Wilton." This struck me as being decidedly original, and since I was not nearly as frightened as one would suppose, it was such a comfort being reconciled to Clifford, I took the book and did the best I could. Then Clifford drew his arm reluctantly from under my cape. I hope and pray no one knew it was there all this while. Scribbled rapidly, turned the page, and gave the book to Jack, and then his arm, oh, well, what could I do? I did try pinching his hand, but his fingers caught mine in an awful grip and wouldn't let go. And so what could I do? Just then Aunt Jane woke with a shiver. "Mercy," she said, "what an awful storm." In a moment she noticed the steps in the other room. "Strange," she said, turning her head to listen. "What is it, do you think?" "Wind," said the professor, rather curtly for him. "Water," said Clifford, giving my fingers a squeeze. "Rats," announced Jack, in a tone which left us doubtful as to his meaning. "Microbes," finished I, not to be outdone by their brevity and aplomb. "Zella!" cried Aunt Jane, glancing apprehensively at the professor. The professor looked at me and sighed, and Jack clapped both hands over his heart and nearly sighed himself off the three-legged stool. Jack can't endure Professor Goldburn. "Zella," began Aunt Jane pointedly, Don't you think you would be more comfortable in that chair? Meaning the ghost chair. No, I don't, I snapped very impertinently. I'm afraid, but catch me sitting in that chair again. Aunt Jane turned to Jack, perched uncomfortably on the stool. Now Jack is proverbially lazy. He never sits upright when he can lean. Well, Jack, I never knew you to let a cushioned armchair go begging an occupant. What's the matter? Oh, nothing, drawled Jack. You sit there yourself, Mother. Well, I will. It looks more comfortable than this straight-backed one. And she settled down heavily on the faded calico cushion while I shivered with horror. If the ghost in the red shirt returned, well, Aunt Jane is one of the screaming sort. We sat quiet a long time, it seemed to me. I was just wondering if I dared lean my head against Clifford and take a nap, when I felt his arm tighten warningly. I looked, and there was the ghost gliding up to the chair, his lustreless eyes fixed upon the fire as before. Jack turned and saw it and grew white. He can't convince me he wasn't scared, for he looked it. I stared horrified. I tried to cry out, but before I could limber my tongue, it felt so dry and helpless, the ghost reached the chair and sat, right down upon Aunt Jane. He really did. She stirred a little and shivered. Throw more wood on the fire, Jack, she said. I feel chilly. Chilly? Good heaven, I think we all did. Even Jack's splendid nerve was shaken at sight of his own mother dandling that thing upon her knees. Mother, he cried, and his voice sounded hoarse, for a fellow that wasn't scared. For God's sake, move. Well, there's a gap in the story here that I can't fill. The next I remember, Aunt Jane was fanning me with Mabel's sailor hat, and Jack stood by with an old tomato can full of water, which leaked a stream almost, and he looked very sober. The professor was rubbing his hands together and saying, Lord bless my soul, over and over. I hate that man. The ghost in the red shirt was gone, and I could not hear any footsteps in the vacant room. After that it was 1,000 years till morning. Our watches had all stopped, so I may be allowed my own estimate of the time, I hope. Well, I think that's all of the ghost story. It would take too long to tell how we walked home at daybreak, 6 miles it was, right through the woods, and Aunt Jane and the professor puffing like steam engines before we had gone a mile, or how Uncle John had a steam launch out searching for our remains. All that would make another story, and one is my limit. Oh, I didn't go to sleep in that cabin and dream all this. How would you account for Clifford's behavior since that night, then? And what about the red notebook? That is evidence that the ghost was real enough, I should think. We had all seen him alike, only Jack said he wanted a shave, which I hadn't noticed, and the professor wrapped his description up in so many long words that there was no getting at the sense of it, except that he did see a ghost. Aunt Jane didn't see him at all. She said she'd have died of fright if she had, and of course Mabel, sleeping through the performance as she did, was perfectly furious. She even went so far as to say we all made it up among us just to annoy her. Mabel and the professor left the same day soon after that. Mabel simply couldn't treat me decently after she knew. Oh, and I have another ruby ring, exactly like the one which lies off Weir Point, and Clifford has oceans of faith in women. End of The Ghost in the Red Shirt by B.M. Bauer.
The Hate by Wilfred Allen. From Weird Tales, June 1928. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A grim little story is The Hate by Wilfred Allen. The thing began far back in time, while the great Frank, Charles, claimed dominion over the rude Western world. Deep in the mountain mass of northern Spain, a pair of youths loitered laughingly up the rocky path under the spotted shade of scrubby trees. A clatter and a rattle of stone came suddenly from above, and they looked up to see a burly figure, accoutred in the skins and half-armor of the time, striding down the trail. Automatically, both lads stepped aside to let the petty noble pass, for who were they, common peasants and unarmed, to crowd such as he? And then it happened, without reason or excuse. As he came abreast of the two, the stocky stranger suddenly whipped his short sword out, and in one quick motion ran it through the body of the nearer youth. The other could have turned and run. Indeed, it was the expectation of the killer that he would. If he had done so, The killer would have roared and howled at his terrified flight, then have gone on his way, well pleased. But the other's reaction to the situation was not what the killer's would have been had the situation been reversed. Instead, he sprang full at the killer's throat, unarmed though he was, but his frail strength was no match for the stouter man, who, with a single hand, brought the youngster into submission. For a long moment the killer looked gloatingly at the horrified eyes of the helpless boy. Then, deliberately and shaking with fiendish laughter, he began to press the blade into the slender body. Not quickly, as he had with the other, but slowly, pausing after each advancement of the stinging point to feast on the anguish of the dying lad. And, when the anguish did not seem of the ultimate degree, to twist the blade in the squirming body. Whole minutes it lasted, and the end did not come until another thing was born to take the place of the life that was ebbing into oblivion, a thing of which the killer was unconscious then, but which was to live 1,000 years, a thing so contrary to the experience of human senses that it cannot be described as one can describe a picture, a hate too great even to die until it had brought its maker and adequate vengeance together. This hate cannot be pictured. It was composed of the act which gave its birth, caught and frozen into invisible existence, as if it were a four-dimensional thing, and also of its mission of vengeance. Together they made up the hate and gave it life and being, if not existence in time and space as we know them. The day had been nasty. A thunderstorm of unparalleled violence had lasted from 3 o'clock until after dark, and the ground was still littered with the melting hailstones. A bedraggled figure in horizon blue slogged from the trench into the officer's dugout and jerked painfully to a salute as it faced the lieutenant. "Corporal," the officer said, after a perfunctory acknowledgment of the salute, "it is not often that I have to beg a man's pardon, but I do for sending you out into this night of hell. But it must be done, for the colonel orders that we obtain information from in front of our sector. So it is you I am sending, for it is you who can do well what must be done well. Take 2 men, and tonight, at 15 minutes after 11, make patrol into the front and get the necessary information." A night of hell it was. Caught by a flare, his 2 men were riddled at the very outset, leaving the corporal alone in his hole, a bare stone's toss from the hostile trench. Ahead of him, a machine gun at the apex of a salient swept the ground about him with its humming death at each stir upon his part. The pain from his knee, which had been torn by a bullet that had mushroomed and cut the flesh into strips, throbbed in a rhythm with the ever-pounding pulse. The pain was soon reinforced by fever and thirst, but although the ground in the depression was yet moist from the recent deluge, no water had collected there, for it drained deeper into some dank cavern below, and he licked the steaming earth in a futile effort to stop the maddening thirst. At last, in desperation, he drew himself chokingly over the edge of the hole. A burst of fire spurted toward him at the movement, and he tumbled back with blood streaming from the face marked with 3 parallel furrows. Another hour of torment passed. Then, knowing that death was only a matter of time, the bullet-riddled Frenchman again stumbled over the edge of the shell hole, but toward, not from, the enemy. At the first appearance of his head over the earthen parapet, the machine gun began to stutter, and the impact of heavy blows told the half-delirious man that he was being struck, though there was no sensation of pain from the flesh wounds. Grimly, he staggered on, while the thud of bullets around his flesh kept time with the rapid putt-putt of the gun. As the man still moved doggedly ahead, the stocky gunner in the salient began to wonder, and then to fear. Surely he could not be missing, but with equal certainty no human being could come on against the hail of death. Yet on the dimly visioned figure came, on, and at last it was so close that in the weird light of the flares the gunner could see the shots shake their target. A leg was dragging awfully, but still the figure advanced in a series of hops. A change came over the gunner. Fear vanished, and puzzlement, and there remained only a gloating joy as each tearing bullet struck. The gunner counted each burst of shots with a brutish grunt of satisfaction as it tore through the approaching figure. But on the other came, a musket which it had picked up held out stiffly, with bayonet fixed. Right up to the brink of the trench it came, out of the reach of the gun at last, and the gunner saw that the man was cut to pieces. And then the gloating died and turned to fear and visions. Before him there lived the vision which had flamed into the consciousness of the other during that terrible march up to the spitting muzzle of the gun. In the distant twilight he saw the skin-clad figure of a lad whom he was piercing with a stubby two-edged sword, his gloating smile met by a look of horror, which gradually transformed into one of unutterable hatred. The young figure sank lifeless, but on its face the hate still lived. Outside, in the darkness following the death of the flare, the dead man lowered the point of the bayonet until it was level with the throat of the killer. Then he sprang. There was a burst of many-colored flame which ignited the world in the consciousness of both. Then they were gone. Only the sulphurous odor of the lines hung over the ground, which streamed into the darkness like a fetid thing. The end of The Hate by Wilfred Allen.
A Haunted Island by Algernon Blackwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Theo Douglas, Seattle, Washington, March 2025. A Haunted Island by Algernon Blackwood. The following events occurred on a small island of isolated position in a large Canadian lake, to whose cool waters the inhabitants of Montreal and Toronto flee for rest and recreation in the hot months. It is only to be regretted that events of such peculiar interest to the genuine student of the psychical should be entirely uncorroborated. Such, unfortunately, however, is the case. Our own party of nearly 20 had returned to Montreal that very day, and I was left in solitary possession for a week or two longer in order to accomplish some important reading for the law which I had foolishly neglected during the summer. It was late in September, and the big trout and maskinage were stirring themselves in the depths of the lake, and beginning slowly to move up to the surface waters as the north winds and early frosts lowered their temperature. Already the maples were crimson and gold, and the wild laughter of the loons echoed in sheltered bays that never knew their strange cry in the summer. With a whole island to oneself, a 2-story cottage, a canoe, and only the chipmunks and the farmer's weekly visit with eggs and bread to disturb one, the opportunities for hard reading might be very great. It all depends. The rest of the party had gone off with many warnings to be aware of Indians, and not to stay late enough to be the victim of a frost that thinks nothing of 40 below zero. After they had gone, the loneliness of the situation made itself unpleasantly felt. There were no other islands within 6 or 7 miles, and though the mainland forests lay a couple of miles behind me, they stretched for a great distance unbroken by any signs of human habitation. But though the island was completely deserted and silent, the rocks and trees that had echoed human laughter and voices almost every hour of the day for 2 months could not fail to retain some memories of it all. And I was not surprised to fancy I heard a shout or a cry as I passed from rock to rock, and more than once to imagine that I heard my own name called aloud. In the cottage there were 6 tiny little bedrooms, divided from one another by plain unvarnished partitions of pine. A wooden bedstead, a mattress, and a chair stood in each room, but I only found 2 mirrors, and one of these was broken. The boards creaked a good deal as I moved about, and the signs of occupation were so recent that I could hardly believe I was alone. I half expected to find someone left behind, still trying to crowd into a box more than it would hold. The door of one room was stiff, and refused for a moment to open, and it required very little persuasion to imagine someone was holding the handle on the inside, and that when it opened I should meet a pair of human eyes. A thorough search of the floor led me to select as my own sleeping quarters a little room with a diminutive balcony over the veranda roof. The room was very small, but the bed was large, and had the best mattress of them all. It was situated directly over the sitting room, where I should live and do my reading, and the miniature window looked out to the rising sun. With the exception of a narrow path which led from the front door and veranda through the trees to the boat landing, the island was densely covered with maples, hemlocks, and cedars. The trees gathered in round the cottage so closely that the slightest wind made the branches scrape the roof and tap the wooden walls. A few moments after sunset, the darkness became impenetrable, and 10 yards beyond the glare of the lamps that shone through the sitting-room windows, of which there were 4, you could not see an inch before your nose, nor move a step without running up against a tree. The rest of that day I spent moving my belongings from my tent to the sitting-room, taking stock of the contents of the larder, and chopping enough wood for the stove to last me for a week. After that, just before sunset, I went round the island a couple of times in my canoe for precaution's sake. I had never dreamed of doing this before, but when a man is alone, he does things that never occur to him when he is one of a large party. How lonely the island seemed when I landed again. The sun was down, and twilight is unknown in these northern regions. The darkness comes up at once. The canoe, safely pulled up and turned over on her face, I groped my way up the little narrow pathway to the veranda. The 6 lamps were soon burning merrily in the front room. But in the kitchen, where I dined, the shadows were so gloomy, and the lamplight was so inadequate, that the stars could be seen peeping through the cracks between the rafters. I turned in early that night. Though it was calm and there was no wind, the creaking of my bedstead and the musical gurgle of the water over the rocks below were not the only sounds that reached my ears. As I lay awake, the appalling emptiness of the house grew upon me. The corridors and vacant rooms seemed to echo innumerable footsteps, shufflings, and the rustle of skirts, and the constant undertone of whispering. When sleep at length overtook me, the breathings and noises, however, passed gently to mingle with the voices of my dreams. A week passed by, and reading progressed favorably. On the 10th day of my solitude, a strange thing happened. I awoke, after a good night's sleep, to find myself possessed with a marked repugnance for my room. The air seemed to stifle me. The more I tried to define the cause of this dislike, the more unreasonable it appeared. There was something about the room that made me afraid. Absurd as it seems, this feeling clung to me obstinately while dressing, and more than once I caught myself shivering, and conscious of an inclination to get out of the room as quickly as possible. The more I tried to laugh it away, the more real it became. And when at last I was dressed and went out into the passage and downstairs into the kitchen, it was with feelings of relief, such as I might imagine would accompany one's escape from the presence of a dangerous contagious disease. While cooking my breakfast, I carefully recalled every night spent in the room, in the hope that I might in some way connect the dislike I now felt with some disagreeable incident that had occurred in it. But the only thing I could recall was one stormy night when I suddenly awoke and heard the boards creaking so loudly in the corridor that I was convinced there were people in the house. So certain was I of this that I had descended the stairs, gun in hand, only to find the doors and windows securely fastened, and the mice and black beetles in sole possession of the floor. This was certainly not sufficient to account for the strength of my feelings. The morning hours I spent in steady reading, and when I broke off in the middle of the day for a swim and luncheon, I was very much surprised, if not a little alarmed, to find that my dislike for the room had, if anything, grown stronger. Going upstairs to get a book, I experienced the most marked aversion to entering the room, and while within, I was conscious all the time of an uncomfortable feeling that was half uneasiness and half apprehension. The result of it was that, instead of reading, I spent the afternoon on the water paddling and fishing, and when I got home about sundown, brought with me half a dozen delicious black bass for the supper table in the larder. As sleep was an important matter to me at this time, I had decided that if my aversion to the room was so strongly marked on my return as it had been before, I would move my bed down into the sitting room and sleep there. This was, I argued, in no sense a concession to an absurd and fanciful fear, but simply a precaution to ensure a good night's sleep. A bad night involved the loss of the next day's reading. a loss I was not prepared to incur. I accordingly moved my bed downstairs into a corner of the sitting room facing the door, and was moreover uncommonly glad when the operation was completed, and the door of the bedroom closed finally upon the shadows, the silence, and the strange fear that shared the room with them. The croaking stroke of the kitchen clock sounded the hour of 8 as I finished washing up my few dishes and, closing the kitchen door behind me, passed into the front room. All the lamps were lit, and their reflectors, which I had polished up during the day, threw a blaze of light into the room. Outside, the night was still and warm. Not a breath of air was stirring. The waves were silent, the trees motionless, and heavy clouds hung like an oppressive curtain over the heavens. The darkness seemed to have rolled up with unusual swiftness, and not the faintest glow of color remained to show where the sun had set. There was present in the atmosphere that ominous and overwhelming silence which so often precedes the most violent storms. I sat down to my books with my brain unusually clear, and in my heart the pleasant satisfaction of knowing that 5 black bass were lying in the ice-house, and that tomorrow morning the old farmer would arrive with fresh bread and eggs. I was soon absorbed in my books. As the night wore on, the silence deepened. Even the chipmunks were still, and the boards of the floors and walls ceased creaking. I read on steadily till, from the gloomy shadows of the kitchen, came the hoarse sound of the clock striking 9. How loud the strokes sounded! They were like blows of a big hammer. I closed one book and opened another, feeling that I was just warming up to my work. This, however, did not last long. I presently found that I was reading the same paragraphs over twice, simple paragraphs that did not require such effort. Then I noticed that my mind began to wander to other things, and the effort to recall my thoughts became harder with each digression. Concentration was growing momentarily more difficult. Presently, I discovered that I had turned over 2 pages instead of 1, and had not noticed my mistake until I was well down the page. This was becoming serious. What was the disturbing influence? It could not be physical fatigue. On the contrary, my mind was unusually alert, and in a more receptive condition than usual. I made a new and determined effort to read, and for a short time succeeded in giving my whole attention to my subject. But in a very few moments again, I found myself leaning back in my chair, staring vacantly into space. Something was evidently at work in my subconsciousness. There was something I had neglected to do. Perhaps the kitchen door and windows were not fastened. I accordingly went to see, and found that they were. The fire, perhaps, needed attention. I went in to see, and found that it was all right. I looked at the lamps, went upstairs into every bedroom in turn, and then went round the house, and even into the ice house. Nothing was wrong. Everything was in its place. Yet something was wrong. The conviction grew stronger and stronger within me. When I at length settled down to my books again and tried to read, I became aware for the first time that the room seemed growing cold. Yet the day had been oppressively warm, and evening had brought no relief. The 6 big lamps, moreover, gave out heat enough to warm the room pleasantly, but a chillness that perhaps crept up from the lake made itself felt in the room and caused me to get up to close the glass door opening onto the veranda. For a brief moment, I stood looking out at the shaft of light that fell from the windows and shone some little distance down the pathway and out for a few feet into the lake. As I looked, I saw a canoe glide into the pathway of light, and immediately crossing it, pass out of sight again into the darkness. It was perhaps 100 feet from the shore, and it moved swiftly. I was surprised that a canoe should pass the island at that time of night, for all the summer visitors from the other side of the lake had gone home weeks before, and the island was a long way out of any line of water traffic. My reading from this moment did not make very good progress, for somehow the picture of that canoe gliding so dimly and swiftly across the narrow track of light on the black waters silhouetted itself against the background of my mind with singular vividness. It kept coming between my eyes and the printed page. The more I thought about it, the more surprised I became. It was of larger build than any I had seen during the past summer months, and was more like the old Indian war canoes, with the high curving bows and stern and wide beam. The more I tried to read, the less success attended my efforts, and finally I closed my books and went out on the veranda to walk up and down a bit, and shake the chilliness out of my bones. The night was perfectly still, and as dark as imaginable. I stumbled down the path to the little landing wharf, where the water made the very faintest of gurgling under the timbers. The sound of a big tree falling in the mainland forest far across the lake stirred echoes in the heavy air, like the first guns of a distant night attack. No other sound disturbed the stillness that reigned supreme. As I stood upon the wharf, in the broad splash of light that followed me from the sitting-room windows, I saw another canoe cross the pathway of uncertain light upon the water, and disappear at once into the impenetrable gloom that lay beyond. This time I saw more distinctly than before. It was like the former canoe, a big birch bark with high crested bows and stern and broad beam. It was paddled by 2 Indians, of whom the one in the stern, the steerer, appeared to be a very large man. I could see this very plainly, and though the second canoe was much nearer the island than the first, I judged that they were both on their way home to the government reservation, which was situated some 15 miles away upon the mainland. I was wondering in my mind what could possibly bring any Indians down to this part of the lake at such an hour of the night, when a third canoe of precisely similar build and also occupied by 2 Indians passed silently round the end of the wharf. This time the canoe was very much nearer shore, and it suddenly flashed into my mind that the 3 canoes were in reality one and the same, and that only one canoe was circling the island. This was by no means a pleasant reflection, because if it were the correct solution of the unusual appearance of the 3 canoes in this lonely part of the lake at so late an hour, the purpose of the 2 men could only reasonably be considered to be in some way connected with myself. I had never known of the Indians attempting any violence upon the settlers who shared the wild, inhospitable country with them. At the same time, it was not beyond the region of possibility to suppose. But then I did not care even to think of such hideous possibilities, and my imagination immediately sought relief in all manner of other solutions to the problem, which indeed came readily enough to my mind, but did not succeed in recommending themselves to my reason. Meanwhile, by a sort of instinct, I stepped back out of the bright light in which I had hitherto been standing, and waited in the deep shadow of a rock to see if the canoe would again make its appearance. Here I could see without being seen, and the precaution seemed a wise one. After less than 5 minutes, the canoe, as I had anticipated, made its fourth appearance. This time it was not 20 yards from the wharf, and I saw that the Indians meant to land. I recognized the two men as those who had passed before, and the steerer was certainly an immense fellow. It was unquestionably the same canoe. There could be no longer any doubt that for some purpose of their own, the men had been going round and round the island for some time, waiting for an opportunity to land. I strained my eyes to follow them in the darkness, but the night had completely swallowed them up, and not even the faintest swish of the paddles reached my ears as the Indians plied their long and powerful strokes. The canoe would be round again in a few moments, and this time it was possible that the men might land. It was well to be prepared. I knew nothing of their intentions, and 2 to 1, when the two or big Indians, late at night on a lonely island, was not exactly my idea of pleasant intercourse. In a corner of the sitting room, leaning up against the back wall, stood my Marlin rifle, with 10 cartridges in the magazine and one lying snugly in the greased breech. There was just time to get up to the house and take up a position of defense in that corner. Without an instant's hesitation, I ran up to the veranda, carefully picking my way among the trees, so as to avoid being seen in the light. Entering the room, I shut the door leading to the veranda and as quickly as possible turned out every one of the 6 lamps. To be in a room so brilliantly lighted, where my every movement could be observed from outside, while I could see nothing but impenetrable darkness at every window, was by all laws of warfare an unnecessary concession to the enemy. And this enemy, if enemy it was to be, was far too wily and dangerous to be granted any such advantages. I stood in the corner of the room with my back against the wall, and my hand on the cold rifle barrel. The table, covered with my books, lay between me and the door. But for the first few minutes, after the lights were out, the darkness was so intense that nothing could be discerned at all. Then, very gradually, the outline of the room became visible, and the framework of the windows began to shape itself dimly before my eyes. After a few minutes, the door, its upper half of glass, and the 2 windows that looked out upon the front veranda became specially distinct. And I was glad that this was so, because if the Indians came up to the house, I should be able to see their approach and gather something of their plans. Nor was I mistaken, for there presently came to my ears the peculiar hollow sound of a canoe landing and being carefully dragged up over the rocks. The paddles I distinctly heard being placed underneath, and the silence that ensued thereupon I rightly interpreted to mean that the Indians were stealthily approaching the house. While it would be absurd to claim that I was not alarmed, even frightened, at the gravity of the situation and its possible outcome, I speak the whole truth when I say that I was not overwhelmingly afraid for myself. I was conscious that even at this stage of the night, I was passing into a psychical condition in which my sensations seemed no longer normal. Physical fear at no time entered into the nature of my feelings, and though I kept my hand upon my rifle the greater part of the night, I was all the time conscious that its assistance could be of little avail against the terrors that I had to face. More than once, I seemed to feel most curiously that I was in no real sense a part of the proceedings, no actually involved in them, but that I was playing the part of a spectator, moreover, on a psychic rather than on a material plane. Many of my sensations that night were too vague for definite description and analysis, but the main feeling that will stay with me to the end of my days is the awful horror of it all, and the miserable sensation that if the strain had lasted a little longer than was actually the case, my mind must inevitably have given way. Meanwhile, I stood in my corner and waited patiently for what was to come. The house was as still as the grave, but the inarticulate voices of the night sang in my ears, and I seemed to hear the blood running in my veins and dancing in my pulses. If the Indians came to the back of the house, they would find the kitchen door and window securely fastened. They could not get in there without making considerable noise, which I was bound to hear. The only mode of getting in was by means of the door that faced me, and I kept my eyes glued on that door without taking them off for the smallest fraction of a second. My sight adapted itself every minute better to the darkness. I saw the table that nearly filled the room and left only a narrow passage on each side. I could also make out the straight backs of the wooden chairs pressed up against it, and could even distinguish my papers and inkstand lying on the white oilcloth covering. I thought of the gay faces that had gathered round that table during the summer, and I longed for the sunlight as I had never longed for it before. Less than 3 feet to my left, the passageway led to the kitchen, and the stairs leading to the bedrooms above commenced in this passageway, but almost in the sitting room itself. Through the windows, I could see the dim, motionless outlines of the trees. Not a leaf stirred, not a branch moved. A few moments of this awful silence, and then I was aware of a soft tread on the boards of the veranda, so stealthily that it seemed an impression directly on my brain rather than upon the nerves of hearing. Immediately afterwards, a black figure darkened the glass door, and I perceived that a face was pressed against the upper panes. A shiver ran down my back, and my hair was conscious of a tendency to rise and stand at right angles to my head. It was the figure of an Indian, broad-shouldered and immense. Indeed, the largest figure of a man I have ever seen outside of a circus hall. By some power of light that seemed to generate itself in the brain, I saw the strong dark face with the aquiline nose and high cheekbones flattened against the glass. The direction of the gaze I could not determine, but faint gleams of light, as the big eyes rolled round and showed their whites, told me plainly that no corner of the room escaped their searching. For what seemed fully 5 minutes, the dark figure stood there, with the huge shoulders bent forward so as to bring the head down to the level of the glass, while behind him, though not nearly so large, the shadowy form of the other Indian swayed to and fro like a bent tree. While I waited in an agony of suspense and agitation for their next movement, little currents of icy sensation ran up and down my spine, and my heart seemed alternately to stop beating and then start off again with terrifying rapidity. They must have heard its thumping and the singing of the blood in my head. Moreover, I was conscious, as I felt a cold stream of perspiration trickle down my face, of a desire to scream, to shout, to bang the walls like a child, to make a noise, or do anything that would relieve the suspense and bring things to a speedy climax. It was probably this inclination that led me to another discovery, for when I tried to bring my rifle from behind my back to raise it and have it pointed at the door, ready to fire, I found that I was powerless to move. The muscles, paralyzed by this strange fear, refused to obey the will. Here indeed was a terrifying complication. There was a faint sound of rattling at the brass knob, and the door was pushed open a couple of inches. A pause of a few seconds, and it was pushed open still further. Without a sound of footsteps that was appreciable to my ears, the two figures glided into the room, and the man behind gently closed the door after him. They were alone with me between the four walls. Could they see me standing there, so still and straight in my corner? Had they, perhaps, already seen me? My blood surged and sang like the roll of drums in an orchestra, and though I did my best to suppress my breathing, it sounded like the rushing of wind through a pneumatic tube. My suspense as to the next move was soon at an end, only, however, to give place to a new and keener alarm. The men had hitherto exchanged no words and no signs, but there were general indications of a movement across the room, and whichever way they went, they would have to pass round the table. If they came my way, they would have to pass within 6 inches of my person. While I was considering this very disagreeable possibility, I perceived that the smaller Indian, smaller by comparison, suddenly raised his arm and pointed to the ceiling. The other fellow raised his head and followed the direction of his companion's arm. I began to understand at last. They were going upstairs, and the room directly overhead, to which they pointed, had been until this night my bedroom. It was the room in which I had experienced that very morning so strange a sensation of fear, and but for which I should then have been lying asleep in the narrow bed against the window. The Indians then began to move silently around the room. They were going upstairs, and they were coming round my side of the table. So stealthily were their movements that, but for the abnormally sensitive state of the nerves, I should never have heard them. As it was, their cat-like tread was distinctly audible. Like two monstrous black cats they came round the table toward me, and for the first time I perceived that the smaller of the two dragged something along the floor behind him. As it trailed along over the floor with a soft, sweeping sound, I somehow got the impression that it was a large dead thing with outstretched wings, or a large spreading cedar branch. Whatever it was, I was unable to see it even in outline, and I was too terrified, even had I possessed the power over my muscles, to move my neck forward in the effort to determine its nature. Nearer and nearer they came. The leader rested a giant hand upon the table as he moved. My lips were glued together, and the air seemed to burn in my nostrils. I tried to close my eyes so that I might not see as they passed me, but my eyelids had stiffened and refused to obey. Would they never get by me? Sensation seemed also to have left my legs, and it was as if I were standing on mere supports of wood or stone. Worse still, I was conscious that I was losing the power of balance, the power to stand upright or even to lean backwards against the wall. Some force was drawing me forward, and a dizzy terror seized me that I should lose my balance and topple forward against the Indians just as they were in the act of passing me. Even moments drawn out into hours must come to an end sometime, and almost before I knew it, the figures had passed me and had their feet upon the lower step of the stairs leading to the upper bedrooms. There could not have been 6 inches between us, and yet I was conscious only of a current of cold air that followed them. They had not touched me, and I was convinced that they had not seen me. Even the trailing thing on the floor behind them had not touched my feet, as I had dreaded it would, and on such an occasion as this, I was grateful even for the smallest mercies. The absence of the Indians from my immediate neighborhood brought little sense of relief. I stood shivering and shuddering in my corner, and beyond being able to breathe more freely, I felt no whit less uncomfortable. Also, I was aware that a certain light, which, without apparent source or rays, had enabled me to follow their every gesture and movement, had gone out of the room with their departure. An unnatural darkness now filled the room, and pervaded its every corner, so that I could barely make out the positions of the windows and the glass doors. As I said before, my condition was evidently an abnormal one. The capacity for feeling surprise seemed, as in dreams, to be wholly absent. My senses recorded with unusual accuracy every smallest occurrence, but I was able to draw only the simplest deductions. The Indians soon reached the top of the stairs, and there they halted for a moment. I had not the faintest clue as to their next movement. They appeared to hesitate. They were listening attentively. Then I heard one of them, who by the weight of his soft tread must have been the giant, cross the narrow corridor, and enter the room directly overhead, my own little bedroom. But for the insistence of that unaccountable dread I had experienced there in the morning, I should at that very moment have been lying in the bed with the big Indian in the room standing beside me. For the space of 100 seconds there was silence, such as might have existed before the birth of sound. It was followed by a long quivering shriek of terror, which rang out into the night, and ended in a short gulp before it had run its full course. At the same moment, the other Indian left his place at the head of the stairs and joined his companion in the bedroom. I heard the thing trailing behind him along the floor. A thud followed, as of something heavy falling, and then all became as still and silent as before. It was at this point that the atmosphere, surcharged all day with the electricity of a fierce storm, found relief in a dancing flash of brilliant lightning simultaneously with a crash of loudest thunder. For 5 seconds, every article in the room was visible to me with amazing distinctness, and through the windows I saw the tree trunks standing in solemn rows. The thunder pealed and echoed across the lake and among the distant islands, and the floodgates of heaven then opened and let out their rain in streaming torrents. The drops fell with a swift, rushing sound upon the still waters of the lake, which leaped up to meet them, and pattered with the rattle of shot on the leaves of the maples and the roof of the cottage. A moment later, and another flash, even more brilliant and of longer duration than the first, lit up the sky from zenith to horizon, and bathed the room momentarily in dazzling whiteness. I could see the rain glistening on the leaves and branches outside. The wind rose suddenly, and in less than a minute the storm that had been gathering all day burst forth in its full fury. Above all the noisy voices of the elements, the slightest sounds in the room overhead made themselves heard, and in the few seconds of deep silence that followed the shriek of terror and pain, I was aware that the movements had commenced again. The men were leaving the room and approaching the top of the stairs. A short pause, and they began to descend. Behind them, tumbling from step to step, I could hear that trailing thing being dragged along. It had become ponderous. I awaited their approach with a degree of calmness, almost of apathy, which was only explicable on the ground that, after a certain point, nature applies her own anesthetic, and a merciful condition of numbness supervenes. On they came, step by step, nearer and nearer, with the shuffling sound of the burden behind growing louder as they approached. They were already halfway down the stairs when I was galvanized afresh into a condition of terror by the consideration of a new and horrible possibility. It was the reflection that if another vivid flash of lightning were to come when the shadowy procession was in the room, perhaps when it was actually passing in front of me, I should see everything in detail, and worse, be seen myself. I could only hold my breath and wait while the minutes lengthened into hours, and the procession made its slow progress round the room. The Indians had reached the foot of the staircase. The form of the huge leader loomed in the doorway of the passage, and the burden, with an ominous thud, had dropped from the last step to the floor. There was a moment's pause while I saw the Indian turn and stoop to assist his companion. Then the procession moved forward again, entered the room close on my left, and began to move slowly round my side of the table. The leader was already beyond me, and his companion, dragging on the floor behind him the burden, whose confused outline I could dimly make out, was exactly in front of me when the cavalcade came to a dead halt. At the same moment, with the strange suddenness of thunderstorms, the splash of the rain ceased altogether, and the wind died away into utter silence. For the space of 5 seconds, my heart seemed to stop beating, and then the worst came. A double flash of lightning lit up the room and its contents with merciless vividness. The huge Indian leader stood a few feet past me on my right. One leg was stretched forward in the act of taking a step. His immense shoulders were turned toward his companion, and in all their magnificent fierceness I saw the outline of his features. His gaze was directed upon the burden his companion was dragging along the floor, but his profile, with the big aquiline nose, high cheekbone, straight black hair, and bold chin, burnt itself in that brief instant into my brain, never again to fade. Dwarfish compared with this gigantic figure appeared the proportions of the other Indian, who, within 12 inches of my face, was stooping over the thing he was dragging, in a position that lent to his person the additional horror of deformity. And the burden, lying upon a sweeping cedar branch, which he held and dragged by a long stem, was the body of a white man. The scalp had been neatly lifted, and blood lay in a broad smear upon the cheeks and forehead. Then, for the first time that night, the terror that had paralyzed my muscles and my will lifted its unholy spell from my soul. With a loud cry, I stretched out my arms to seize the big Indian by the throat, and, grasping only air, tumbled forward unconscious upon the ground. I had recognized the body, and the face was my own. It was bright daylight when a man's voice recalled me to consciousness. I was lying where I had fallen, and the farmer was standing in the room with the loaves of bread in his hands. The horror of the night was still in my heart, and as the bluff settler helped me to my feet and picked up the rifle which had fallen with me, with many questions and expressions of condolence, I imagine my brief replies were neither self-explanatory nor even intelligible. That day, after a thorough and fruitless search of the house, I left the island and went over to spend my last 10 days with the farmer. And when the time came for me to leave, the necessary reading had been accomplished, and my nerves had completely recovered their balance. On the day of my departure, the farmer started early in his big boat with my belongings to row to the point 12 miles distant, where a little steamer ran twice a week for the accommodation of hunters. Late in the afternoon, I went off in another direction in my canoe, wishing to see the island once again, where I had been the victim of so strange an experience. In due course, I arrived there and made a tour of the island. I also made a search of the little house, and it was not without a curious sensation in my heart that I entered the little upstairs bedroom. There seemed nothing unusual. Just after I re-embarked, I saw a canoe gliding ahead of me around the curve of the island. A canoe was an unusual sight at this time of the year, and this one seemed to have sprung from nowhere. Altering my course a little, I watched it disappear around the next projecting point of rock. It had high curving bows, and there were 2 Indians in it. I lingered with some excitement to see if it would appear again round the other side of the island, and in less than 5 minutes it came into view. There were less than 200 yards between us, and the Indians, sitting on their haunches, were paddling swiftly in my direction. I never paddled faster in my life than I did in those next few minutes. When I turned to look again, the Indians had altered their course and were again circling the island. The sun was sinking behind the forests on the mainland, and the crimson-colored clouds of sunset were reflected in the waters of the lake, when I looked around for the last time and saw the big bark canoe and its 2 dusky occupants still going round the island. Then the shadows deepened rapidly. The lake grew black, and the night wind blew its first breath in my face as I turned the corner, and a projecting bluff of rock hid from my view both island and canoe. End of A Haunted Island.
In Amundson's Tent by John Martin Leahy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ben Tucker. In Amundson's Tent by John Martin Leahy. Inside the tent, in a little bag, I left a letter addressed to H.M. the King, giving information of what he had accomplished. Besides this letter, I wrote a short epistle to Captain Scott, who I assumed would be the first to find the tent. Captain Amundsen, the South Pole. We have just arrived at this tent, 2 miles from our camp, therefore about 1.5 miles from the pole. In the tent we find a record of 5 Norwegians having been here as follows: Roald Amundsen, Olav Olavsson Bjaland, Hilmer Hansen, Sverre H. Hassel, Oscar Wisting. 16th December 1911. Left a note to say I had visited the tent with companions. Captain Scott, his last journal. Travelers, says Richard A. Proctor, are sometimes said to tell marvelous stories, but it is a noteworthy fact that in 9 cases out of 10 the marvelous stories of travelers have been confirmed. Certainly no traveler ever sat down a more marvelous story than that of Robert Drumgold. This record I am at last giving to the world with my humble apologies to the spirit of the hapless explorer for withholding it so long. But the truth is that Eastman Dahlstrom and I thought it the work of a mind deranged. Little wonder, forsooth, if his mind had given way, what with the fearful sufferings which he had gone through and the horror of that fate which was closing in upon him. What was it, that thing, if thing it was, which came to him, the sole survivor of the party which had reached the southern pole, thrusting itself into the tent, and, issuing, left but the severed head of Drumgold there? Our explanation at the time, and until recently, was that Drumgold had been set upon by his dogs and devoured. Why, though, the flesh had not been stripped from the head, was to us an utter mystery. But that was only one of many things that were utter mysteries. But now we know, or feel certain, that this explanation was as far from the truth as that desolate ice-mantled spot, where he met his end is from the smiling, flower-spangled regions of the tropics. Yes, we thought that the mind of poor Robert Drumgold had given way, that the horror in Amundson's tent and that thing which came to Drumgold there in his own, we thought all was madness only, hence our suppression of this part of the Drumgold manuscript. We feared that the publication of so extraordinary a record might cast a cloud of doubt upon the real achievements of the Sutherland expedition. But of late our ideas and beliefs have undergone a change that is nothing less than a metamorphosis. This metamorphosis, it is scarcely necessary to say, was due to the startling discoveries made in the region of the southern pole by the late Captain Stanley Livingstone, as confirmed and extended by the expedition conducted by Darwin Frontenac. Captain Livingstone, we now learn, kept his real discovery, what with the doubts and derision which met him on his return to the world, a secret from every living soul but two, Darwin Frontenac and Bond McQuestion. It is but now on the return of Frontenac that we learn how truly wonderful and amazing were those discoveries made by the ill-starred captain. And yet, despite the success of the Frontenac expedition, it must be admitted that the mystery down there in the Antarctic is enhanced rather than dissipated. Darwin Frontenac and his companions saw much, but we know that there are things and beings down there that they did not see. The Antarctic, or rather part of it, has thus suddenly become the most interesting and certainly the most fearful place upon this interesting and fearful globe of ours. So another marvelous story told, or rather only partly told, by a traveler has been confirmed. And here are Eastman and I preparing to go once more to the Antarctic to confirm, as we hope, another story, one eerie and fearful as any ever conceived by any romanticist. And to think that it was ourselves, Eastman, Dahlstrom, and I, who made the discovery. Yes, it was we who entered the tent, found there the head of Robert Drumgold, and the pages whereon he had scrawled his story of mystery and horror. To think that we stood there, in the very spot where it had been, and thought the story but as the baseless fabric of some madman's vision. How vividly it all rises before me again. The white expanse, glaring, blinding in the untempered light of the Antarctic sun, the dogs straining in the harness, the eases on the sled's long and black like coffin, our sudden halt as Eastman fetched up in his tracks, pointed and said, "Hello, what's that?" A half-mile or so off to the left, some object broke the blinding white of the plain. "Nunatak, I suppose," was my answer. "Looks to me like a cairn or a tent," Dahlstrom said. "How on earth," I queried, "could a tent have got down here at 87 degrees 30 minutes south? We are far from the route of either Amundsen or Scott." "Huh," said Eastman, shoving his amber-colored glasses up onto his forehead that he might get a better look. "I wonder. Jupiter Ammon Nels," he added, glancing at Dahlstrom. "I believe that you are right." "It certainly," Dahlstrom nodded, "looks like a cairn or a tent to me. I don't think it's a Nunatak." "Well," said I, "it would not be difficult to put it to the proof." "And to that, my hearties," exclaimed Eastman, "is just what we'll do. We'll soon see what it is, whether it is a cairn, a tent, or only a Nunatak." The next moment we were in motion, heading straight for that mysterious object, there in the midst of the eternal desolation of snow and ice. "Look there!" Eastman, who was leading the way, suddenly shouted. "See that? It is a tent!" A few moments, and I saw that it was indeed so. But who had pitched it there? What were we to find within it? I could never describe those thoughts and feelings which were ours as we approached that spot. The snow lay piled about the tent to a depth of 4 feet or more. Nearby a splintered ski protruded from the surface, and that was all. And the stillness. The air at the moment was without the slightest movement. No sound but those made by our movements and those of the dogs and our own breathing broke that awful silence of death. "Poor devils," said Eastman at last. "One thing, they certainly pitched their tent well." The tent was supported by a single pole set in the middle. To this pole 3 guy lines were fastened, one of them as taut as the day its stake had been driven into the surface. But this was not all. A half-dozen lines or more were attached to the sides of the tent. There it stood, and had stood for we knew not how long, bidding defiance to the fierce winds of that terrible region. Dahlstrom and I got each a spade and began to remove the snow. The entrance we found unfastened, but completely blocked by a couple of provision cases, empty, and a piece of canvas. "How on earth," I exclaimed, "did those things get into that position?" "The wind," said Dahlstrom. "And if the entrance had not been blocked, there wouldn't have been any tent here now. The wind would have split and destroyed it long ago." Mused Eastman. "The wind did it, Nels. Blocked the place like that, I wonder." The next moment we had cleared the entrance. I thrust my head through the opening. Strangely enough, very little snow had drifted in. The tent was of a dark green color, a circumstance which rendered the light within somewhat weird and ghastly, or perhaps my imagination contributed not a little to that effect. "What do you see, Bill?" asked Eastman. "What's inside?" My answer was a cry, and the next instant I had sprung back from the entrance. "What is it, Bill?" Eastman exclaimed. "Great heaven, what is it, man?" "A head," I told him. "A head?" "A human head." He and Dahlstrom stooped and peered in. "What is the meaning of this?" Eastman cried. "A severed human head!" Dahlstrom dashed a mittened hand across his eyes. "Are we dreaming?" he exclaimed. "'Tis no dream, Nels," returned our leader. "I wish to heaven it was. A head! A human head!" "Is there nothing more?" I asked. "Nothing. No body. Not even a stripped bone. Only that severed head. Could the dogs—" "Yes?" queried Dahlstrom. "Could the dogs have done this?" "Dogs!" Dahlstrom said. "This is not the work of dogs." We entered and stood looking down upon that grisly remnant of mortality. "It wasn't dogs," said Dahlstrom. "Not dogs?" Eastman queried. "What other explanation is there? Except this. Cannibalism." Cannibalism. A shudder went through my heart. I may as well say at once, however, that our discovery of a good supply of pemmican and biscuit on the sled, at that moment completely hidden by the snow, was to show us that the fearful explanation was not the true one. Dogs. That was it. That was the explanation, even though what the victim himself had set down told us a very different story. Yes, the explorer had been set upon by his dogs and devoured, but there were things that militated against that theory. Why had the animals left that head? In the frozen eyes, they were blue eyes, and upon the frozen features of which was a look of horror that sends a shudder through my very soul even now. Why the head did not have even the mark of a single fang, though it appeared to have been chewed from the trunk. Dahlstrom, however, was of the opinion that it had been hacked off. And there in the man's story, in the story of Robert Drumgold, we found another mystery, a mystery as insoluble, if it was true, as the presence here of his severed head. There the story was, scrawled in lead pencil across the pages of his journal. But what were we to make of a record, the concluding pages of it, that is, so strange and so dreadful? But enough of this, of what we thought and of what we wondered. The journal itself lies before me, and I now proceed to set down the story of Robert Drumgold in his own words. Not a word, not a comma shall be deleted, inserted, or changed. Let it begin with his entry for January the 3rd, at the end of which day the little party was only 15 miles geographical from the pole. Here it is. January 3rd. Latitude of our camp, 89 degrees, 45 minutes, 10 seconds. Only 15 miles more and the pole is ours, unless a Munson or Scott has beaten us to it, or both. But it will be ours just the same, even though the glory of discovery is found to be another's. What shall we find there? All are in fine spirits. Even the dogs seem to know that this is the consummation of some great achievement, and a thing that is a mystery to us is the interest they have shown this day in the region before us. Did we halt, there they were, gazing and gazing, straight south, and sometimes sniffing and sniffing. What does it mean? Yes, in fine spirits all, dogs as well as 3 men. Everything is auspicious. The weather for the last 3 days has been simply glorious. Not once in this time has the temperature been below -5. As I write this, the thermometer shows 1 degree above. The blue of the sky is like that of which painters dream, and in that blue tower cloud formations, violet-tinged in the shadows that are beautiful beyond all description. If it were possible to forget the fact that nothing stands between ourselves and a horrible death save the meager supply of food on the sleds, one could think he was in some fairyland, a glorious fairyland of white and blue and violet. A fairyland? Why has that thought so often occurred to me? Why have I so often likened this desolate, terrible region to fairyland? Terrible? Yes, to human beings it is terrible, frightful beyond all words. But though so unutterably terrible to men, it may not be so in reality. After all, are all things, even of this earth of ours, to say nothing of the universe made for man, this being a godlike spirit in the body of a quasi-ape, who set in the midst of wonders, leers, and slavers, and madness, and hate, and wallows in the muck of 1,000 lusts? May there not be other things, yes, even on this very earth of ours, more wonderful, yes, and more terrible too than he? Heaven knows, more than once in this desolation of snow and ice have I seemed to feel their presence in the air about us. Nameless entities, disembodied, watching things. Little wonder, forsooth, that I have again and again thought of these strange words of one of America's greatest scientists, Alexander Winchell. Nor is incorporated rational existence conditioned on warm blood, nor on any temperature, which does not change the forms of matter of which the organism may be composed. There may be intelligences corporealized after some concept not involving the processes of ingestion, assimilation, and reproduction. Such bodies would not require daily food and warmth. They might be lost in the abysses of the ocean, or laid up on a stormy cliff through the tempests of an Arctic winter, or plunged in a volcano for 100 years, and yet retain consciousness and thought. All this Winchell tells us is conceivable, and he adds, bodies are merely the local fitting of intelligence to particular modifications of universal matter and force. And these entities, nameless things whose presence I seem to feel at times, are they benignant beings, or things more fearful than even the madness of the human brain ever has fashioned? But then I must stop this. If Sutherland or Travers were to read what I have set down here, they would think that I was losing my senses, or would declare me already insane. And yet, as there is a heaven above us, it seems that I do actually believe that this frightful place knows the presence of beings other than ourselves and our dogs, things which we cannot see, but which are watching us. Enough of this. Only 15 miles from the pole. Now for a sleep, and on to our goal in the morning. Morning. There is no morning here, but day unending. The sun now rides as high as midnight, as he does in midday. Of course, there is a change in his altitude, but it is so slight as to be imperceptible without an instrument. But the pole. Tomorrow the pole. What will we find there? Only an unbroken expanse of white, or... January 4th. The mystery and horror of this day. Oh, how could I ever set that down? Sometimes so fearful were those hours through which we have just passed, I even find myself wondering if it wasn't all only a dream. A dream! I would to heaven that it had been but a dream. As for the end, there, I must keep such thoughts out of my head. Got under way at an early hour. Weather more wondrous than ever. Sky and azure that would have sent a painter into ecstasies. Cloud formations indescribably beautiful and grand. The going, however, was pretty difficult. The place was a plain stretching away with a monotonous uniformity of surface as far as the eye could reach. A plain never trod by human foot before. At length, when our dead reckoning showed that we were drawing near to the pole, we had the answer to that. Then it was that the keen eyes of Travers detected some object rising above the blinding white of the snow. On the instant, Sutherland had thrust his amber glasses up onto his forehead, and had his binoculars to his eyes. "Cairn!" he exclaimed, and his voice sounded hollow and very strange. "A cairn, or a tent! Boys, they've beaten us to the pole!" He handed the glasses to Travers, and leaned, as though a sudden weariness had settled upon him, against the provision cases on his sled. "Forestalled!" said he. "Forestalled!" I felt very sorry for our brave leader in those his moments of terrible disappointment, but for the life of me I did not know what to say, and so I said nothing. At that moment a cloud concealed the sun, and the place where we stood was suddenly involved in a gloom that was deep and awful. So sudden and pronounced indeed was the change that we gazed about us with curious and wondering looks. Far off to the right and to the left the plain blazed white and blinding. Soon, however, the last gleam of sunshine had vanished from off it. I raised my look up to the heavens. Here and there edges of cloud were touched as though with the light of wrathful golden fire. Even then, however, that light was fading. A few minutes, and the last angry gleam of the sun had vanished. The gloom seemed to deepen about us every moment. A curious haze was concealing the blue expanse of the sky overhead. There was not the slightest movement in the gloomy and weird atmosphere. The silence was heavy, awful, the silence of the abode of utter desolation and of death. "What on earth are we in for now?" said Travers. Sutherland moved from his sled and stood gazing about into the eerie gloom. "Queer change, this," said he. "It would have delighted the heart of Dory." "It means a blizzard, most likely," I observed. "Hadn't we better make a camp before it strikes us? No telling what a blizzard may be like in this awful spot." "Blizzard," said Sutherland. "I don't think it means a blizzard, Bob. No telling, though. Mighty queer change, certainly. And how different the place looks now in the strange gloom. It is surely weird and terrible. That is, it certainly looks weird and terrible." He turned his look to Travers. "Well, Bill," he asked, "what did you make of it?" He waved a hand in the direction of that mysterious object, the sight of which had so suddenly brought us to a halt. I say in the direction of the object, for the thing itself was no longer to be seen. "I believe it is a tent," Travers told him. "Well," said our leader, "we can soon find out what it is, cairn or tent, for one or the other it must certainly be." The next instant the heavy, awful silence was broken by the sharp crack of his whip. "Mush on, you poor brutes!" he cried. "On we go to see what is over there. Here we are at the South Pole. Let us see who has beaten us to it." But the dogs didn't want to go on, which did not surprise me at all, because for some time now they had been showing signs of some strange, inexplicable uneasiness. What had got into the creatures anyway? For a time we puzzled over it. Then we knew, though the explanation was still an utter mystery to us. They were afraid. Afraid? An inadequate word indeed. It was fear, stark, terrible, that had entered the poor brutes. But whence had come this inexplicable fear? That also we soon knew. The thing they feared, whatever it was in that very direction in which we were headed. A cairn? A tent? What did this thing mean? "What on earth is the matter with the critters?" exclaimed Travers. "Can it be that—" "It's for us to find out what it means," said Sutherland. Again we got in motion. The place was still involved in that strange, weird gloom. The silence was still that awful silence of desolation and death. Slowly but steadily we moved forward, urging on the reluctant, fearful animals with our whips. At last Sutherland, who was leading, cried out that he saw it. He halted, peering forward into the gloom, and we urged our teams up alongside his. "It must be a tent," he said. And a tent we found it to be, a small one supported by a single bamboo and well guyed in all directions, made of drab-colored gabardine. To the top of the tent pole another had been lashed. From this, motionless in the still air, hung the remains of a small Norwegian flag, and underneath it a pennant with the word "From" upon it. Amundson's tent. What should we find inside it? And what was the meaning of that? The strange way it bulged out on one side. The entrance was securely laced. The tent, it was certain, had been here for a year, all through the long Antarctic night. And yet, to our astonishment, but little snow was piled up about it, and most of this was drift. The explanation of this must, I suppose, be that before the air currents have reached the pole, almost all the snow has been deposited from them. For some minutes we just stood there, and many, and some of them dreadful enough, were the thoughts that came and went. Through the long Antarctic night, What strange things this tent could tell us, had it been vouchsafed the power of words. But strange things it might tell us nevertheless, for what was inside, making the tent bulge out in so unaccountable a manner? I moved forward to feel of it there with my mittened hand, but for some reason that I cannot explain, I of a sudden drew back. At that instant one of the dogs whined, the sound so strange and the terror of the animal so unmistakable that I shuddered and felt a chill pass through my heart. Others of the dogs began to whine in that mysterious manner, and all shrank back, cowering from the tent. "What does it mean?" said Travers, his voice sunk almost to a whisper. "Look at them. It is as though they are imploring us to keep away." "To keep away," echoed Sutherland, his look leaving the dogs and fixing itself once more on the tent. "Their senses," said Travers, "are keener than ours. They already know what we can't know until we see it." "See it!" Sutherland exclaimed. "I wonder. Boys, what are we going to see when we look into that tent? Poor fellows! They reached the pole, but did they ever leave it? Are we going to find them in their dead?" "Dead?" said Travers with a sudden start. "The dogs would never act that way if 'twas only a corpse inside. And besides, if that theory was true, wouldn't the sleds be here to tell the story? Yet, look around. The level uniformity of the place shows that no sled lies buried here." "That is true," said our leader. "What can it mean? What could make the tent bulge out like that? Well, here is the mystery before us, and all we have to do is unlace the entrance and look inside to solve it." He stepped to the entrance, followed by Travers and me, and began to unlace it. At that instant an icy current of air struck the place, and the pennant above our heads flapped with a dull and ominous sound. One of the dogs, too, thrust his muzzle skyward, and a deep and long-drawn howl, sad and terrible as that of a lost soul, arose. And whilst the mournful, savage sound yet filled the air, a strange thing happened. Through a sudden rent in that gloomy curtain of cloud, the sun sent a golden, awful light down upon the spot where we stood. It was but a shaft of light, only 300 or 400 feet wide, though miles in length, and there we stood in the very middle of it, the plain on each side involved in that weird gloom, now denser and more eerie than ever in contrast to that sword of golden fire which thus so suddenly had been flung down across the snow. "Queer place, this," said Travers, "just like a beam lying across a stage in a theater." Travers' simile was a most apposite one, more so than he perhaps ever dreamed himself. That place was a stage. Our light, the wrathful fire of the Antarctic sun, ourselves the actors in a scene stranger than any ever beheld in the mimic world. For some moments, so strange was it all, we stood there looking about us in wonder, and perhaps each one of us in not a little secret awe. "Queer place, all right," said Sutherland, "but—" He laughed a hollow, sardonic laugh. Up above, the pennant flapped and flapped again, the sound of it hollow and ghostly. Again rose the long-drawn, mournful, fiercely sad howl of the wolf-dog. "But," added our leader, "we don't want to be imagining things, you know." "Of course not," said Travers. "Of course not," I echoed. A little space, and the entrance was open, and Sutherland had thrust head and shoulders through it. I don't know how long it was that he stood there like that. Perhaps it was only a few seconds, but to Travers and me it seemed rather long. "What is it?" Travers exclaimed at last. "What do you see?" The answer was a scream. Oh, the horror of that sound I can never forget. And Sutherland came staggering back, and I believe would have fallen had we not sprung and caught him. "What is it?" cried Travers. "In God's name, Sutherland, what did you see?" Sutherland beat the side of his head with his hand, and his look was wild and horrible. "What is it?" I exclaimed. "What did you see in there?" "I can't tell you! I can't! Oh, I wish that I had never seen it! Don't look! Boys, don't look in that tent unless you are prepared to welcome madness or worse!" "What gibberish is this?" Travers demanded, gazing at our leader in utter astonishment. Come, man, buck up, get a grip on yourself. Let's have an end to this nonsense. Why should the sight of a dead man, or dead men, affect you in this mad fashion?" "Dead men!" Sutherland laughed, the sound wild, maniacal. Dead men, if 'twas only that. Is this the South Pole? Is this the Earth, or are we in a nightmare on some other planet? For heaven's sake, cried Travers, come out of it. What's got into you? Don't let your nerves go like this. A dead man? Queried our leader, peering into the face of Travers. You think I saw a dead man? I wish it was only a dead man. Thank God you two didn't look. On the instant, Travers had turned. Well, said he, I am going to look. But Sutherland cried out, screamed, sprang after him, and tried to drag him back. It would mean horror, and perhaps madness, cried Sutherland. Look at me. Do you want to be like me? No, Travers returned, but I am going to see what is in that tent. He struggled to break free, but Sutherland clung to him in a frenzy of madness. Help me, Bob, Sutherland cried. Hold him back, or we'll all go insane. But I did not help him to hold Travers back, for, of course, 'twas my belief that Sutherland himself was insane. Nor did Sutherland hold Travers. With a sudden wrench, Travers was free. The next instant he had thrust head and shoulders through the entrance of the tent. Sutherland groaned and watched him with eyes full of unutterable horror. I moved toward the entrance, but Sutherland flung himself at me with such violence that I was sent over into the snow. I sprang to my feet full of anger and amazement. What the hell, I cried, is the matter with you anyway? Have you gone crazy? The answer was a groan, horrible beyond words of man, but that sound did not come from Sutherland. I turned. Travers was staggering away from the entrance. A hand pressed over his face, sounds that I could never describe breaking from deep in his throat. Sutherland, as the man came staggering up to him, thrust forth an arm and touched Travers lightly on the shoulder. The effect was instantaneous and frightful. Travers sprang aside as though a serpent had struck him, screamed and screamed yet again. There, said Sutherland gently. I told you not to do it. I tried to make you understand, but you thought I was mad. It can't belong to this earth, moaned Travers. No, said Sutherland. That horror was never born on this planet of ours, and the inhabitants of Earth, though they do not know it, can thank God Almighty for that. But it is here, Travers exclaimed. How did it come to this awful place, and where did it come from? Well, consoled Sutherland, it is dead. It must be dead. Dead? How do we know that it is dead? And don't forget this, it didn't come here alone. Sutherland started. At that moment the sunlight vanished, and everything was once more involved in gloom. What do you mean? Sutherland asked. Not alone? How do you know it did not come alone? Why, it is there, inside the tent, but the entrance was laced from the outside. Fool that I am! Cried Sutherland a little fiercely. Why didn't I think of that? Not alone, of course it was not alone. He gazed about into the gloom, and I knew the nameless fear and horror that chilled him to the very heart, for they chilled me to my own. Of a sudden arose again that mournful savage howl of the wolf-dog. We three men started as though 'twas the voice of some ghoul from hell's most dreadful corner. Shut up, you brute! gritted Travers. Shut up, or I'll brain you! Whether it was Travers' threat or not, I do not know, but that howl ceased almost on the instant. Again the silence of desolation and of death lay upon the spot. But above the tent the pennant stirred and rustled, the sound of it, I thought, like the slithering of some repulsive serpent. What did you see in there? I asked them. Bob, said Sutherland, don't ask us that. The thing itself, said I, turning, can't be any worse than this mystery and nightmare of imagination. But the two of them threw themselves before me and barred my way. No, said Sutherland firmly. You must not look into that tent, Bob. You must not see that... I don't know what to call it. Trust us. Believe us, Bob. 'Tis for your sake that we say you must not do it. We, Travers and I, can never be the same men again. The brains, the souls of us can never be what they were before we saw that. Very well, I acquiesced. I can't help saying, though, that the whole thing seems to me like the dream of a madman. That, said Sutherland, is a small matter indeed. Insane? Believe that it is the dream of a madman. Believe that we are insane. Believe that you are insane yourself. Believe anything you like. Only don't look. Very well, I told them. I won't look. I give in. You two have made a coward of me. A coward, said Sutherland. Don't talk nonsense, Bob. There are some things that a man should never know. There are some things that a man should never see. That horror there in Amundson's tent is both. But you said that it is dead. Travers groaned. Sutherland laughed a little wildly. Trust us, said the latter. Believe us, Bob. 'Tis for your sake, not for our own. For that is too late now. We have seen it, and you have not. For some minutes we stood there by that tent in that weird gloom, then turned to leave the cursed spot. I said that undoubtedly Amundsen had left some records inside, that possibly Scott too had reached the pole and visited the tent, and that we ought to secure any such mementos. Sutherland and Travers nodded, but each declared that he would not put his head through that entrance again for all the wealth of Ormus and of Ind, or words to that effect. We must, they said, get away from that awful place. Get back to the world of men with our fearful message. You won't tell me what you saw, I said, and yet you want to get back so that you can tell it to the world? We aren't going to tell the world what we saw, answered Sutherland. In the first place, we couldn't, and in the second place, if we could, not a living soul would believe us. But we can warn people, for that thing in there did not come alone. Where is the other one, or the others? Dead, too, let us hope, I exclaimed. Amen, said Sutherland. But maybe, as Bill says, it isn't dead. Probably. Sutherland paused, and a wild, indescribable look came into his eyes. Maybe it can't die. Probably, said I nonchalantly, yet with secret disgust and with poignant sorrow. What was the use? What good would it do to try to reason with a couple of madmen? Yes, we must get away from this spot, or they would have me insane too. And the long road back, could we ever make it now? And what had they seen? What unimaginable horror was there behind that thin wall of gabardine? Well, whatever it was real. Of that I could not entertain the slightest doubt. Real. Real enough to wreck virtually instantaneously the strong brains of two strong men. But were my poor companions really mad after all? Or maybe, Sutherland was saying, the other one, or the others went back to Venus, or Mars, or Sirius, or Algol, or hell itself, or wherever they came from, to get more of their kind. If that is so, heaven have pity on poor humanity. And if it or they are still here on this earth, then sooner or later, it may be a dozen years, it may be a century, but sooner or later the world will know it to its woe and to its horror, for they, if living or if gone for others, will come again. I was thinking, began Travers, his eyes fixed on the tent. Yes, Sutherland queried. That, Travers told him, it might be a good plan to empty the rifle into that thing. Maybe it isn't dead. Maybe it can't die. Maybe it only changes. Probably it is just hibernating, so to speak. If so, I laughed, it will probably hibernate till doomsday. But neither one of my companions laughed. Or, said Travers, it may be a demon, a ghost materialized. I can't say incarnated. A ghost materialized? I exclaimed. Well, may not every man or woman be just that? Heaven knows many a one acts like a demon or a fiend incarnate. That may be, nodded Sutherland, but that hypothesis doesn't help us any here. I may help things some, said Travers, starting toward his sled. A moment or two, and he had got out the rifle. I thought, said he, that nothing could ever take me back to that entrance. But the hope that I may... Sutherland groaned. It isn't earthly, Bill, he said hoarsely. It's a nightmare. I think we had better go now. Travers was going, straight toward the tent. Come back, Bill, groaned Sutherland. Come back. Let us go while we can!" But Travers did not come back. Slowly he moved forward, rifle thrust out before him, finger on the trigger. He reached the tent, hesitated a moment, then thrust the rifle barrel through. As fast as he could work trigger and lever, he emptied the weapon into the tent, into that horror inside it. He whirled and came back as though in fear the tent was about to spew forth behind him all the legions of foulest hell. What was that? The blood seemed to freeze in my veins and heart as there arose from out the tent a sound low and throbbing, a sound that no man ever had heard on this earth, one that I hope no man will ever hear again. A panic, a madness seized upon us, upon men and dogs alike, and away we fled from that cursed place. The sound ceased, but again we heard it. It was more fearful, more unearthly, soul-maddening, hellish than before. "Look!" cried Sutherland. "Oh, my God, look at that!" The tent was barely visible now. A moment or two, and the curtain of gloom would conceal it. At first I could not imagine what had made Sutherland cry out like that. Then I saw it, in that very moment before the gloom hid it from view. The tent was moving. It swayed, jerked like some shapeless monster in the throes of death, like some nameless thing seen in the horror of nightmare, or limbed on the brain of utter madness itself. And that is what happened there. That is what we saw. I have set it down at some length, and to the best of my ability under the truly awful circumstances in which I am placed. In these hastily scrawled pages is recorded an experience that, I believe, is not surpassed by the wildest to be found in the pages of the most imaginative romanticist. Whether the record is destined ever to reach the world, ever to be scanned by the eye of another, only the future can answer that. I will try to hope for the best. I cannot blink the fact, however, that things are pretty bad for us. It is not only this sinister, nameless mystery from which we are fleeing, though heaven knows that is horrible enough, but it is the minds of my companions, and added to that is the fear for my own. But there I must get myself in hand. After all, as Sutherland says, I didn't see it. I must not give way. We must somehow get our story to the world, though we may have for our reward only the mockery of the world's unbelief, its scoffing, the world against which is now moving, gathering, a menace more dreadful than anything that ever moved in the fevered brain of any prophet of woe and blood and disaster. We are a dozen miles or so from the pole now, in that mad dash away from that tent of horror. Lost our bearings, and for a time, I fear, went panicky. The strange eerie gloom denser than ever. Then came a fall of fine snow crystals, which rendered things worse than ever. Just when about to give up in despair, chanced upon one of our beacons. This gave us our bearings, and we pressed on to the spot. Travers had just thrust his head into the tent to tell us that he is sure he saw something moving off into the gloom. Something moving! This must be looked into. If Robert Drumgold could only have left as full a record of those days which followed as he had of that fearful 4th of January. No man can ever know what the three explorers went through in their struggle to escape that doom from which there was no escape, a doom the mystery and horror of which perhaps surpass in gruesomeness what the most dreadful Gothic imagination ever conceived in its utterest abandonment to delirium and madness. January 5th. Travers had seen something, for we, the three of us, saw it again today. Was it that horror, that thing not of this earth, which they saw in Amundson's tent? We don't know what it is. All we know is that it is something that moves. God have pity on us all, and on every man and woman and child on this earth of ours, if this thing is what we fear. 6th. Made 25 miles today, 20 yesterday. Did not see it today, but heard it. Seemed near. Once, in fact, as though right over our heads. But that must have been imagination. Effect on dogs, most terrible. Poor brutes. It is as horrible to them as it is to us. Sometimes I think even more. Why is it following us? 7th. 2 of dogs gone this morning. One or another of us on guard all night. Nothing seen, not a sound heard, yet the animals have vanished. Did they desert us? We say that is what happened, but each man of us knows that none of us believes it. Made 18 miles. Fear that Travers is going mad. 8th. Travers gone. He took the watch last night at 12, relieving Sutherland. That was the last of Travers, the last that we shall ever see. No tracks, not a sign in the snow. Travers, poor Travers, gone. Who will be the next? January 9th. Saw it again. Why does it let us see it like this? Sometimes. Is it that horror in a Munson's tent? Sutherland declares that it is not, that it is something even more hellish. But then Sutherland is mad now. Mad. If I wasn't sane, I could think it all was only imagination. But I saw it! January 11th. I think it is the 11th, but not sure. I can no longer be sure of anything, save that I am alone and that it is watching me. Don't know how I know, for I cannot see it. But I do know. It is watching me. It is always watching. And sometime it will come and get me, as it got Travers and Sutherland and half the dogs. Yes, today must be the 11th, for it was yesterday. Surely it was only yesterday that it took Sutherland. I didn't see it take him, for a fog had come up, and Sutherland, he would go on in the fog, was so slow in following that the vapor hid him from view. At last, when he didn't come, I went back. But Sutherland was gone. Man, dogs, sled, everything was gone. Poor Sutherland. But then he was mad. Probably that was why it took him. Has it spared me because I am yet sane? Sutherland had the rifle. Always he clung to that rifle as though a bullet could save him from what we saw. My only weapon is an axe. But what good is an axe? January 13th. Maybe it is the 14th. I don't know. What does it matter? Saw it 3 times today. Each time it was closer. Dogs still whining about the tent. There. That horrible, hellish sound again. Dogs still now. That sound again. But I dare not look out. The axe. Hours later. Can't write any more. Silence. Voices. I seem to hear voices. But that sound again. Coming nearer. At entrance now. Now. End of In a Munson's Tent by John Martin Leahy.
In the Very Stones by Joseph Payne Brennan. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dan Grzinski. In the Very Stones by Joseph Payne Brennan. It is inconceivable to me, wrote my psychic investigator friend Lucius Leffing, that any person of reasonable perception and sensitivity could pass a long period of his life in a specific habitation without leaving something of himself impregnated, as it were, in the very stones, wood, and mortar of the place. How vividly I recalled this statement later on, but let me start at the beginning. I had been away from New Haven for many years, and I returned in a rather weary mood of reminiscence and regret. My health was not good. The rheumatic fever of my childhood had finally damaged my heart. In addition, I was having eye trouble. The optic nerves were unaccountably inflamed. Strong light was painful to me. In dim or subdued light, however, I could see remarkably well. So well, in fact, that I began to feel that my vision was becoming abnormal. After engaging a room in one of the few remaining residential areas of the city which had not been engulfed in the spreading contagion of human and social degeneration, I began to take long, rambling walks about the town. I usually waited for a day when the sun was hidden, when the sky was overcast and the light was gray rather than gold. My eyes stopped throbbing, and I could stroll in relative peace. The city had changed remarkably. At times I scarcely knew where I was. Acres of familiar buildings had been swept away. Remembered streets had vanished. Great new structures, efficient but ugly, rose on every side. New highways looped and slashed in every direction. In bewilderment, I frequently retreated to the still unseized Central Common, or Green as it is called. I understood, however, that even this last leisure refuge was under siege. Various interests were agitating to cover the grass with cement in order to create a gigantic pay-toll parking lot. One afternoon in late October, when a threat of rain hung in the air, I started out on a walk. The lack of sun rested my eyes. The chill air somehow soothed me. For an hour or so I strolled aimlessly. On a sudden whim, I decided to visit a city area which I had so far neglected. I had lived in this section as a very young child, over 40 years ago. Although I was scarcely more than 3 when the family moved, I retained vivid memories of the neighborhood and of the specific house itself. The house was a 2-story red brick structure, solidly built, located at 1248 State Street. When I lived there, a big elm tree stood in front of the house. In the rear, a large empty lot which stretched to the adjacent street, Cedar Hill Avenue, made an ideal playground. Subsequently, the elm tree was cut down. The lot was nearly filled by a cheap tenement-type building, and the entire neighborhood declined. As I approached the old area, I was appalled at the appearance of things. Some houses had been torn down. Others stood vacant, displaying smashed windows, broken doors, and collapsed verandas. On one block, every house was empty and partly wrecked. I was amazed and disconcerted. I had not seen such desolation since war days. Under those gray October skies, with a thin mist already starting to fall, it was the bleakest scene imaginable. I experienced an intense oppression of spirits, and as I continued to walk along those strangely deserted streets, my mood of dejection only deepened. I finally met a pedestrian, muffled already in a winter overcoat. He squinted at me suspiciously when I asked him why so many of the houses stood smashed and empty. "Route 91, he muttered, hurrying away. Although I had learned there was indeed a rational explanation for the devastation, I felt no better. I was firmly convinced that a slight alteration on the highway blueprints could have carried the new road across empty marsh flats, only a few miles away. The cost of fill would have been a fraction of that expended on extensive condemnation proceedings. I fully expected that the brick house of my early childhood lay already in ruins. I felt a thin exultation at finding it still standing. I say thin, because of course I knew it was doomed. Already its windows were broken, its door sagged in, and part of its front hedge had been ground away by truck or bulldozer. As I stood regarding it, remembering clearly episodes of over 40 years past, I reflected on the rootlessness which marks the average city denizen. By choice, or more likely necessity, he moves from one house to another. He has no anchor, nothing of continuity. When he visits his old neighborhood, he may find that his former house has vanished. The site of it may be occupied by a city-supported project for permanent welfare cases, or by a cinder block garage, or by a barren parking lot. The house, the trees, the backyard, the very curbstones and sidewalks may be gone. The returner will experience a haunting sense of loss, a sense of bewilderment, of chaos. He may finally begin to feel that he is even losing his own identity, that, in fact, he has no identity. He will feel lost in time, without either a future or a past. There will be nothing he can go back to, and nothing of permanence that he can foresee in an uncertain future. Isolated, fugacious, essentially a drifter, he will experience a loneliness of spirit which nothing can assuage. thousands of his kind inhabit the modern city, gnawed by a sense of their own rootlessness, hungering in vain for a home, a habitation, which partakes of the flavor of time, a continuing and cherished spot of earth which links their own past with some kind of hopeful future. With these depressing thoughts in mind, I stood before the lost red brick house of my childhood. I had an impulse to enter, but I supposed it was unsafe and very probably forbidden. Dusk fell, the mist grew heavier, and still I lingered in that area. Moving away from the doomed house I had known, I wandered along those desolate streets, peering through cracked windows, through sagging doors which never again would open to a friendly hand. In some windows, frayed, blackened curtains, left hanging in the confusion of forced removal, fluttered in the cold October wind. Odd bits of broken furniture, dishes and ornaments lay scattered about. Entire lifetimes had been passed in some of these houses. Now they stood as empty shells, awaiting absolute and final destruction. The entire area seemed deserted, silent, drained of all life. Even the usual city noises were strangely muffled and distant. I roamed restlessly, numbed by the desolation which surrounded me, yet perversely unwilling to leave. The mist thickened, and full darkness fell, and I remained. In spite of the darkness, I could see remarkably well. I linked this abnormal ability with my eye's unusual sensitivity to strong light. I felt that both conditions stemmed from the inflamed state of the optic nerves, an affliction I have already mentioned. I passed an alley, glittering strangely with bits of scattered window glass, and stood surveying an adjacent house, which leaned crazily with a collapsed roof. It was a small white frame house, inexpensively built, and yet I saw that someone had once tended it carefully. The paint was bright. The little mailbox looked as if it had been scrubbed, and the trampled remains of a once neat garden surrounded the place. As, musing, I stared at this wrecked house through the growing mist, I saw a face at one of the two front ground floor windows. It was the face of an old man, white, mournful, filled with an ineffable desolation. I gazed at it in astonishment. My first thought was that an elderly vagrant had crept into the wreckage of the white house in order to pass the night. The dampness probably made his old bones ache. The face continued to look out at me. I walked away with some uneasiness. I shivered, blaming it on the cold mist. I'd gone less than half a block when I saw the woman, enormously fat. She sat on a wicker chair on the half-demolished veranda of a two-story house. She wore very thick-lensed glasses, which seemed to reflect light from some hidden source. There was no moon, certainly, and I saw no artificial lights nearby. I was startled, but I supposed that a few people must still be clinging illegally to old homes in the area, pending final arrangements for the occupancy of a new residence. Some impulse urged me to hurry past, to move straight ahead without looking aside. Stubbornly, however, and against my own best judgment, I refused. Instead, I paused, cleared my throat, and spoke. "Good evening," I said. The fat woman did not reply. She did not seem to have heard me. Possibly, I reasoned, in addition to having weak eyes, she was also hard of hearing. I moved a few steps up the front walk and nodded. "Good evening," I repeated loudly. Then I blinked in astonishment. The wicker chair was empty. I stopped dead and stared at it. Momentarily, I had glanced down at the walk to make sure that I would not stumble over debris. In those scant seconds, the fat woman must have vacated her chair and slipped inside. I marveled. For one of her bulk, she moved with amazing agility. Turning, I went back to the sidewalk and started on. I supposed that the woman was self-conscious about her continued occupancy in the condemned house, and had gone inside to avoid any necessity of discussing it with a stranger. As I walked away, I glanced back. Once again I saw light glitter on those thick-lensed glasses. The fat woman was back in her wicker chair. something more than the swirling mist made me shudder. Frowning, I hurried on. It was late, I told myself, and I had better leave these ruined, mist-shrouded streets and go home to a good cup of hot tea. I walked rapidly, but I could not resist looking at the vacant houses I passed. Suddenly I stopped. My heart began pounding. An icy gush of fear made my scalp tingle. Wide-eyed, mouth agape, I gazed through that tenuous wall of mist and felt that reason and sanity were leaving me. Nearly half of those smashed and deserted houses all at once were occupied. I saw pale, sad faces peering from a dozen different windows. Dim, mist-circled figures sat on some of the porches. An old man, twisted with some arthritic malady, worked feebly in a tiny front garden. A middle-aged woman, white as death, but with a kind of hopeless fury stamped on her face, stood glaring near a broken gate. Worse than these were other sights. I saw a rocker moving to and fro on a porch, although there was no one in it. I saw a claw-like hand tapering to a vague sleeve, which in turn raveled away to nothingness. Clutching the brick side of a building, in the rear garden of a half-destroyed house, I glimpsed what appeared to be the disembodied head of a woman in a big straw hat, drifting slowly above the matted tangle of a neglected flower pot. I felt the clutch of near madness. I no longer had any faint desire to linger and look. Flight, immediate and imperative, became my only object. I rushed wildly through those forsaken yet not forsaken streets, with fear like a hound at my heels. I ran till my heart thumped and dizziness overcame me. At last, away from that accursed area of peering white faces, of clinging mist and strange pregnant silence, I collapsed in a doorway. Hours afterward, I reached home and fell into bed. For days I was ill. My heart had been strained anew, and in addition I manifested pleuritic symptoms. As I lay in bed, I brooded over my weird experience on that street of silent houses. I told myself that my eyes, inflamed and supersensitive, had played tricks on me, that the drifting fog plus my own imagination had been at fault. But weeks later, when I related my adventure to my psychic investigator friend Lucius Leffing, he shook his head at my explanations. "I am firmly convinced," he told me, "that neither your inflamed eyes nor your imagination conjured up the phantoms which you describe. As I wrote you recently, it is inconceivable to me that any person of reasonable perception and sensitivity could pass a long period of his life in a specific habitation without leaving something of himself impregnated, as it were, in the very stones, wood, and mortar of the place. What you saw were the psychic residues of the poor vanished souls who, in the aggregate, had spent hundreds of years in those condemned houses. Their psychic remnants were still clinging to the only earthly anchors that remained, and already, as you relate, some of them had dwindled and faded to mere detached fragments." He shook his head. "Poor souls." End of In the Very Stones by Joseph Payne Brennan.
Jane of George Street, Edinburgh, by Elliot O'Donnell. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Kat D.C. Jane of George Street, Edinburgh, by Elliot O'Donnell. The news that, for several years at any rate, George Street, Edinburgh, was haunted, wrote a correspondent of mine some short time ago, might cause no little surprise to many of its inhabitants. And my friend proceeded to relate his experience of the haunting, which I will reproduce as nearly as possible in his own words. I quote from memory, having foolishly destroyed the letter. I was walking in a leisurely way along George Street the other day, towards Strunnell's, where I get my cigars, and I had arrived opposite number blank, when I suddenly noticed, just ahead of me, a tall lady of remarkably graceful figure, clad in a costume which, even to an ignoramus in fashion like myself, seemed extraordinarily out of date. In my untechnical language, it consisted of a dark blue coat and skirt trimmed with black braid. The coat had a very high collar, turned over to show a facing of blue velvet, its sleeves were very full at the shoulders, and a band of blue velvet drew it tightly in at the waist. Moreover, unlike every other lady I saw, she wore a small hat, which I subsequently learned was a toque, with one white and one blue plume placed moderately high at the side. The only other conspicuous items of her dress, the effect of which was, on the whole, quiet, were white glacé gloves, over which dangled gold curb bracelets with innumerable pendants, shoes which were of patent leather with silver buckles and rather high Louis heels, and fine blue silk open-work stockings. So much for her dress. Now for her herself. She was a strikingly fair woman with very pale yellow hair and a startlingly white complexion, and this latter peculiarity so impressed me that I hastened my steps, determining to get a full view of her. Passing her with rapid strides, I looked back, and as I did so a cold chill ran through me. What I looked at was the face of the dead. I slowed down and allowed her to take the lead. I now observed that, startling as she was, no one else seemed to notice her. One or two people obviously, though probably unconsciously, possessing the germs of psychism, shivered when they passed her, but as they neither slackened their pace nor turned to steal a second look, I concluded they had not seen her. Without glancing either to the right or left, she moved steadily on, past Moulton's the confectioner's, past Perrin's the hatter's. Once I thought she was coming to a halt, and that she intended crossing the road, but no, on, till we came to D Street. There we were preparing to cross over, when an elderly gentleman walked deliberately into her. I half expected to hear him apologize, but naturally nothing of the sort happened. She was only too obviously a phantom, and in accordance with the nature of a phantom, she passed right through him. A few yards farther on, she came to an abrupt pause, and then, with a slight inclination of her head, as if meaning me to follow, she glided into a chemist's shop. She was certainly not more than 6 feet ahead of me when she passed through the door, and I was even nearer than that to her, when she suddenly disappeared as she stood before the counter. I asked the chemist if he could tell me anything about the lady who had just entered the shop, but he merely turned away and laughed. "Lady?" he said. "What are you talking about? You're a bit out of your reckoning. This isn't the 1st of April. Come, what do you want?" I bought a bottle of Formamints, and reluctantly and regretfully turned away. That night I dreamed I again saw the ghost. I followed her up George Street, just as I had done in reality, but when she came to the chemist's shop, she turned swiftly round. "I'm Jane," she said in a hollow voice. "Jane, only Jane." And with that name ringing in my ears, I awoke. Some days elapsed before I was in George Street again. The weather had, in the meanwhile, undergone one of those sudden and violent changes so characteristic of the Scottish climate. The lock gates of heaven had been opened, and the rain was descending in cataracts. The few pedestrians I encountered were enveloped in mackintoshes and carried huge umbrellas, through which the rain was soaking and pouring off from every point. Everything was wet. Everything was mud. The water, splashing upwards, saturated the tops of my boots and converted my trousers into sodden sacks. Some weather isn't fit for dogs, but this weather wasn't good enough for tadpoles. Even fish would have kicked at it and kept in their holes. Imagine, then, the anomaly. Amidst all this aqueous inferno, this slippery, sloppery, filth-bespattering inferno, a spotlessly clean apparition in blue, without either waterproof or umbrella. I refer to Jane. She suddenly appeared as I was passing the Ladies' Tea Association rooms, walking in front of me. She looked just the same as when I last saw her, spick and span, and dry. I repeat the word dry, for that is what attracted my attention most. Despite the deluge, not a single raindrop touched her. The plumes on her toque were splendidly erect and curly, her shoe-buckles sparkled, her patent leathers were spotless, whilst the cloth of her coat and skirt looked as sheeny as if they had but just come from Keeley's. Anxious to get another look at her face, I quickened my pace, and darting past her, gazed straight into her countenance. The result was a severe shock. The terror of what I saw, the ghastly horror of her dead-white face, sent me reeling across the pavement. I let her pass me, and, impelled by a sickly fascination, followed in her wake. Outside a jeweller's stood a hansom, quite a curiosity in these days of motors, and, as Jane glided past, the horse shied. I have never seen an animal so terrified. We went on, and at the next crossing halted. A policeman had his hand up checking the traffic. His glance fell on Jane. The effect was electrical. His eyes bulged, his cheeks whitened, his chest heaved. His hand dropped, and he would undoubtedly have fallen had not a good Samaritan, in the guise of a non-psychical public-house loafer, held him up. Jane was now close to the chemist's, and it was with a sigh of relief that I saw her glide in and disappear. Had there been any doubt at all after my first encounter with Jane as to her being superphysical, there was certainly none now. The policeman's paroxysm of fear and the horse's fit of shying were facts. What had produced them? I alone knew, and I knew for certain it was Jane. Both man and animal saw what I saw. Hence the phantom was not subjective, it was not illusionary, it was a bona fide spirit manifestation, a visitant from the other world, the world of earthbound souls. Jane fascinated me. I made endless researches in connection with her, and, in answer to one of my inquiries, I was informed that 18 years ago, that is to say, about the time Jane's dress was in fashion, the chemist's shop had been occupied by a dressmaker of the name of Bosworth. I hunted up Miss Bosworth's address and called on her. She had retired from business and was living in St. Michael's Road, Bournemouth. I came to the point straight. "Can you give me any information," I asked, "about a lady whose Christian name was Jane?"
"That sounds vague," Miss Bosworth said. "I've met a good many Janes in my time."
"But not Janes with pale yellow hair and white eyebrows and eyelashes?" And I described her in detail.
"How do you come to know about her?"
Miss Bosworth said, after a long pause. "Because," I replied, with a certain slowness and deliberation characteristic of me, "because I've seen her ghost." Of course, I knew Miss Bosworth was no skeptic. The moment my eyes rested on her, I saw she was psychic, and that the superphysical was often at her elbow. Accordingly, I was not in the least bit surprised at her look of horror.
"What?" she exclaimed. "Is she still there? I thought she would surely be at rest now."
"Who was she?" I inquired. "Come, you need not be afraid of me. I have come here solely because the occult has always interested me. Who was Jane, and why should her ghost haunt George Street?"
"It happened a good many years ago," Miss Bosworth replied, "in 1892. In answer to an advertisement I saw in one of the daily papers, I called on a Miss Jane Vernelt, Mademoiselle Vernelt, she called herself, who ran a costumier's business in George Street, in the very building, in fact, now occupied by the chemist you have mentioned. The business was for sale, and Miss Vernelt wanted a big sum for it. However, as her books showed a very satisfactory annual increase in receipts, and her clientele included a duchess and other society leaders, I considered the bargain a tolerably safe one, and we came to terms. Within a week I was running the business, and exactly a month after I had taken it over, I was greatly astonished to receive a visit from Miss Vernelt. She came into the shop quite beside herself with agitation. "It's all a mistake," she screamed. "I didn't want to sell it. I can't do anything with my capital. Let me buy it back." I listened to her politely, and then informed her that as I had gone to all the trouble of taking over the business, and had already succeeded in extending it, I most certainly had no intention of selling it, at least not for some time. Well, she behaved like a lunatic, and in the end created such a disturbance that I had to summon my assistants and actually turn her out. After that I had no peace for 6 weeks. She came every day, at any and all times, and I was at last obliged to take legal proceedings. I then discovered that her mind was really unhinged, and that she had been suffering from softening of the brain for many months. Her medical advisers had, it appeared, warned her to give up business and place herself in the hands of trustworthy friends or relations, who would see that her money was properly invested, but she had delayed doing so, and when, at last, she did make up her mind to retire, the excitement resulting from so great a change in her mode of living accelerated the disease, and exactly 3 weeks after the sale of her business, she became a victim to the delusion that she was ruined. This delusion grew more and more pronounced as her malady increased, and amidst her wildest ravings she clamoured to be taken back to George Street. The hauntings, indeed, began before she died, and I frequently saw her, when I knew her material body to be under restraint, just as you describe, gliding in and out of the show-rooms. For several weeks after her death the manifestations continued. Then they ceased, and I have never heard of her again until now." If I remember rightly, the account of the George Street ghost here terminated, but my friend referred to it again at the close of his letter. "Since my return to Scotland," he wrote, "I have frequently visited George Street, almost daily, but I have not seen Jane. I only hope that her poor distracted spirit has at last found rest." And with this kindly sentiment my correspondent concluded. End of Jane of George Street, Edinburgh, by Elliot O'Donnell.
The Long Arm by Franz Habel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Caitlin Van Nattestein. The Long Arm by Franz Habel. I have been out of Germany for 35 years, drawn hither and thither by various glittering of will-o'-the-wisps. When I returned to my native country, I was as poor in pocket as when I left, and much poorer in illusions. The Berlin Insurance Company, which I had represented with such mediocre success in Switzerland, Austria, and Belgium, agreed to let me sell for them at home, and by a curious coincidence there was an opening in the quaint old Bavarian city in which I had been born and bred. I will pass over the strangely mingled feelings with which I rode in a 20th-century railroad train, past the 1,000-year-old walls of one of the most curious ancient cities in Europe. A town, moreover, whose every winding narrow street and sharp-gabled building had been the companion of my infancy and childhood. No one seemed to know me, and I recognized no one. For several days I made no attempt to sell life insurance, but wandered in a dream, the bewildered ghost of my former self, about the spots which I had known in happier days. One dull, rainy afternoon I took refuge from the weather in a dingy little coffee-house in which, at the age of 14 or 15, I, along with certain boon companions, had learned the gentle art of billiards. It seemed as if every article of furniture was just as I had walked away from them, well toward half a century before. It was raining outside, and I sat alone in the gloomy, smoky old place, pondering the sweet and bitter mysteries of life. While I sat thus, staring out with unseeing eyes at the rain which was by this time beating down smartly on the pavement, I became conscious that someone in the room was staring at me. I had not noticed that there was anyone else in the dark, low-ceilinged place except the obsequious proprietor who had served me my cigar and coffee. Now I realized that a man who sat in the corner diagonally across from me was studying me curiously from over his newspaper. His face was one that I had seen before. Suddenly, across all the years, I remembered him, and in that same moment he rose and came toward me with his hand held out. We had been in school together, in the gymnasium. He had been a strange fellow with few friends, but had enjoyed the reputation of being the best student in his class. But in his last year in the gymnasium he had, for what reason I never knew, excited the animosity of a cantankerous old professor who had publicly declared that Gustave was not the kind of boy who should have a gymnasium diploma, and that he, the professor, was determined never to give him a passing grade. My father had admired the boy very much, and at one juncture, when my marks looked perilously low, he had employed Gustave to tutor me. Gustave had been so successful that father was delighted, and made him a present of a silver cigarette case with Gustave's initials and mine engraved on it. I remembered all this very distinctly as we shook hands, but I was doing fast thinking, because for the life of me I couldn't remember his strange last name. I had a feeling that it was a very foreign name, Polish or Croatian or something of the sort. As he mentioned this and that, I fear I answered him a little absently and incoherently. The name was almost there, the syllables flitted tantalizingly just out of my reach, but I was sure the name began with a B. Wasn't it a Bam or a Ban something? I had it. Banatovich. From that moment the conversation went more easily. I was surprised and pleased when Banatovich drew his silver cigarette case out of his pocket to prove to me how highly he thought of my poor deceased father. We were soon launched on a cordial exchange of childhood memories. Banatovich seemed a good-hearted fellow after all, and I wondered why in my childhood I had never been quite comfortable in his company. I remembered that other boys of the group had admitted to me confidentially that they were more than a little afraid of him. The longer we talked, the more intimate, the more in the nature of a mutual confession, our conversation became. I admitted to Banatovich that the highfalutin fashion in which I had left the town to win fame and fortune years before had been asinine in the extreme, and that it served me just right to have to sneak back unknown and penniless. Banatovich rejoiced that for all his pride in his school marks he had remained a person of no importance, and that the pot had not the slightest intention of making itself ridiculous by calling the kettle black. He seemed almost painfully inclined to run himself down. I could feel in his manner a sort of pathetic reaching out for sympathy and consideration, and it began to seem as if he were about to tell me something or ask me for something, but whatever he had to tell seemed hard to say, and it was slow in coming over his lips. Banatovich ordered 2 bottles of the heavy native wine. I drank sparingly of it because it goes to my head. Banatovich swallowed 2 or 3 glassfuls in hasty succession, and his cheeks grew flushed. There was a pause. Suddenly he leaned across the table toward me and spoke in a hoarse, excited whisper. "Modersohn," he said anxiously, "I want to make a confession to you, a terrible confession. It may turn you against me completely. Maybe you don't want to hear it. If you don't, say so, and I'll go home. But it seems as if I've got to tell somebody about it. It seems as if I've got to find somebody who understands me and can excuse me, or it will kill me. Shall I tell you, shall I?" I was startled. I was reasonably sure that Banatovich was no criminal, since he had lived half a century in his native city, undisturbed, and from all he had told me, solvent and respected. I had always known that he was a queer fish, a brooding, solitary sort of person, and I settled myself to listen to some harmless bit of psychopathy which meant nothing except to the unfortunate subject. "My dear fellow," I said, no doubt a little patronizingly, "I am sure you haven't anything to confess that will make you out an outrageous rascal, but if it will do you any good to tell me your troubles, I am ready to listen to them." "Thank you," said Banatovich in a trembling voice. "I've done nothing that they can put me behind bars for, but I He stared at me sternly. "But I've done worse things," he said solemnly, "than some poor fellows that have been strung up by the neck and choked to death." I laughed a little nervously. "Tell me your story, if you like," I said, "and let me decide just how black you are. But I haven't a great deal of apprehension. We're all of us poor miserable sinners as far as that's concerned. I could tell you things about myself." Banatovich was not listening to me at all. He had fallen suddenly into a fit of black brooding. After a minute or two he looked up and asked sharply, "Do you remember Wolanski?" Wolanski was the Greek professor who had threatened to vote against Banatovich when he was finishing his course at the gymnasium. "Of course," said I, "and I remember well how he abused you that last year. If there ever was a cantankerous old scoundrel, Wolanski was just that identical individual." "Maybe," he said absently. Then after another pause, "Do you remember that Wolanski died suddenly, just a little while before the end of the school year?" I nodded. "I imagine that was a great piece of luck for you," I said. "Yes," said Banatovich. "If he had lived, I should never have had my diploma. As it was, I finished with honors. If Wolanski hadn't died when he did, I'd have been ruined. Don't forget that, ruined. I was puzzled at his insistence. Yes, you would have been seriously handicapped, I agreed. Ruined is the word, perhaps. Banatovich's face was purple with wine and some strange kind of suffering. Do you remember another thing? He said thickly. Do you remember an old Hindu who had a dark little hole away back of the shops and the beer depot and the livery stables between the old market and the river? The old fellow that had love charms and sold fortunes and helped people to health and wealth and happiness? I said, in a tone of slightly forced cheerfulness. It was hard to be cheerful with those somber eyes boring into you. Yes, I remember him all right. I wanted to go and see him once when I was about 15 or 16, but Father told me that meddling with the black art had sent more people to hell than it had helped, and Father was so terribly earnest about it that he frightened me. I never went. As a matter of fact, it was only a passing fancy, and I soon forgot all about him. That Hindu, said my old school fellow thoughtfully, knew things about the secret forces in the universe that made him almost a god, and he taught me things that the wisest philosopher in the world doesn't suspect. Still, your father may have been right. I think it very likely that what he taught me may send me to hell. I shivered. I looked up nervously to make sure that the way was clear to the door. I began to suspect that my friend Banatovich, though he was certainly not a criminal, might be a dangerous lunatic. My vis-a-vis rubbed absently at a protuberance on his left side. I had noticed it when he first came across the room to speak to me. A deformity. I was sure it had not been there when he was a boy, or perhaps a tumor or some such thing as that. I kept very quiet about what the Hindu taught me, because I knew most people felt about such things much as you say your father did, and I wanted to get on in the world, but I had an idea the Hindu could help me get on. Perhaps he has, and he stared gloomily at space. Perhaps he has, and perhaps he hasn't. He brooded, then he took up the thread of his story. Wolanski nearly drove me to suicide. I read and studied and crammed, day and night. I tried everything I could think of to overcome the man's antagonism. I crawled in the dust before him like a whipped cur. Nothing did any good. And when I saw he hated me and was determined to smash me, I began to hate him too. I came to hate him worse than I hated the devils in hell. There was a time when I had to hold myself back with all my strength to keep from sticking a knife into him or braining him with my chair. But the Hindu and I made some experiments with telepathy, and I discovered that there are other ways of killing a man besides stabbing him or giving him poison. I learned how to make a man in front of me on the street turn around and look at me. I learned how to make you dream about me and come and tell me the dream the next morning. When he said that, I jumped, for I remember having done exactly that thing. I learned how to bring out a bruise on Wolanski's face, although he lived on the other side of town, so that he went around asking people how he could have bumped his forehead without knowing it. And at last I went to bed one night, set my mind on Wolanski, and said over and over to myself 1,000 times, "Die, you dog! You've got to die! I order you to die!" I said it over till I fell into a sort of trance. It wasn't sleep, I tell you. You can't sleep when you are in a state like that. And in my trance I could feel another arm grow out of my side here and grow longer and longer, and grow out through the window, although the window was closed, and grow out across the street, and down the street, and right through the walls and across the river. I had never known where Wolanski lived, but that night I knew. I had never known the street or the house number. I had never been there in my life, but I can tell you just exactly how his bedroom looked. The washstand between the 2 windows, the work table against the west wall, the wardrobe, the old divan against the north wall, in a corner the blue-grey tiled stove with some of the tile chipped off, and against the south wall the bed he lay in. I can tell you the color of the blanket he had pulled up over his face. It was a dirty brownish red. But my hand seemed to go through the blanket and grip Wolanski by the throat. First he sighed and turned his head to one side and tried to wriggle free. Then he raised his arms and tried to get a hold of something that wasn't there. His sighs turned into groans, and the groans changed to a death rattle. He threw his arms and legs wildly around in the air. His body bent up like a bow, but my hand held his head down against the pillow. At last he quit struggling and dropped down limp on the bed. Then the arm came crawling back into my body, and I came out of the trance and went to sleep, or perhaps I fainted. The next morning the director came into our classroom and told us Wolanski had died in the night of some sort of attack. You remember that, I am sure. When Banatovich began to tell me the story, he had looked away from me, and his eyes never met mine during the telling. He had begun with a painful effort, but as he went on he grew more and more excited and more inflamed with hatred of the malicious old Greek teacher, till it almost seemed as if he had forgotten me and was living the astounding experience through for himself alone. When he was through, his ecstasy of indignation left him, and he sat dejected and apprehensive, studying me pitifully out of the corners of his deep grey eyes. When he stopped speaking, there was a moment of silence. Then I said something. I think what I said was, "Very extraordinary." He smiled, a strange, sarcastic smile. "Extraordinary?" he repeated, with an interrogation point in his voice. "Your nerves were strained to the breaking point," I said. "Your trouble with the old rascal had driven you half distracted. Then there was all that occultistic hodgepodge with the old Hindu, and you were overworked and run down anyway. No wonder you dreamed dreams and saw visions. And it may have been that there was some telepathic contact between you and Wolanski, and when he had his apoplectic attack—" The sarcastic smile deepened on Banatovich's face. "So you have it all explained and I'm acquitted?" he inquired. "Acquitted?" I cried. "You were never even accused. If the state were to bring action against every man who had a feeling that he would be happier if someone else were out of the way, the state would have a big job on its hands." "Very true," Banatovich assented icily. "I see I haven't got very far with you yet. You are forcing me to continue my not very edifying autobiography. Did you know my father?" I remembered his father, and I remembered that he had not enjoyed the best possible reputation. "I think I knew him," I said hesitantly. "He was a moneylender, wasn't he?" "Don't spare my feelings," said Banatovich bitterly. "He was a usurer, and a cruel one. I had a feeling for years that his business was a disgrace to the family, and I made no bones about telling him so. There were ugly scenes. I thought several times of leaving home. Finally, father told me one day that since I didn't approve of the way he got his money, he was doing me the favor of disinheriting me. I told him that was all right with me, that I'd rather starve than live on money that was stained with the blood of poor debtors. I thought at the time that I meant it, but about that time I had become interested in a young woman. I had never had much to do with the girls, and very few of them seemed at all interested in me. But this one appeared to like me, and when I made advances to her, she didn't repel me. I am no connoisseur of female beauty, but I think that she was unusually attractive, and at that time I was half mad about her. Still waters run deep, you know. Well, she had me under her spell so completely that I changed my mind about father's money. I began to truckle to him, much as I had truckled to Wolanski. I began to feel him out to find whether he had made a will. He was very cold and non-committal. Finally, I asked him outright if he would reconsider his decision to leave me penniless. He told me it was I that had made the decision, not he, and that he had no use for wishy-washy people that changed their minds like weathercocks. He was very sarcastic. I lost my temper and answered him back. We had a terrible quarrel, and finally he struck me. I was 20 years old and a bigger man than he, and I think no man ever had more stubborn pride at bottom than I have. It was the Wolanski thing all over again. The humiliation, the effort at ingratiation, the failure, the long eating, gnawing, growing hatred, and it ended the same way. The night of brooding that hardened into a devilish decision. The vision of the long arm, growing, stretching, crawling, but not so far this time, only through 2 walls and across our own house. You remember that father died of an apoplectic stroke, just as Wolanski had done a year or 2 before? Yes, I think I remember, I said in considerable embarrassment. The thing did begin to look uncanny. I was thoroughly sorry for the poor cracked fellow, but I would just as soon not have been alone with him in that solitary drinking place in the twilight. Well, he said almost sharply. Well, Banatovich, I answered with a show of confidence, you have had a great deal of unhappiness, and you have my sympathy. The strange faculty you have of anticipating deaths, like the night owls and the death watch that ticks in the walls, has made these bereavements an occasion of self-torment for you. I think you should see a psychiatrist. Anticipating? Banatovich had gone back and was repeating a word I had used, and as he repeated it he drummed madly on the table with his fingers. It's a curious coincidence that anticipating is just the word my wife used when I told her about it. You told your wife what you have just told me? I stammered. Do you think that was wise? I couldn't help it. he said with a catch in his throat. I thought I loved her, and I had to talk to somebody. I was miserable, and I had a feeling that she might understand and be brought closer to me by sympathy. Now that I think of it, I can see that I was an egregious idiot. But I discovered long ago that we aren't rational beings after all. We are driven or drawn by mysterious forces, and we go to our destination because we can't help it. My wife had always seemed a little timid with me. I never seemed to have the gift of attracting people, and I don't know whether she would ever have been interested in me at all if I hadn't used a little charm the Hindu taught me. Perhaps that didn't have much to do with it, but I had never been happy with her. However that may be, one evening when she seemed unusually approachable, I had just the same impulse that I had when I met you here tonight, and I told her about Wolanski and father. She pooh-poohed it all just as you did, but she was afraid. I could see that. She was more and more afraid of me as the days went by. For a long time she tried to be cordial and natural in my presence, but it was a sham, and the poor thing couldn't keep it up. Each of us knew as well what was in the mind of the other as if we had talked the situation over frankly for hours. We reached a point where we couldn't look each other in the face. No solitude could have been as ghastly as that solitude of two people who shared a revolting secret. For I had convinced her that I was guilty. I had succeeded in doing what I had set out to do, and I had ruined 2 lives in doing it. I have the faculty, it seems, of poisoning whatever I touch. Only today, my wife said to me, I started to my feet with a great rush of relief and thankfulness. "Ah, your wife is alive, then!" I cried. "My wife is alive. That is, my second wife is alive," he said with a horrible forced smile. I sank back, gasping. "What did you do with your first wife, you dirty hound?" I moaned in helpless indignation. He closed his eyes, and a wave of bitter triumph played about the muscles of his mouth. "Have I convinced you, too, at last?" he said. Then I realized that I had been an insulting idiot. At worst, the man before me was a pathological case, and he certainly belonged in an asylum rather than in a prison. "Forgive me, Banatovich," I panted. "I don't know what made me." He looked at me sadly, almost compassionately. "There is nothing to forgive," he said very quietly. "I am all you called me, and 1,000 times worse. Now let me finish my story." "You don't need to," I said hastily. "I know all the rest of it." All interest, I am afraid, nearly all sympathy, had gone out of me. What I wanted most of all was to get away from this melancholy citizen with power and madness in his grey eyes. "No, you don't know quite all of it yet," he insisted. "Perhaps if I tell you the whole story, even if you can't excuse me, and I don't deserve your excusing, I don't want your excusing, you can understand me a little better and think of me a little more kindly. There was another woman. I couldn't help it any more than any of us can help anything. A fine, sympathetic young woman who loved me because she knew I was unhappy. I had been married to the other woman for 4 years. We were completely estranged. We could scarcely bear to speak to each other. I couldn't be easy one moment in the same house with her. I had a cot in my office out in town because I couldn't even sleep soundly at home. It was hell. The terror in her eyes made me physically sick. My wife learned about the other woman. My wife was a devout Catholic, and there was no possibility of a divorce. I could read in my wife's face just what went on in her mind. She knew the other woman had become my only reason for living, and one day I read in her eyes, along with the terror, a glint of desperate determination. She knew she was in danger. She knew I had a power that I could exercise when I chose, in spite of all the courts and police and jails in the country. She knew her life was in danger, and her eyes told me that mine was in danger for that very reason. I didn't blame her. Half my grief through all the years had been grief for her. But the instinct of self-defense in me was strong, and she went too, like... He never finished his sentence. He dropped his head on the table and began to sob hysterically. I laid a gingerly hand on his shoulder. "Banatovich," I said unsteadily, "I'm sorry for you." He sat up and supported his chin in both hands. "I haven't been as bad as all this sounds like," he said after a while. "Before I was married a second time, I went to the chief of police and gave myself up. The chief listened to my story. I didn't try to explain it all, as I've done with you, but just blurted out the main facts. But the longer he listened, the uneasier he became, and when I got through, he asked me nervously if I didn't think I ought to go into a sanitarium for a while. Then he bowed me out in a big hurry. Perhaps if I had told him all the ins and outs of it, it might have been different. But don't you think he's right about the sanitarium? Right. I'm as sane as you are. I've killed 3 people, a crazy scoundrel, a hard man, and a pure innocent woman. But I did it all because I had to. A sanitarium wouldn't do me or anyone else any good, and it would be a heavy expense. I have taken the responsibility for another pure innocent woman, and I must support her. The war and the Depression swept away my father's fortune, and my present business has dwindled away till I am making only the barest living. I have applied for the agency for a big Berlin insurance company, and if I can get it along with my other business, I shall be fairly comfortable. But I understand there is some talk of their sending in a representative from outside. If they do that, if they take the bread out of my mouth like that, it won't be good for the outsider. He was drunk, and his drunkenness was working him into an ugly mood. He was dangerous, and a physical courage was never my strong point. "What is the name of the Berlin company?" I asked timidly. He named the firm I myself worked for. Then he fumbled for his bottle, and with stern and painful attention set about the difficult and delicate task of filling his glass again. I murmured something about being back in a moment and made for the door. He was too busy to pay any attention to me. When I had the door safely shut behind me, I sprinted through the rain to my hotel as if the devil himself were after me. It was a long time before I got over waking up in the middle of the night with the feeling that an icy, iron-muscled hand was clutching at my throat. I don't have the experience often any more, but I have never seen the city of my birth since that awful night. I got out on the midnight train, and my company obligingly gave me territory on the other side of Germany. Some time ago I happened to see a notice in the paper to the effect that a certain patient named G. Benetovich had died suddenly in the Staatliche Nervenheim-Landstakt in Nuremberg. But I have met the name rather frequently of late, and I think it is a fairly common one. I didn't investigate. End of The Long Arm by Franz Nabel. The Marrying Monster by Klaus Stamm. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Caitlin Van Attestein. The Marrying Monster by Klaus Stamm. Goro put down his tools and relaxed into a pile of wood shavings, his back against a half-finished bathtub. To enjoy the evening cool, he told himself, wiping his face with a blue and white rag. Actually, he wanted to postpone the evening meal. Either the rice would be overcooked to a sticky goo, or he would be picking hard, underdone kernels out of his teeth all night. And bean soup, when he made it, always had things swimming in it that had no business there. A night insect went weep, weep, weep. The sound, the night falling, and the thought of his own cooking made him think of his dead wife. She was a good cook, poor thing, he thought out loud. My, how I miss her. He gave a deep sigh. Oh, to have a wife again, a jolly round wife and a good cook. Just like the old one, with perhaps the small exception that she would not eat a man out of his house and home and herself into the grave in the bargain. Had he said that aloud? Bad sign when a man talks to the night insects. Better to go into the house, better to eat rice and bean soup. He shuddered. He began to get up and paused halfway, one hand against the wood of the tub, the other shielding his eyes. He peered into the forest that came almost to the workyard. Someone was coming through there. He heard it. He sat down again. Fireflies flitted among the trees. What if it were his wife's spirit? Would it be a chubby ghost? It should be. A woman walked out of the forest. She was tall, he noticed, watching her thread her way among finished and unfinished buckets and tubs. Tall and slender, almost gaunt. She had her sleeves tied back out of the way with a white tasuki cord, as though ready for hard work, and her bare arms were wiry and capable looking. She bowed. Goro scrambled to his feet, catching a splinter or two in his shoulder on the way up. He bowed. Good evening, said the woman. Is this the house of Goro, the cooper who wants a wife that does not eat too much and is a good cook? Goro's eyes crossed and his mouth fell open. His fingers scrabbled. You do look unwell, like a starved goldfish, said the woman. I don't mean to seem rude. I haven't had dinner, said Goro, for want of anything brilliant to say. He felt wondrously helpless. Things like this did not usually come up in the tub-making business. Naturally, poor thing. I'm sure you can't cook well either, said the woman, and Goro marveled however she had guessed it. Well, I can cook. I can do the work of 3 women. Into the house with you now, before you catch cold. Shoo!" She drove him ahead of her into the house. "I would say I'm quite charming," she said, closing the door behind them, "when one gets used to me. As for my name, why, wife, I think, will do nicely." And sometime in the next few days, still with the feeling that he was being left out of things, Goro found himself married. The new wife was an excellent cook, and indeed did the work of 3 ordinary women. Dinner was never late, and the house was generally spotless. She spoke neither too much nor too little. On evenings when Goro came home discouraged, she always had some good remark ready about the tub-making business, how much artistry and labor went into a good bucket, how unreasonably little money went to the hard-working artist, cheering things, flattering things. Goro gained weight and was not unhappy. At meal-times his wife ate a little more than a bird, but not quite so much as a large cat. The food bills went up and up. Goro gradually discovered that with the little eating going on, he was using up food at a rate to feed 6 or 7 Coopers together with a few aunts and uncles. "Curious," he muttered. "Very," and determined to investigate. One morning he made a great fuss about getting measuring equipment together. He told his wife that he was going to a village half a day's walk away, to take measurements for the village headman's new tub. Then he went a short distance into the forest and waited behind a tree. When he saw his wife go to a nearby meadow to gather mushrooms, he flitted around to the back of the house. Hiding his tools behind the rear door, he crept inside. He shimmied up the center pole and flattened out against one of the big ceiling beams and waited. His wife came back and put on the fire the largest pot in the house. From the storage bin she took about 5 pounds of rice and fell to washing it. She ladled out enough bean paste to nearly fill another big pot and made bean soup. "Who," wondered Goro on his beam, "is she expecting, and how many of them?" He blinked again. His eyes rather rolled up. She had slid the kitchen door out of its frame and was using it for a dumpling factory, lining the dumplings up, lines and lines of rice dumplings like fat, well-paid soldiers. Then she stretched and peered about as if to make sure she had not forgotten something. Satisfied that she had not, she parted her hair and exposed the mouth in the center of her head. Goro made a circle of his thumb and forefingers, trying to calculate the size of the thing, and nearly fell off his perch. It was fairly large. Into this crater his wife pushed dumplings by 1s and 2s, and they disappeared. To make certain, she washed them down with all the bean soup, ladles of bean soup. When she had disposed of everything, she waited a moment expectantly. A cheery, satisfied rumble came from the top of her head. "Burps, too," thought Goro. "A regular volcano. Wonder if there'll be smoke?" He was too interested to be frightened. But nothing further happened. She bound her hair back neatly, smiled, and left the house on some errand like any good wifely wife. Goro slipped down and out of the house, picking up his tools on the way. He went back into the forest, found a comfortable tree, and sat down against its trunk to smoke his tiny pipe and think. "I must have married one of the monsters the priests and old men talk about. A Yamamba, a mountain mother. He nodded, bit his lip, and squinted his eyes. "Now why do you suppose they call them that?" he asked a squirrel that sat upright near his left foot, like an attentive furry little doctor. "They come from the mountains, fine, but what's motherly about them I do not understand." "Squirp," said the squirrel, and ran halfway up the tree. From there it peered down and examined Goro's head. He tilted his head back so that the squirrel could get a better look, and told it that, at any rate, this was no kind of wife for a good man. Then he stood up and began to walk home, looking down at the ground, kicking thoughtfully at fallen leaves, and occasionally scratching his head. He came out from among the trees and across the yard of his home, dragging his feet like a man who has walked a long way. He started speaking as soon as he put down his tools. "Wife, I have been thinking about our marriage, and it hurts me to say it, you understand, but it was too sudden. No, don't interrupt," he said, though his wife had shown no signs of breaking in. "I'm very sorry, but I feel that we're simply not suited to each other." "All right, husband, I'll leave," she answered in quite an ordinary voice, "even if it makes me unhappy. Could you do only one thing for me before I go? Nothing much. I'd like you to make me a tub as a kind of souvenir. A very large one for bathing in." "The simplest thing in the world," said Goro, glad to get off so easily. "I have one ready, it happens. The very one I was sitting against when you came out of the forest. A very sound tub, one of my best." "It has a lid, I hope?" she said. "All of my tubs have lids," said Goro. "Well-fitting lids. Water stays warm in my tubs, even without a fire, once that lid is on. Come, I'll show it to you." He led her out to the tub. "See, there's the lid right up against it," he said, thumping the tub with his fist. "Feel that wood? Isn't it a beauty?" She looked into the tub and agreed that it was getting harder and harder to find real quality in tubs. "Too bad there's that large hole in it," she said. "A hole," said Goro. "Hole. A hole in one of my tubs? Impossible. Where's that hole?" He put his hands on the edge to raise himself and peered over. "There. Bottom right," she said. "Can't you see it?" "Oh, the bottom," said Goro, leaning further over the edge. "It's too dark, too." She seized Goro's trousers in a firm grip and heaved. "See," he finished, "at the bottom of the tub." He was still wondering how he had gotten down there when the lid came down, bang, and it grew very dark. He felt the tub sail up, come to rest on something, and begin to move forward with an up and down rocking movement. It did not take Goro long in his bucket-shaped night to realize that the Yamamba, having no further reason to pretend a feminine weakness she probably despised anyways, had placed the tub on her head and was on her way home, to the mountain. "Excuse me," he called out, "where are we going?" "To dinner," came his former wife's voice through the wood. It grated unpleasantly. He decided to ask no more questions. Deep into the woods went the Yamamba, cutting through thicket and underbrush, the tub jouncing easily on her head, up and up into the mountains. Tireless on her long, rangy legs, she traveled along dead, forgotten roads lined with gnarled, ugly trees. Goro heard their branches bump, crack, bump against his self-made prison. A thin edge of lesser darkness began to show at the top. He hoped it was the first time the lid had slipped on a tub made by Goro. This sort of thing could ruin years of reputation, but it might mean a way out of the tub. The opening grew wider. Looking up, he was able to see a few stars. Did he imagine it, or was the tub slowing down? He hoped he was not going to be eaten immediately. The tub stopped and settled. Something rough, twisted, and snake-like appeared in the opening. It did not move. Nothing moved. He put out his hand. It was a branch. He gave the branch a delicate jiggle. It felt solid. The Yamamba, he guessed, must have tired and sat down to rest against a tree. Very cautiously he lifted himself by the branch, trying to move neither the lid nor the tub, which must still be resting on the monster's head. He heard a faint snore. Top or forward mouth, he wondered. He pulled himself to his feet, trying not to breathe, and at last stood with his head out of the tub. The branch was thick, and the next branch, right above, looked dependable. Healthy wood, he appreciated that. Then came a few feet of bark. That would be hard climbing, but above that 4 or 5 branches, almost a ladder. Further, it was too dark to see. He tensed, took a deep breath, then gave a push, and sent the heavy lid crashing down on the sleeping Yamamba. Up she leaped, and the tub went flying, but Goro was already climbing from branch to branch. In a nearby tree some monkeys woke up and watched Goro's footwork with shame and envy. From the ground the Yamamba stared up at him. It was a rare chance to see just what a Yamamba really wore for a face, and he decided it was not very attractive. Down below the monster was letting down her horrible hair in a businesslike manner. "Dinner will be early," she said with a ghastly girlish laugh. I was getting quite hungry. She started up the tree, the top mouth opening and closing. There were teeth in it. "We Yamamba are very good with trees," she said, climbing steadily. "Don't climb any higher. It will only make you tired and sweaty and bitter to the taste. Say prayers instead and become calm and delicious." "I hope I burn your tongue if you have one in there," said Goro, a little beside himself. "And try not to be such a chatterbox, you're making my head buzz." He did hear a distinct buzzing, a small roaring right by his head where he was holding onto a thin branch. He tried to move his hand away from the sound. Something small sat down on his thumb and set it on fire. "Yout," she said loudly. "Tee-hee-hee," went the Yamamba, coming up with an intimate rustling of leaves. Goro sucked his thumb, which had swollen surprisingly, and stared at the ball-like thing hanging only an arm's length away. The buzzing came from it. Very carefully he reached out to see if he would be able to grab it instantly. He thought the size would be about right. A hard, scaly hand with claws came groping through the branches. He moved his foot out of the way and waited for the head. It appeared, the top mouth gaping. "Tee-hee-hee," said the Yamamba, using both mouths. "Tee-hee-hee yourself," said Goro. "Have a goodie." And into the top of her head he dropped the buzzing ball. "Whatever it was, it had a bad taste, and your blood will wash it away," said the Yamamba. But just then the hornets woke up, highly irritated from lack of sleep. They flew round and round inside the Yamamba. A few of them tickled, most of them stung, and all of them together worked havoc in the delicate equipment that makes up the Yamamba interior. The Yamamba made a noise like a frying, and a noise like a boiling, and a noise like nameless things running through the night with their ears on fire. She tumbled from the tree into the tub waiting below, and bounced about inside it, making unpleasant sounds too numerous to mention. Goro followed, but more slowly. He arrived in time to see the tub skipping and hopping at the edge of the road, which at that point was quite narrow. It teetered for a moment and then sailed out in a gracious curve, trailing its uproar behind it. Goro kneeled and peered down. It was very dark. From far below came a soft boopity-boop, then a mere whisper of a crash. Goro got up, shaking his head. He dusted his knees and went away down the road, growing smaller in the cold, lonely night. End of The Marrying Monster.
My Adversary by Ivan Turgenev. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Theo Douglas. Seattle, Washington, May 2025. My Adversary by Ivan Turgenev. I had a comrade who was my adversary, not in pursuits, nor in service, nor in love. But our views were never alike on any subject, and whenever we met, endless argument arose between us. We argued about everything, about art and religion and science, about life on earth and beyond the grave, especially about life beyond the grave. He was a person of faith and enthusiasm. One day he said to me, "You laugh at everything, but if I die before you, I will come to you from the other world. We shall see whether you will laugh then." And he did, in fact, die before me, while he was still young. But the years went by, and I had forgotten his promise, his threat. One night I was lying in bed, and could not, and indeed would not sleep. In the room it was neither dark nor light. I fell to staring into the gray twilight, and all at once I fancied that between the two windows my adversary was standing, and was slowly and mournfully nodding his head up and down. I was not frightened. I was not even surprised. But raising myself a little, and propping myself on my elbow, I stared still more intently at the unexpected apparition. The latter continued to nod his head. "Well," I said at last, "are you triumphant or regretful? What is this, warning or reproach? Or do you mean to give me to understand that you were wrong, that we were both wrong? What are you experiencing? The torments of hell or the bliss of paradise? Utter one word at least." But my opponent did not utter a single sound, and only, as before, mournfully and submissively nodded his head up and down. I laughed. He vanished. End of My Adversary. The Old Woman by Ivan Turgenev. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Theo Douglas, Seattle, Washington, May 2025. The Old Woman by Ivan Turgenev. I was walking over a wide plain alone, and suddenly I fancied light, cautious footsteps behind my back. Someone was walking after me. I looked round and saw a little, bent old woman, all muffled up in gray rags. The face of the old woman alone peeped out from them, a yellow, wrinkled, sharp-nosed, toothless face. I went up to her. She stopped. "Who are you? What do you want? Are you a beggar? Do you seek alms?" The old woman did not answer. I bent down to her and noticed that both her eyes were covered with a half-transparent membrane or skin, such as is seen in some birds. They protect their eyes with it from dazzling light. But in the old woman, the membrane did not move nor uncover the eyes, from which I concluded she was blind. "Do you want alms?" I repeated my question. "Why are you following me?" But the old woman, as before, made no answer, but only shrank into herself a little. I turned from her and went on my way. And again I heard behind me the same light, measured, as it were, stealthy steps. Again that woman, I thought. Why does she stick to me? But then I added inwardly, most likely she has lost her way, being blind, and now is following the sound of my steps, so as to get with me to some inhabited place. Yes, that's it. But a strange uneasiness gradually gained possession of my mind. I began to fancy that the old woman was not only following me, but that she was directing me, that she was driving me to right and to left, and that I was unwittingly obeying her. I'd still go on, however, but behold, before me, on my very road, something black and wide, a kind of hole. A grave flashed through my head. That is where she is driving me. I turned sharply back. The old woman faced me again. But she sees. She is looking at me with big, cruel, malignant eyes. The eyes of a bird of prey. I stooped down to her face, to her eyes. Again the same opaque membrane, the same blind, dull countenance. Ah, I think, this old woman is my fate. The fate from which there is no escape for man. No escape. No escape. What madness! One must try. And I rush away in another direction. I go swiftly, but light footsteps as before patter behind me. Close, close, and before me again the dark hole. Again I turn another way, and again the same patter behind, and the same menacing blur of darkness before. And whichever way I run, doubling like a hunted hare. It's always the same. The same. Wait, I think. I will cheat her. I will go nowhere. And I instantly sat down on the ground. The old woman stands behind, 2 paces from me. I do not hear her, but I feel she is there. And suddenly, I see the blur of darkness in the distance is floating, creeping of itself towards me. God! I look round again. The old woman looks straight at me, and her toothless mouth is twisted in a grin. No escape. End of The Old Woman.
The Phantom Coach by Amelia B. Edwards. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Gilbertson, June 2025. The Phantom Coach by Amelia B. Edwards. The circumstances I'm about to relate to you have truth to recommend them. They happened to myself, and my recollection of them is as vivid as if they had taken place only yesterday. 20 years, however, have gone by since that night. During those 20 years, I have told the story to but one other person. I tell it now with a reluctance which I find it difficult to overcome. All I entreat, meanwhile, is that you will abstain from forcing your own conclusions upon me. I want nothing explained away. I desire no arguments. My mind on this subject is quite made up, and, having the testimony of my own senses to rely upon, I prefer to abide by it. Well, it was just 20 years ago, and within a day or two of the end of the grouse season. I had been out all day with my gun, and had had no sport to speak of. The wind was due east, the month December, the place a bleak, wide moor in the far north of England, and I had lost my way. It was not a pleasant place in which to lose one's way, with the first feathery flakes of a coming snowstorm just fluttering down upon the heather, and the laden evening closing in all around. I shaded my eyes with my hand, and stalled anxiously into the gathering darkness, where the purple moorland melted into a range of low hills, some 10 or 12 miles distant. Not the faintest smoke wreath, not the tiniest cultivated patch or fence or sheep track met my eye in any direction. There was nothing for it but to walk on and take my chance of finding what shelter I could by the way. So I shouldered my gun again and pushed wearily forward, for I had been on foot since an hour after daybreak and had eaten nothing since breakfast. Meanwhile, the snow began to come down with ominous steadiness, and the wind fell. After this, the cold became more intense, and the night came rapidly up. As for me, my prospects darkened with the darkening sky, and my heart grew heavy as I thought how my young wife was already watching for me through the window of our little inn parlor, and thought of all the suffering in store for her throughout this weary night. We had been married 4 months, and, having spent our autumn in the Highlands, were now lodging in a remote little village situated just on the verge of the great English moorlands. We were very much in love, and, of course, very happy. This morning, when we parted, she had implored me to return before dusk, and I had promised her that I would. What would I not have given to have kept my word? Even now, weary as I was, I felt that with a supper, an hour's rest, and a guide, I might still get back to her before midnight, if only guide and shelter could be found. And all this time the snow fell and the night thickened. I stopped and shouted every now and then, but my shout seemed only to make the silence deeper. Then a vague sense of uneasiness came upon me, and I began to remember stories of travelers who had walked on in the falling snow until, wearied out, they were fain to lie down and sleep their lives away. Would it be possible, I asked myself, to keep on thus through all the long dark night? Would there not come a time when my limbs must fail and my resolution give way? When I, too, must sleep the sleep of death? Death? I shuddered. How hard to die just now when life lay all so bright before me. How hard for my darling, whose whole loving heart. But that thought was not to be borne. To banish it, I shouted again, louder and longer, and then listened eagerly. Was my shout answered, or did I only fancy that I heard a far-off cry? I hollowed again, and again the echo followed. Then a wavering speck of light came suddenly out of the dark, shifting, disappearing, growing momentarily nearer and brighter. Running towards it at full speed, I found myself, to my great joy, face to face with an old man in a lantern. "Thank God!" was the exclamation that burst involuntarily from my lips. Blinking and frowning, he lifted his lantern and peered into my face. "What for?" growled he, sulkily. "Well, for you. I began to fear I should be lost in the snow." Then folks do get cast away hereabouts from time to time, and what's to hinder you from being cast away likewise, if the Lord so minded?" "If the Lord is so minded that you and I shall be lost together, friend, we must submit," I replied. "But I don't mean to be lost without you. How far am I now from Dwalling?" "A good 20 miles, more or less." "And the nearest village?" "The nearest village is Wyke, and that's 12 miles t'other side." "Where do you live, then?" "Out yonder," said he, with a vague jerk of the lantern. "You're going home, I presume?" "Maybe I am." "Then I'm going with you." The old man shook his head and rubbed his nose reflectively with the handle of the lantern. "It ain't no use," growled he. "He won't let you in, no, not he." "We'll see about that," I replied briskly. "Who is he?" "The master." "Who is the master?" "That's not to you," was the unceremonious reply. "Well, well, you lead the way, and I'll engage that the master shall give me shelter and a supper tonight." You can try him," muttered my reluctant guide, and still shaking his head, he hobbled gnome-like away through the falling snow. A large mass loomed up presently out of the darkness, and a huge dog rushed out, barking furiously. "Is this the house?" I asked. "Aye, it's the house down bay," and he fumbled in his pocket for the key. I drew up close behind him, prepared to lose no chance of entrance, and saw in the little circle of light shed by the lantern that the door was heavily studded with iron nails, like the door of a prison. In another minute he had turned the key, and I had pushed past him into the house. Once inside, I looked round with curiosity, and found myself in a great raftered hall, which served apparently a variety of uses. One end was piled to the roof with corn, like a barn. The other was stored with flour sacks, agricultural implements, casks, and all kinds of miscellaneous lumber, while from the beams overhead hung rows of hams, flitches, and bunches of dried herbs for winter use. In the center of the floor stood some huge object, gauntly dressed in a dingy wrapping cloth, and reaching halfway to the rafters. Lifting a corner of this cloth, I saw, to my surprise, a telescope of very considerable size, mounted on a rude movable platform with 4 small wheels. The tube was made of painted wood, bound round with bands of metal rudely fashioned. The speculum so far as I could estimate its size in the dim light, measured at least 15 inches in diameter. While I was yet examining the instrument and asking myself whether it was not the work of some self-taught optician, a bell sprang sharply. "That's for you," said my guide, with a malicious grin. "Yonder's his room." He pointed to a low black door at the opposite side of the hall. I crossed over, rapped somewhat loudly, and went in without waiting for an invitation. A huge, white-haired old man rose from the table, covered with books and papers, and confronted me sternly. "Who are you?" said he. "How come you here? What do you want?" "James Murray, barrister at law, on foot across the moor. Meat, drink, and sleep." He bent his bushy brow into a portentous frown. "Mine is not a house of entertainment," he said, haughtily. "Jacob, how dared you admit this stranger?" "I didn't admit him," grumbled the old man. "He followed me over the muir and shouldered his way in before me. I'm no match for 6'2". And pray, sir, by what right have you forced an entrance into my house?" "The same by which I should have clung to your boat if I were drowning. The right of self-preservation." "Self-preservation?" "There's an inch of snow on the ground already," I replied briefly, "and it would be deep enough to cover my body before daybreak." He strolled to the window, pulled aside a heavy black curtain, and looked out. "It is true," he said. "You can stay if you choose till morning. Jacob, serve the supper." With this he waved me to a seat, resumed his own, and became at once absorbed in the studies from which I had disturbed him. I placed my gun in a corner, drew a chair to the hearth, and examined my quarters at leisure. Small and less incongruous in its arrangements than the hall, this room contained, nevertheless, much to awaken my curiosity. The floor was carpetless. The whitewashed walls were in parts scrawled over with strange diagrams, and in others covered with shelves crowded with philosophical instruments, the uses of many of which were unknown to me. On one side of the fireplace stood a bookcase filled with dingy folios. On the other, a small organ, fantastically decorated with painted carvings of medieval saints and devils. Through the half-open door of a cupboard at the further end of the room, I saw a long array of geological specimens, surgical preparations, crucibles, retorts, and jars of chemicals, while on the mantel shelf beside me, amid a number of small objects, stood a model of the solar system, a small galvanic battery, and a microscope. Every chair had its burden. Every corner was heaped high with books. The very floor was littered over with maps, casts, papers, tracings, and learned lumber of all conceivable kinds. I stared about me with an amazement increased by every fresh object upon which my eyes chanced to rest. So strange a room I had never seen. Yet seemed it stranger still to find such a room in a lone farmhouse amid those wild and solitary moors. Over and over again, I looked from my host to his surroundings, and from his surroundings back to my host, asking myself who and what he could be. His head was singularly fine, and it was more the head of a poet than of a philosopher. Broad in the temples, prominent over the eyes, and clothed with a rough profusion of perfectly white hair, it had all the ideality and much of the ruggedness of the characteristics of the head of Louis van Beethoven. There were the same deep lines about the mouth and the same stern furrows in the brow. There was the same concentration of expression. While I was yet observing him, the door opened, and Jacob brought in the supper. His master then closed his book, rose, and with more courtesy of manner than he had yet shown, invited me to the table. A dish of ham and eggs, a loaf of brown bread, and a bottle of admirable sherry were placed before me. "I have but the homeliest farmhouse fare to offer you, sir," said my entertainer. "Your appetite, I trust, will make up for the deficiencies of our larder." I had already fallen upon the viands, and now protested, with the enthusiasm of a starving sportsman, that I had never eaten anything so delicious. He bowed stiffly and sat down to his own supper, which consisted primitively of a jug of milk and a basin of porridge. We ate in silence, and when we had done, Jacob removed the tray. I then drew my chair back to the fireside. My host, somewhat to my surprise, did the same, and turning abruptly towards me, said, "Sir, I have lived here in strict retirement for 23 years. During that time I have not seen as many strange faces, and I have not read a single newspaper. You are the first stranger who has crossed my threshold for more than 4 years. Will you favor me with a few words of information respecting that outer world from which I have parted company so long?" "Pray interrogate me," I replied. "I am heartily at your service." He bent his head in acknowledgment, leaned forward, and with his elbows resting on his knees and his chin supported in the palms of his hand, stared fixedly into the fire and proceeded to question me. His inquiries related chiefly to scientific matters, with the later progress of which, as applied to the practical purposes of life, he was almost wholly unacquainted. No student of science myself, I replied as well as my slight information permitted, but the task was far from easy, and I was much relieved when, passing from interrogation to discussion, he began pouring forth his own conclusions upon the facts which I had been attempting to place before him. He talked, and I listened spellbound. He talked till I believe he almost forgot my presence, and only thought aloud. I had never heard anything like it then. I have never heard anything like it since. Familiar with all the systems of all philosophies, subtle in analysis, bold in generalization, he poured forth his thoughts in an uninterrupted stream, and, still leaning forward in the same moody attitude with his eyes fixed upon the fire, wandered from topic to topic, from speculation to speculation, like an inspired dreamer, from practical science to mental philosophy, from electricity in the wire to electricity in the nerve, from Watts to Mesmer, from Mesmer to Reichenbach, from Reichenbach to Swedenborg, Spinoza, Condillac, Descartes, Berkeley, Aristotle, Plato, and the Magi and mystics in the East were transitions which, however bewildering in their variety and scope, seem easy and harmonious upon his lips and sequences in music. By and by, I forgot now by what link of conjecture or illustration he passed on to that field which lies beyond the boundary line of even conjectural philosophy, and reaches no man knows whither. He spoke of the soul and its aspirations, of the spirit and its powers, of second sight, of prophecy, of those phenomena which, under the names of ghosts and specters and supernatural appearances, have been denied by the skeptics and attested by the credulous of all ages. The world, he said, grows hourly more and more skeptical of all that lies beyond its own narrow radius. And our men of science foster the fatal tendency. They condemn as fable all that resist experiment. They reject as false all that cannot be brought to the test of the laboratory or the dissecting room. Against what superstition have they waged so long and obstinate a war as against the belief in apparitions? And yet, what superstition has maintained its hold upon the minds of men so long and so firmly? Show me any fact in physics, in history, in archaeology, which is supported by testimony so wide and so various. attested by all races of men, in all ages, and in all climates, by the soberest sages of antiquity, by the rudest savage of today, by the Christian, the pagan, the pantheist, the materialist. The phenomenon is treated as a nursery tale by the philosophers of our century. Circumstantial evidence weighs with them as a feather in the balance. The comparison of causes with effects, however valuable in physical science, is put aside as worthless and unreliable. The evidence of competent witnesses, however conclusive in a court of justice, counts for nothing. He who pauses before he pronounces is condemned as a trifler. He who believes is a dreamer or a fool. He spoke with bitterness, and, having said thus, relapsed for some minutes into silence. Presently he raised his head from his hands and added, with an altered voice and manner, "I, sir, paused, investigated, believed, and was not ashamed to state my convictions to the world. I, too, was branded as a visionary, held up to ridicule by my contemporaries, and hooted from that field of science in which I had labored with honor during all the best years of my life. These things happened just 23 years ago. Since then, I have lived as you see me living now, and the world has forgotten me, and I have forgotten the world. You have my history." "It is a very sad one," I murmured, scarcely knowing what to answer. "It is a very common one," he replied. "I have only suffered for the truth, as many a better and wiser man has suffered before me." He rose as if desirous of ending the conversation, and went over to the window. "It has ceased snowing," he observed, as he dropped the curtain and came back to the fireside. "Ceased!" I exclaimed, starting eagerly to my feet. "Oh, if it were only possible, but no! It is hopeless. Even if I could find my way across the moor, I could not walk 20 miles tonight." "Walk 20 miles tonight?" repeated my host. "What are you thinking of?" "Of my wife," I replied impatiently. "Of my young wife, who does not know that I have lost my way, and who is at this moment breaking her heart with suspense and terror." "Where is she?" "At Dwalling, 20 miles away." "At Dwalling?" he echoed thoughtfully. "Yes, the distance, it is true, is 20 miles, but are you so very anxious to save the next 6 or 8 hours?" "So very, very anxious that I would give 10 guineas at this moment for a guide and a horse." "Your wish can be gratified at a less costly rate," said he, smiling. "The night mail from the north, which changes horses at Dwalling, passes within 5 miles of this spot, and will be due at a certain crossroad in about an hour and a quarter. If Jacob were to go with you across the moor, and put you into the old coach road, you could find your way, I suppose, to where it joins the new one?" "Easily, gladly." He smiled again, rang the bell, gave the old servant his directions, and, taking a bottle of whiskey and a wineglass from the cupboard, which he kept his chemicals, said, "The snow lies deep, and it will be difficult walking tonight on the moor. A glass of usquebaugh before you start?" I would have declined the spirit, but he pressed it on me, and I drank it. It went down my throat like liquid flame, and almost took my breath away. "It is strong," he said, "but it will help to keep out the cold. And now you have no moments to spare. Good night." I thanked him for his hospitality, and would have shaken hands, but that he had turned away before I could finish my sentence. In another minute I had traversed the hall, Jacob had locked the outer door behind me, and we were out on the wide white moor. Although the wind had fallen, it was still bitterly cold. Not a star glimmered in the black vault overhead. Not a sound, save the rapid crunching of the snow beneath our feet, disturbed the heavy stillness of the night. Jacob, not too well pleased with his mission, shambled on before in sullen silence, his lantern in his hand and his shadow at his feet. I followed with my gun over my shoulder, as little inclined for conversation as himself. My thoughts were full of my late host. His voice yet rang in my ears. His eloquence yet held my imagination captive. I remember to this day, with surprise, how my overexcited brain retained whole sentences and parts of sentences, troops of brilliant images and fragments of splendid reasoning in the very words in which he had uttered them. Musing thus over what I had heard and striving to recall a lost link here and there, I strolled on at the heels of my guide, absorbed and unobservant. Presently, at the end, as it seemed to me, of only a few minutes, he came to a sudden halt, and he said, "Yon's your road. Keep the stone face to your right hand, and you can't fail of the way." "This, then, is the old coach road?" "Aye, 'tis the old coach road." "And how far do I go before I reach the crossroads?" "Nigh upon 3 mile." I pulled out my purse, and he became more communicative. "The road's fair road enough," said he, "for foot passengers, but 'twas over steep and narrow for the northern traffic. You'll mind where the parapet's broken away. Close again the signpost. It's never been mended since the accident." "What accident?" The night mail pitched right over into the valley below, a good 50 feet and more, just at the worst bit of road in the whole county." "Horrible. How many lives were lost?" "All. 4 were found dead, and 2 other died next morning." "How long is it since this happened?" "Just 9 year." "Near the signpost, you say? I will bear it in mind. Good night." "Good night, sir, and thank ye." Jacob pocketed his half-crown, made a faint pretense of touching his hat, and trudged back by the way he had come. I watched the light of his lantern till it quite disappeared, and then turned to pursue my way alone. This was no longer matter of the slightest difficulty, for, despite the dead darkness overhead, the line of stone fence showed distinctly enough against the pale gleam of the snow. How silent it seemed now, with only my footsteps to listen to. How silent and how solitary. A strange, disagreeable sense of loneliness stole over me. I walked faster. I hummed a fragment of a tune. I cast up enormous sums in my head and accumulated them at compound interest. I did my best, in short, to forget the startling speculations to which I had but just been listening, and to some extent I succeeded. Meanwhile, the night air seemed to become colder and colder, and though I walked fast, I found it impossible to keep myself warm. My feet were like ice. I lost sensation in my hands and grasped my gun mechanically. I even breathed with difficulty, as though, instead of traversing a quiet north country highway, I was scaling the uppermost heights of some gigantic Alp. This last symptom became presently so distressing that I was forced to stop for a few minutes and lean against the stone fence. As I did so, I chanced to look back up the road, and there, to my infinite relief, I saw a distant point of light, like the gleam of an approaching lantern. I at first concluded that Jacob had retraced his steps and followed me, but even as the conjecture presented itself, a second light flashed into sight, a light evidently parallel with the first, and approaching at the same rate of motion. It needed no second thought to show me that these must be the carriage lamps of some private vehicle, though it seemed strange that any private vehicle should take a road professedly disused and dangerous. There could be no doubt, however, of the fact, for the lamps grew larger and brighter every moment, and I even fancied that I could already see the dark outline of the carriage between them. It was coming up very fast, and quite noisily, the snow being nearly a foot deep under the wheels. And now the body of the vehicle became distinctly visible behind the lamps. It looked strangely lofty. A sudden suspicion flashed upon me. Was it possible that I had passed the crossroads in the dark without observing the signpost? And could this be the very coach which I had come to meet? No need to ask myself that question a second time, for here it came round the bend of the road, guard and driver, one outside passenger, and 4 steaming grays, all wrapped in a soft haze of light, through which the lamps blazed out like a pair of fiery meteors. I jumped forward, waved my hat, and shouted. The mail came down at full speed and passed me. For a moment I feared that I had not been seen or heard, but it was only for a moment. The coachman pulled up, the guard, muffled to the eyes in capes and comforters, and apparently sound asleep in the rumble, neither answered my hail nor made the slightest effort to dismount. The outside passenger did not even turn his head. I opened the door for myself and looked in. There were but 3 travelers inside, so I stepped in, shut the door, slipped into the vacant corner, and congratulated myself on my good fortune. The atmosphere of the coach seemed, if possible, colder than that of the outer air, and was pervaded by a singularly damp and disagreeable smell. I looked round at my fellow passengers. They were all 3 men, and all silent. They did not seem to be asleep, but each leaned back in his corner of the vehicle, as if absorbed in his own reflections. I attempted to open a conversation. "How intensely cold it is tonight," I said, addressing my opposite neighbor. He lifted his head, looked at me, but made no reply. "The winter," I added, "seems to have begun in earnest." Although the corner in which he sat was so dim that I could distinguish none of his features very clearly, I saw that his eyes were still turned full upon me, and yet he answered never a word. At any other time I should have felt and perhaps expressed some annoyance, but at the moment I felt too ill to do either. The icy coldness of the night air had struck a chill to my very marrow, and the strange smell inside the coach was affecting me with an intolerable nausea. I shivered from head to foot, and turning to my left-hand neighbor, asked if he had any objection to an open window. He neither spoke nor stirred. I repeated the question somewhat loudly, but with the same result. Then I lost patience and let the sash down. As I did so, the leather strap broke in my hand, and I observed that the glass was covered with a thick coat of mildew, the accumulation apparently of years. My attention being thus drawn to the condition of the coach, I examined it more narrowly, and saw by the uncertain light of the outer lamps that it was in the last stage of dilapidation. Every part of it was not only out of repair, but in a condition of decay. The sashes splintered at a touch. The leather fittings were crusted over with mold, and literally rotting from the woodwork. The floor was almost breaking away beneath my feet. The whole machine, in short, was foul with damp, and had evidently been dragged from some outhouse in which it had been mouldering away for years, to do another day or 2 of duty on the road. I turned to the 3rd passenger, whom I had not yet addressed, and hazarded one more remark. "This coach," I said, "is in a deplorable condition. The regular mail, I suppose, is under repair?" He moved his head slowly and looked me in the face without speaking a word. I shall never forget that look while I live. I turned cold at heart under it. I turn cold at heart even now when I recall it. His eyes glowed with a fiery, unnatural luster. His face was livid as the face of a corpse. His bloodless lips were drawn back as if in the agony of death, and showed the gleaming teeth between. The words that I was about to utter died upon my lips, and a strange horror, a dreadful horror, came upon me. My sight had by this time become used to the gloom of the coach, and I could see with tolerable distinctness. I turned to my opposite neighbor. He, too, was looking at me with the same startling pallor in his face, and the same stony glitter in his eyes. I passed my hand across my brow. I turned to the passenger on the seat beside my own and saw, oh heaven, how shall I describe what I saw? I saw that he was no living man, that none of them were living men like myself. A pale, phosphorescent light, the light of putrefaction, played upon their awful faces, upon their hair, dank with the dews of the grave, upon their clothes, earth-stained and dropping to pieces, upon their hands, which were as the hands of corpses long buried. Only their eyes, those terrible eyes, were living, and those eyes were all turned menacingly upon me. A shriek of terror, a wild, unintelligible cry for help and mercy burst upon my lips as I flung myself against the door and strove in vain to open it. In that single instant, brief and vivid as a landscape beheld in the flash of summer lightning, I saw the moon shining down through a rift of stormy cloud, the ghastly signpost rearing its warning finger by the wayside, the broken parapet, the plunging horses, the black gulf below. Then the coach reeled like a ship at sea. Then came a mighty crash, a sense of crushing pain, and then darkness. It seemed as if years had gone by when I awoke one morning from a deep sleep and found my wife watching by my bedside. I will pass over the scene that ensued and give you in a half a dozen words the tale she told me with tears of thanksgiving. I had fallen over a precipice close against the junction of the old coach road and the new, and only had been saved from certain death by lighting upon a deep snowdrift that had accumulated at the foot of the rock beneath. In the snowdrift I was discovered at daybreak by a couple of shepherds, who carried me to the nearest shelter and brought a surgeon to my aid. The surgeon found me in a state of raving delirium, with a broken arm and a compound fracture of the skull. The letters in my pocketbook showed my name and address. My wife was summoned to nurse me, and thanks to youth and a fine constitution, I came out of danger at last. The place of my fall, I need scarcely say, was precisely that at which a frightful accident had happened to the North Mail 9 years before. I never told my wife the fearful events which I had just related to you. I told the surgeon who attended me, but he treated the whole adventure as a mere dream born of the fever in my brain. We discussed the question over and over again until we found that we could discuss it with temper no longer, and then we dropped it. Others may form what conclusions they please. I know that 20 years ago I was the fourth inside passenger in that phantom coach. End of the Phantom Coach.
The Stuffed Cat by Unknown, translated by Elizabeth Cavazza. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Stuffed Cat by Unknown, translated by Elizabeth Cavazza. I was all alone one evening in my study. Do you not know this study? That is natural, because I never have introduced you to it. Perhaps you would not like it. I like it very much. First of all, because it is mine, and then because I have arranged it according to my own tastes. There is a little of everything in it, a colossal writing desk with an infinity of drawers and pigeonholes, a bookcase, some shelves for books, 2 tables, one large and one small, a divan, an armchair, on the floor rugs and cushions thrown down anywhere, pictures on the walls, a glass lamp in the center. In one corner, on top of a column of black wood, is a stuffed cat, a magnificent tiger-striped cat with sparkling green eyes that seems ready to spring down from its pillar, tired probably of acting simian stylites. In this den, or study, as you please to call it, I pass beautiful hours, day or evening, writing, reading, meditating, smoking, and doing nothing. It is here that I retire in hours of the blues, in those hours of unconscious, instinctive ill humor which one cannot explain or justify, and which, exactly on that account, one translates into an extraordinary nervous irritation. This den is the despair of my wife and the rest of the household, because they are positively forbidden to touch, to even move a book or a paper, under that pretext of putting into order, which resolves itself into real disorder. I will wager that if my wife, my sister-in-law, my nieces, could arrange my den according to their tastes, turning it upside down, they would be happy. But they do not venture for fear of me. Only when I speak of my study, all those feminine lips curl with smiles, disdainful, ironical, or compassionate. It is especially the stuffed cat that jars upon their nerves. My wife absolutely wished to throw him away, give him away, destroy him. I was obliged to declare to her that such an outrage would immediately provoke, on my part, a demand for legal separation, pending the approval of divorce by vote of the Italian Chamber of Deputies. Now that I have presented, so to say, the surroundings, I will go on to relate the fact, the terrible, frightful fact that has taken place in my delicious den, and to which I am indebted for the gray hairs that embellish my 36-year-old locks. One evening, in the autumn, all my family was in the country. I only had stayed in town to attend to some urgent work. I was all alone in the house. A woman came every morning to clean, to sweep and air the rooms, and went away after noon. I dined at a restaurant. Now, for some days, I thought that I noticed in my study something strange, odd, unaccustomed. It had the same effect upon me as if something were not in its place. I would have taken my oath that certain books had been moved, certain papers had been rummaged. I questioned the domestic, who swore and perjured herself to the effect that, faithful to her trust, she had touched nothing, but had limited herself to sweeping the floor and dusting the furniture, and no one else ever entered the room. One morning it seemed to me that the stuffed cat, my good cat with the green eyes, that I called Tick when he was alive, had been touched. Certainly his attitude was not the same, or I was dreaming. Yes, his head was turned another way, and the expression of his face, that of an honest feline, was different from that which I was accustomed to have before my eyes. How in the world had such a strange phenomenon happened? But this was nothing. For 2 or 3 evenings, shut up in my study, writing, alone in the large apartment, I thought I heard singular noises here and there. I rose from the desk, went out of the study and all through the house, carefully examining every room, stopping now in this one and now in that to listen. Nothing. The rooms were deserted. The silence was complete, profound. Then I returned to my study and set to work again. But the noises persisted and became more decided and frequent. I would have sworn that some mysterious and invisible being was scratching in the walls, or forcing some lock. One evening, indeed, it seemed to me that the noise was just behind me, and I turned mechanically. Well, I would have taken my oath that I saw the cat Dick move almost imperceptibly, and his eyes gleam brighter, and his back arch, and his bold, majestic tail stretch itself in an act of defiance. But surely it was a hallucination, because the cat was still in its place, impassible, and gave no sign of moving from his column. All these small things, insignificant and extraordinary at the same time, had impressed and disturbed me. By instinct, by nature, I don't fancy what I cannot explain. I am a foe to the supernatural, the marvelous, the mysterious. I like to see clearly within and around myself. I, you see, am of a well-balanced and sound temperament. Nervousness, morbidness, and such nonsense annoy me and are repugnant to me. And as I think I know myself pretty well, I was surprised and bored by a state of mind so contrary to my habits and nature. Evidently my physio-psychological system was in a moment of crisis. How could I get out of it, be cured? Must I, too, take the first train and go into the country? Perhaps that would be the best way. But unfortunately I could not. I had an important engagement to supply some work, and I could not run away and leave it for whims of a dreamer, fit for a hysterical woman. Per Bacco, I told myself, pay no attention to the thing. Let us be a man. What the deuce? And I returned home that evening as usual, after having dined and visited the cafe. I had planned to work hard that evening in order to make haste to finish. Having entered the house, I made, as usual, an inspection of the apartment and found everything as before, not even a chair out of place. Then I went into my study and lighted the gas to begin work. But as soon as I seated myself at the desk and cast a glance upon the manuscript where I had left off writing, a marvelous, amazing surprise awaited me. You must know that I was writing a novel. Oh, what a novel! Something fine, exceptionally fine. A romance like that surely no one ever wrote. The real and the fanciful, the romantic, the classic, the naturalistic, were skilfully mingled in it. Now that day, when I went out, I had interrupted the story at a very interesting point, and the period ended thus. He burst into a sonorous laugh of scorn. He was very sure that the time of phantoms and spectres was long past. That apparition then gave him no fear. It must be a trick. I had left it there, taking up the pen in order to continue, with my good cigar lighted in my mouth. I cast my eyes on the paper, and what did I see? Just heavens! What indeed? Directly below the last line written by me had been written one word only. Fool! There it was, ironical and menacing, in Gothic letters, which showed the handwriting of a former age. Who had traced this scornful and mocking word? You can imagine whether I remained amazed. I will say even more. I felt an impression of terror. My servant did not know how to read or write. No one had come into the house during the day. Then by whom had the words been written? I grew livid and felt myself shudder. I sprang to my feet. I felt the hair stand on end upon my head. and a cold perspiration trickled down my forehead. Dick, the accursed stuffed cat, looked fixedly at me, and his green eyes seemed to dilate and become variegated with 1,000 colors. But was that cat really stuffed? Or was he not rather alive by virtue of some witchcraft? All at once I roused myself. I had a feeling of shame and rage, and furious, striking with a heavy fist on the writing desk, I exclaimed, "But who is the demon that has written this word? I would like to know him, to twist his neck. If I were to live 1,000 years, I shall never forget what happened then." I had hardly finished speaking those words when the study resounded with mocking laughter, dry, strident, infernal. Then the wall opened suddenly, and there came forth a woman wrapped in a great black mantle, and Tick, the accursed cat, made a leap from his pillar, and, mewing as he had never mewed in his lifetime, went to rub himself against that mysterious being. I drew back, more dead than alive. Still, I had enough presence of mind to stretch a hand behind me, open a drawer of the desk, and take out a loaded revolver. As soon as I had seized the weapon, I felt safer. I raised my arm and pointed the revolver at that being, with the exclamation, "Now we will see who you are." Alas! Once, twice, thrice, I touched the trigger, but the revolver was no longer obedient. The mysterious figure made 2 steps toward me. The black mantle that enfolded her fell to the floor. What a fearful sight! It was not a man nor a woman. It was a skeleton with 2 lights flaming in its empty, cavernous eye sockets. A skeleton that laughed satanically, while the cat Dick made fantastic and wild leaps. It was death. In the morning they found me insensible in my den. The servant ran to call a physician, who found me in a high fever. My family hastened from the country. I was taken care of, treated and cured, but the fact remains my hair had turned gray. When I was able to return to my den, the cat Dick was no longer there. My wife had made a coup d'etat and sent it to be thrown into the river. The column had also disappeared. It had been given away, I do not know to whom. My manuscript was, however, still in its place, only the word "fool" was no longer there. Then it had not been written. Still, I was very sure of having read it. Who knows? If the cat Dick had still been there, perhaps he could have told me. But poor Dick was there no more. Then what am I to think? What shall I believe?
End of The Stuffed Cat. Recording by Brian Fullen, Plano, Texas, March 2025.
The Vampire by Basil Tozer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ben Tucker. The Vampire by Basil Tozer. It was in 1896 that we met for the first time. We were seated at déjeuner beneath the great green trees in the Champs-Élysées, and he accidentally spilt some wine over my hand. Naturally, he apologized, and as naturally I forgave him. Indeed, I remembered that I ended by calling for a fresh bottle and offering him a choice regalia, for the more we conversed, the more he seemed to me to be one of the most charming young men that I had met for many a year. We soon found, too, that we had interests in common, and his conversation quickly showed him to be cultured and well-read. English by birth, he could speak German, French, and Spanish fluently, and Russian very well. Then, besides taking his degree, he had, I discovered, stroked the Oxford 8, and from remarks which he dropped incidentally, I soon judged him to be a finished horseman as well as a fine shot. Gabriel Vincent, in short, was a scholar and a sportsman. He had come to Paris, he said, chiefly to witness the race for the Grand Prix, which was to be run on that very afternoon. So we talked about the race, and of the racing season in general, for half an hour or more, and when he told me that he was going to Longchamp unaccompanied, the friend who had promised to join him having been detained in London, I at once suggested that we should go together. "You seem to have travelled a great deal," I chanced to remark as we drove in his Victoria through the delightful Bois.
"I have, but oddly enough, I've never before been in Paris."
"How does it impress you now that you are here?" I asked casually.
"So far, I've seen nothing except the Racours and the Cascade, Rue de Rivoli, and the Brighton Hotel."
"You're staying at the Brighton?"
"Yes, I dislike great noisy hotels. Besides, one is better looked after at a small place, if one can afford to pay, and I can do that."
He uttered the last words in a cynical tone, and a strange look passed over his face. I was puzzled. The tone implied utter contempt for wealth and for persons wealthy, himself included.
"Do you know Paris well?"
he suddenly asked, as though anxious to cut his train of thought. "I do. I can say that without hesitation."
"And are French women really so charming?"
he asked all at once, looking beyond me. I glanced at him quickly. Several remarks which he had made during our drive had already convinced me that Gabriel Vincent was a young man of unusually strong affections. "You may find them so," I replied dryly. We were arriving at the Longchamp just then, and the conversation changed. 6 weeks passed. Gabriel Vincent was still in Paris. We had met almost daily. Often we had déjeuner and dinner together. Frequently we spent afternoons together. Sometimes we sailed up the river and returned in the cool of the evening, for he was an idle man of fortune. But at night I now saw him but rarely. He never suggested our going together to the play, as he had been wont to do during the first fortnight of our acquaintanceship. The reason of this I guessed, and regretted. Still, it was not for me to interfere. Probably, I thought, he will pass through the phase. Then he will see the folly of it all. He will feel disgusted. He will turn the leaf and start a fresh page in life. I was mistaken. Excess of work had necessitated my staying at the office later than usual, and the streaks of dawn were striving to pierce the mist which hung like a veil over Paris as I walked briskly homewards. It was in the Rue Sainte-Anne that I saw the door of a gloomy-looking house open suddenly, and Gabriel come stumbling downstairs and out into the street, allowing the spring door to close behind him with a dull thud. He was in dress clothes, but his tie was missing, his shirt front rumpled, his hat brushed anyhow and stuck on anyhow. For the moment I thought he must be intoxicated, but upon my approaching him I saw that he was evidently under the influence of some stimulant different from alcohol. Judging from his appearance, he might even have been drugged, for his eyes had about them that unnatural sort of brilliancy so often an after-effect of certain potent physics. He had not yet noticed me, and he lurched round to glance up at the windows of the house. The Venetian blinds were nearly all let down, and the lights in the rooms were being lowered one by one. Suddenly a tall, graceful woman, attired in a flowing gown, with an abundance of fair tresses reaching nearly to her waist, stood before the last window upon the second floor, and waited there motionless. Her face, I shall never forget it, for it was lovely in the extreme, yet revolting. It was attractive, yet terrible. It was a face that might aptly have been described as horribly beautiful. The features were those of a Guido Virgins, the expression that of a devil. Cruelty and sensualism, lust and cunning, power of love and power of hating. These and some similar characteristics were stamped upon the face as I have never seen them portrayed upon any other human countenance. And though the eyes were human eyes enough, They were eyes of an uncommon kind, eyes of the sort that denote gigantic will force, the eyes of a lesbia, the eyes of a punk. They were strangely striking eyes, and Gabriel, looking up, waved his hand limply at the figure disappearing as the Venetian blind rattled down. I felt grieved at the thought that he cared for such a woman. Even now he had not seen me in the half-light, but, being a few yards away, I quickly overtook him as he slouched along, and laying my hand upon his shoulder, exclaimed in jest, "Caught out, old fellow!" He spun round and struck me a terrific blow in the face with his fist. Then I saw nothing but hundreds of tiny lights of every conceivable color shooting about in blackness. When at length I recovered, he had vanished. I saw him at the Divan Japonais 2 nights later, faultlessly attired as usual. He was alone. He waved his hand to me, indicating the vacant chair at his elbow. I had meant to cut him, but I changed my mind. He extended his hand as I approached. I did not take it, but with a distant nod sank into the proffered seat. "Why," he exclaimed half irritably, half puzzled, "what on earth is the matter? And, why, look at your forehead." "You young hypocrite," I replied snappishly. "If you had not surprised me like a coward, your entire face would be blacker now than my forehead." He stared at me. He gaped in wonderment. "Of course, you forget everything now," I continued more calmly. Then, of a sudden, his expression changed completely. For several moments he looked quite haggard. The skin about his eyes, I noticed now for the first time, had a strange bluish tint. Tell me everything," he whispered with an effort. Seeing that something was amiss, I did so. I was still speaking when he placed his arms upon the table and buried his face in his hands. He remained thus for several minutes after I had ceased. Then he looked up. "It comes," he groaned. "My God, it comes." He paused. "Believe me," he resumed earnestly, "I was not drunk, yet I have no recollection whatever of what happened after I left that room in that house. I give you my word that I do not remember striking you. My dear fellow," he put out his hand and I took it now, "you are practically the only friend I have, and I would sooner burn my fist off than strike you intentionally. What prompted me to do it? You say I did it. I cannot conceive. Truly, I am sorry, extremely sorry, and I apologize." "Say no more about it," I replied lightly. "What will you take now? A cognac? Then I will join you." But I could see that he was greatly upset. He was pensive and absent-minded. In vain I tried to promote conversation. He it was who at last broached again the subject of the eventful night, who first spoke of the woman to whom I had alluded in the lightest way possible while telling him of his doings during the small hours of that, to me, memorable morning. "She is a devil," he exclaimed at last. "A devil! And yet I can't escape her." Perspiration stood upon his brow. "It comes," he said again. "My God, it comes." I waited. A feeling of delicacy closed my lips, though I longed to know what he meant. What was coming to him? "Shall I tell you all?" he said presently, partly addressing himself. "If you care to do so, why, do," I answered. He placed his moist hand upon mine. He looked me straight in the eyes, as though debating with himself as to whether or not he could trust me. "Let us go out," he exclaimed. "This atmosphere is stifling." We drove through the cool night air without exchanging half a dozen words, as far as the Brighton Hotel. It was past midnight. He rang twice, and the drowsy concierge pulled the cordon, and we entered. We crept upstairs, and when we were in his sitting-room, he closed the door, turned up the gas — there is electric light there now — and produced spirits and a siphon, pushed them towards me. "Sit there," he said. Then he unlocked a trunk and drew from its recess a small strong-box. This he placed upon the table and unlocked. It contained a large quantity of notes and gold, a cheque-book, a bank-book, half a dozen letters, and sundry documents. All this he pushed aside, and a moment later he found what he wanted. It was a metal tube of strange design and black with age. He unscrewed the cap at the end of it, and shook out a roll of yellow parchment wrapped in transparent oilcloth, and apparently none the worse for wear and tear and the ravages of time. This he carefully flattened out and handed to me. "Read it," was all he said. One side was covered with very clear writing, dated June 11th, 1653. The characters were, of course, those in use at that period, but they were decipherable, and the phrases, though quaintly turned, were understandable. I lighted 2 candles, spread out the document, and began to read to myself its contents. But I had read barely half when its entire purport flashed across my mind. If what I were reading were truth, not fable. I looked up. Gabriel sat staring before him, his face blanched. Apparently he did not see me. He might even not have been aware of my presence. "Gabriel," I exclaimed. "Gabriel, is all this true?" The sound of my voice aroused him. He looked at me blankly and merely nodded. With a choking sensation, I turned to the document and finished reading it. As I let it go, it sprang again into a roll and fell upon the floor. "And no heir who passes the age of 25 shall escape, though he shall hope and not believe, nor shall he reach his 26th year." The meaning of the closing sentences seemed to be bubbling in my brain as Gabriel raised his head. "And I hoped," he cried bitterly. "I, too, hoped I might escape. I, too, did not believe." "Come, Gabriel, cheer up," I said with a forced appearance of gaiety. "The worst may not come, after all." "It has come to every heir in every generation since that year. None of them believed in it, until within a year or two of the time it came. And they one and all hoped to escape. And the horror of it! The bare thought of my uncle's death scene. My uncle, from whom I inherited the fortune. It is awful, too awful. And he too hoped." "Are the statements recorded in that document all true?" "Quite, I believe. Absolutely true." "What is your age now?" I asked, anxious gradually to turn the conversation. He did not answer. For nearly a quarter of an hour we sat together, smoking, sipping, but seldom speaking. Presently Gabriel flung aside his cigar. "Utterly is my curse," he said. I looked up inquiringly. "The woman you saw," he added. "Then why not avoid her?" "I cannot. I have guessed she would be. I try to keep away. I cannot. She is no ordinary woman." He stopped. Suddenly he continued quickly. 3 weeks ago she forced me to make a promise. I made it of my own free will, yet against my will, against my better understanding. I am still, a despicable fool. I cannot help it. "I want you," she said. "I will give you greater joy than you have felt on earth before. Joy greater than you will feel in death." She smiled as she said the last words, and I thought her more than ever intensely beautiful. I laid my hand upon her hair and stroked her perfumed tresses. She placed her arm about my neck and kissed my lips. In the ecstasy of that moment I would have died for her. More, I would have damned my soul for her, and I told her so. She smiled again. She laughed aloud, a soft, musical laugh, and then she gazed into my eyes. She kissed me gently again on the lips, and then she laid her head upon my shoulder, twining her hair playfully about my neck and face, so that for some moments I was nearly smothered in it. "You would give your life for me," she murmured into my ear. "I've said so," I answered feverishly. "And do as I ask, all I ask." "You know it," I exclaimed. "And your soul, you would wreck your soul for me forever and ever." She seemed to breathe more quickly as she put the question in such plain language. "Anything, everything. I will give my life, my soul, my all. I will, if only—"
kind of triumphant sob seemed to vibrate through her system. "Then I am yours now, and you are mine. Mine for ever and ever." The ecstasy that followed I cannot describe. Think of the greatest joy that has ever been yours, and you are no nearer to realizing the ecstatic sensation in which I reveled and continue to revel. Conjure up in your imagination all the most exquisite sensations you have ever experienced, and still you have no idea. He was growing unnaturally excited. I ought to have felt contempt for him. I felt only compassion. The whole affair seemed uncanny. I did not like it. Suddenly he jumped up. "I must go," he said hurriedly. "I must go to her now. I must go to her this moment." He seemed to be looking for something. "What do you want?" I asked. "No matter. I cannot find it," he exclaimed feverishly. "Oh, it comes. The curse comes. I feel it upon me now. I feel it in my body, in my bones, in my blood, my brain, my very being. I hoped to escape it, but I cannot. So let me live while I may. Let me live as I long to live for the short time left me. Let me live in sin, in vice, in joy, in ecstasy. Let me live, I say. Let me live! 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 And let me pass, fool!" For I was striving to calm him, striving to control him, but thrusting me aside, he seized his hat and rushed from the room like a maniac. I heard him hurry noisily down the stairs. I heard him shout, "Hélas! Le cordon!" I heard the concierge, startled from sleep, cry out in reply. I heard the door in the great gate open, then close with a clatter. At about noon on the following day, I had occasion to drive to the Rue de Petit Champ. A crowd had assembled outside a house in the Rue Sainte-Anne. Several girls with tousled heads and seared faces were peering out of an upper window. I leaned out of the carriage and inquired of an agent de police what was happening. He shrugged his shoulders. "Un Anglais inconnu has been found dead in that house," he said. Then he grinned. End of The Vampire by Basil Tozer.